Nope.
I have no clue.
It was E-Arena, but hey, you got Pixel. It's pixelated and you got Pixel. Guys, you did amazing. Well played, boys. I thought you were going to be doomed, but you knocked it out of the park. All right, that is our first iteration. Thank you very much, Luke. Thank you very much, Cowboy. Thoughts on TPP? Who wants to go first?
I can go.
He loves TPP King. So.
I mean, he's pretty good.
Yeah.
But TPP.
I mean, I would say, okay.
Full honest. Here we go.
Full honest. The reason why I enjoy TPP more than FPP is because of other people not liking the TPP as much as FPP. Because they put less hours, I can see people grinding less. So that makes me more motivated and liking it more than FPP. But at the end of the day, I think it's the same thing. I think in competitive, it's not big of a difference. Yes, playstyle is like different. Yeah. But I still think it's the same thing. If you get the mechanics down of TPP, if you get down mechanics of FPP, I think at the end of the day, it's like same thing, in my opinion.
This guy has a devious smile.
He does. Well, the thing is that I kind of feel like it's one of the reasons why people caught up with you guys quite a lot, because I feel like you guys had such a good grasp of FPP. TPP has been a little bit difficult for you to adapt to. And other teams have kind of caught up in that regard, and now everything is relatively even for the top team. What's your opinion?
I mean, for me, it's incomparable, TPP to FPP. Yeah. FPP was the best for esports. It was the most competitive stuff. And of course, our results for me in FPP mattered a lot.
Of course.
So I think that, like Nixie said, the good thing about grinding the game, it was much more fun to grind the game. And I knew that in FPP, we were the best. In TPP, a bit harder. For many players, it's like a whole challenge to like reconstruction of everything, of play style. I think there is many similarities, but overall, TPP is a different game for me and for our team. I like FPP more, but as for now, I just have to basically grind the TPP. Yeah. Try my best, but I mean, we're big boys. We don't care too much of all this stuff. We just play the game, enjoy our lives, and if we win one day, maybe we're gonna win PGC exactly in TPP. Who knows? That's just mentality. We just play and try to enjoy the game.
And you, I mean, there's not been any third places recently, and I'm not happy about that.
No, it's obviously a huge change. I don't think it's as big as I thought it was when the TPP first came around. I think that it's obviously a lot, but it's not game changing. It's not we were good then and we can't be good anymore, But it just feels like we're getting beat down with so many changes that it's just it doesn't matter anymore. It's just, it feels so random nowadays with, the holes, the circle settings, BRDMs, panzers, mortars, TPP, pickaxe. I mean, it just seems like there's just so much going on that I don't even care about one little change anymore, It's like TPP, it's whatever, who cares?
I think terrain change is way bigger than TPP.
Actually,
I agree.
I also agree on it, and I also agree that it feels like there is so many changes in such a short time that you can't even understand where you have to focus on. Is it actually TPP, or actually it's more about digging holes, or whatever stuff? Or now, if you are edge team, maybe you need to reconsider how you approach the game, how fast you have to play. Maybe change loose spots or change the way how you should play between first, second circles. There's so many stuff to think about, to change as a team. So it's pretty hard.
Yeah. When the constructible terrain came out, I was actually a big fan of it, because we were we can always come up with something. We can be be smarter than the other. It's another layer that we can be smarter than the other people. But
that's fair.
But now it's just so much things happening. I don't even remember that I can mortar myself in the middle. Right. Because it's just oh, there's red zone holes there. How can we kill them? And at the end of the day, it's just, I don't know. It's so much things happening at the same time nowadays. So
for example, it's you see a team mortaring a hole, you're we're smarter than them. Let's take it before them, right?
Yeah.
So they mortar a hole for you. You take it in front of them. You're getting inted by another team that's already thinking about taking the same hole.
BRDM flying in.
And then a BRDM flies in, and then a mortar comes, and then you look at the map and there's a red zone on you, and you're just like, what is going on?
There's a lot.
There's so much. And then you start smoking yourselves, and then you have 4 blue zones on top of yourself by another team that's already third-partying you, and you're just like,
well,
I don't know what's happening.
Don't worry. Now somebody's going to drive through that smoke.
And it's going to be gone.
Hey, Kyle Harris here at the Esports World Cup 2026, and this time we have got Himas, we've got Sololzi, we've got Delwyn, we've got Destroy. We're ready to go. So let's roll the first clip, guys, and you've got to guess who the players or teams are. First clip.
Phải bạn không? Là team đi chết á, bị collab.
Delwyn might know.
Bero collab đúng không? Đúng không? TE.
TE
Yeah.
versus
Gen Z.
Gen G.
Gen Z. ENT.
1-0 for AGAL. Well done, well done. Second clip.
Cái này tôi chặn nhớ luôn. Tôi với Tài. AG and cheated mine.
2 for 2. Oh, well done, boys. Let's go clip 3.
Ly thứ hai á. Liquid là V. Đúng không?
TE.
TE nào đây? Hồi nãy em fit vừa hiện lên tôi vừa thấy. Falcon. Đó đây.
TE Falcons is correct. One more team.
Navi này. Navi. Falcon. 7 gì vậy? 7.
TE Falcons, Navi.
17.
No, you were right. Navi, Falcons, TE. 3 for 3. Amazing. Oh. Okay, clip 4. Liquid versus
Gen Z.
Gen G.
Yeah.
4 for 4. Amazing. Okay, one more.
Cái logo nhìn.
Liquid versus T5. T5. 5 for 5. Oh my God, AGAL, so good. Okay, number 6.
I bet rồi bro. Full bro.
Yes. Oh my, wow. Okay. 6 for 6. Guys, amazing result. 6 before this. Well done. That was AGAL. Thank you very much, guys, here, as you were able to guess so many right.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Bonjour et bienvenue. Welcome everybody for the French lesson. I am with the Virtus Pro players. How are you doing, guys?
Good.
Are you ready for some French lesson?
Yeah.
Okay, so the game is kind of easy. I will have some sentence here. You kind of know the sentence in English, of course, and I'm gonna tell you some sentence in French. You have to repeat it the most perfectly you can, and then you have to choose what did you just say in French, because we are here at EWC Paris. Okay, so here we go for the first. Retour au lobby.
Au retour.
Yes.
Au lobby.
Perfect.
Au
You did it
retour
well.
au lobby.
No, perfect. You did it well. Okay, which one it is?
It's obvious this one.
Yeah, obviously it was the easiest one. I'm a cool professor, of course. Il y a
Il y a
un ennemi
un ennemi
derrière le rocher.
derrière le rocher.
Your turn. Il y a un ennemi derrière le rocher. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's good. You have a 10 on 10. Which one it is?
Has to be the top one.
You see it's the top one?
Yeah, this or this, I don't know.
Yeah, you have to guess. Make a guess.
Go top 50-50.
You go for this one?
This one.
Indeed, there is an enemy behind the rock. On a châté avec la zone. On a châté avec la zone. On a châté avec la zone. Which one it is?
Snake in the field.
Oh!
One of these two. It's 50-50.
Okay. You take this one? Top right?
Yeah.
And yes, it is. Yeah. So basically, I said we get really lucky with the zone, but in French, what I just said. Il y a, it's always there is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Il y a un serpent.
Un serpent.
Oh, nice. That is good. Dans l'herbe.
Dans l'herbe.
Yeah. Il y a un serpent dans l'herbe.
Il y a un serpent
dans l'herbe.
Dans l'herbe.
Okay, which one it is?
This one, no?
It's not this one. You know why? Because
it's this one.
Yeah, because which word is for snake? Serpent.
Yeah.
Victoire.
Victoire.
Poulet au dîner.
Poulet au dîner.
Exactly what it is.
This one.
Yeah. Basically, I say victory, chicken for dinner. Poulet is chicken. Dîner is dinner. You guys are doing pretty good. And now, the most important part. I hope you will not shock it because there is so many possibilities right now. So which one it is? Which sentence you gonna guess? Il y a un ennemi derrière l'arbre.
L'arbre.
L'arbre. L'arbre.
L'arbre.
He did it well. What is your guess?
This one.
Oh no, it's not this one. You have a second guess if you want.
In the middle.
Oh, in the middle, you think? Oh, nice goal. Indeed, there is an enemy behind the tree. Il y a un ennemi derrière l'arbre. Mesdames et messieurs, c'était votre leçon de français. Ladies and gentlemen, it was your lesson on French. Congratulations. You actually won the beret, guys. This is for you. You don't have to. No. Yeah. Perfect. Bienvenue et bonne chance pour la compétition. Goodbye, guys. Au revoir.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Chrome sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais film, trop de pas, big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je pense pas j'attire. Je coupe la line, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. Deux pas, je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Vite encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi.
Welcome back to PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26. I'm the 7WG, and today we're going to be doing something that a lot of these teams have to do if they want to become champions, and that is climb to the top. And now that I see it, that is going to be quite a feat because, my goodness, I need to start working out. What am I doing with my life? For these teams, it won't be easy. They will have to go through hardships. They will have to go through bad rotations at times, even unlucky stuff. But they just have to keep going to make it to the top. Sometimes instead of taking the easy road, you have to take the hard path. Sometimes these teams might want to take a match off and just rest a little bit. But if you want to reach the top, you got to stay consistent. And by putting in all that hard work and going through adversity, they'll be able to reach the top. And it's time we start that journey to see which team is gonna end up making it to the top and become champions of PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26. If this location looks familiar, it's because it was in a part of the movie called Inception. But I'm joined by none other than Godspeed and Toffee's the 7WG. As you can see, we're outside. We can feel the wind on our hair.
Why did you laugh, by the way? When you...
Oh, yeah, we can definitely feel that wind.
Listen. Okay, today in makeup, they're like, oh, what do you... I was like, you know what, let's try to keep it natural, not too much product. That was a big mistake. Obviously, as you can see, it's windy.
Toffees, how are you feeling?
I'm good. I'm glad you said it to me right. I thought the Inception Bridge was because it was a train bridge on a car bridge over a boat crossing, but you meant movie. That makes way more sense.
You lost me.
Inception is like a thing within a thing within a thing.
Yeah, am I sleeping right now? What's going on? But something that is going to be happening here on the finals is that we do have a new format, especially when we end up going towards the final day. So why not? Let's send it over to the Ginger Hulk to explain Smash Rule.
Yeah, we're going to smash everything down here for the next 3 days, of course. As we have tried to do this in the past. I'm joined by Paper Thin as well to get everything kind of explained for you. But now, officially, we are actually going to be doing the Smash Roll. So tell me about it.
Yeah, okay. So the first 2 days are just going to be normal. We have 6 games per day. You try to accumulate as many points as possible. It's after the second day where things get interesting. So whoever has the top amount of points, it doesn't matter what team it is. Let's say it's 100 points that the top team has, right? That means that we set a point threshold at 10 plus whatever that final score is. So if it's 100 points, it's 110 points going into the second day. So that threshold is what you have to meet to get the win. Now, you have to also get a chicken dinner to win. Now, the caveat here is that you have to get the point threshold in a game and then get a win after that. Yeah. Right. So you can't just like be the top team, win the first game of the day and win. That's not possible. You have to get above the point threshold and then go through and win. Well, I guess you could do it, but it's not super likely.
And if there is no Smash during those 6 games, at the end of those 6 games on day number 3, then it's the normal leaderboard. Whoever is able to be at the top there will be the winner. And there's some dynamics to this, right? Of course, with the Smash rule, technically, if someone does breach that, other teams might be looking for other teams to make sure that they don't actually make that smash occur. But that said, a lot of these players, I think they're just going to stick to their own game and see how it goes. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think there might be a few instances of, oops, we can't let that team win. We have to go and target them in like late game situations or something like that. But I think overall it's going to be pretty stock standard to start. And then once things kind of start to boil down and simmer at the end of these games, that's where you might see some teams be like, ooh, we can't let, XYZ team win because they're gonna win the championship if we let it through.
I like these headphones. I might steal them from Matchroom to castigate. No, I'm joking. All right, we're going to head over to the STC Rewind with the boys here to tell you everything about the things that happened last time.
Hello, it's Avenger here with Matchroom. We're here with STC Rewind to talk about what happened in the 3 days of groups and what happened especially yesterday. So we had 16 teams advance to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely nuts. Whenever you look at it, there was so many twists and turns and how we kind of ended up everything. I mean, the last game came down to somebody that's just kind of swimming in the ocean, trying to qualify last second and got denied. But for me, it's the standout squads. We've got teams like Twisted Minds, champion from last year, had to play with their coach, subbing in and playing. The Tab played great, had a phenomenal run, and then they bring back in Lou, and then what happens?
I think the big thing is we need as many games as possible on Lou for him to get ready for the finals, right? Because sure, the Tap did well. They played differently to what we normally see, and we could hear it in the interview with Batunas as well. They're surprised, and happy, of course, to have that many points. And we already kind of above that kind of cutoff. Then you can play whatever you like, and maybe they had to try some things as well. But my biggest surprise, Matchroom, and honestly, was a big one. 8 of the teams we sent home, half of them from China. We talked about the Chinese superpower coming in, and it's just 17 gaming left in the finals.
I mean, a little bit of defense for JD Gaming. They got close, and then they were kind of gate kept out. Team Liquid playing the villain role, really stepping into it, trying to make sure that they can secure better drop spots for themselves. Most notably, that North George situation that they've been having to contest in has just been being a problem. So instead, kind of deny the problem. If it presents itself and the opportunity is there, take it. And we've talked about that for years. It's great to see Team Liquid really step into and get that, because when we look at Team Liquid on the Club Championship, it's getting pretty dicey right now. They may need those points.
Absolutely. And we also have to talk about Myth and T1 that did absolutely amazing. They beat last year's record of most points in the group, especially with Myth fragging out Kiss. What a standout player so far this year and here at Esports World Cup.
I mean, Kiss is playing great, but Heather's just been popping people, dude. He's been ruining squads. Like, that thing he did with the BRDM onto Falcons was just nasty, and what ended up happening to him was crazy. Other side of that, though, Shadow. Dark Horse coming in, barely squeaking in last second, as they didn't even get a play on the last day of the group stage. they just had to sit back and watch. And in that last game where it was everybody striving to get those couple of points to qualify, they squeak it through.
I would have loved to have a camera on those guys on that last game. They must have been nervous, honestly. But again, lovely to see them in here. We have some big favorites. AGL is also in here. Full Sense, our PGC champions from last year, could come in and make waves here. But so far, yeah, it's just been a big story of, you know, Twisted, Falcons, Myth, and now T1. And I was most impressed with T1. I feel like they actually have a chance at this one.
There's so much going on at this event. It is just going to be 3 more days of action. We've gotten into the finals, 2 days of that before we hit the full grand finals, and it is going to be absolutely nuts. 8 keys have been crushed, but 15 dreams can still also be denied, as there can only be one winner, and we've got 3 days to figure it out.
Thank you guys for that recap, as we have just been enjoying this beautiful weather here in Paris. And you know what, Toffees, let me just use your knee real quick. By the way, if you are tuning in to the live stream, make sure you use that hashtag EWC. Take a quick screenshot. Thank you. Now use that hashtag EWC, hashtag EWC26. But as we heard them talk, I mean, there's some teams that definitely ended up performing that we'll get a chance to talk about them. One team especially that performed yesterday really well was T1. We saw Heather being able to pop off. And then on the flip side, we saw Twisted Minds slow down in a big way, even though their player finally arrived, Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, Shrimsy said it himself. He said maybe you guys should just kind of put the tab back in, because Lou didn't really get to do much. In fact, he just swam basically all day. So I think, again, coming into the finals, I think it's great that Lou was actually able to be here. It sucks when you're not able to play with your full roster. So I expect, you know, we did talk about it, Steve, they probably start slow. They didn't start too slow in groups. We'll see if they start slow in the finals.
And as we see them right now in 4th place on the overalls, they ended up with a solid 92 points. Navi, though, Navi was pretty consistent on both days.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, like, I thought this year was going to be kind of Navi slowly taking the torch from Twisted Minds, potentially. That sort of 93, 92 maybe implies that Navi's stepping up. But again, Lou showed up late. I expect him to be back up and running probably by today, if not by tomorrow. They look good. I also loved the fact that, like, T1 was doing so well, like you said, up there in 2nd.
Yeah, that squad, Heather, and then after that, it was other players also being able to step it out. We'll get a chance to talk about players, because definitely we have to highlight some outstanding plays. But from all those squads too, we got to talk about Falcons, because Falcons, remember, they started off slow. Then on the final match that they had of the second day, they were able to kind of just relieve some pressure off their shoulders.
I mean, how long have we watched the Falcons? This is kind of what happens. They either have a stellar start, or they kind of struggle a little bit, and then they eventually get their footing, though. That's the thing about the Falcons. They'll always get their footing, and this time it was just at the right time where they can skyrocket their points.
A Falcon's a big bird. It takes time to gather momentum. You also heard that interview before the show started, Shrimsy saying they're struggling with kind of the chaos of PUBG right now. And I do think that means that sometimes it takes them a day or two to get their head in the right space for this level of competition. So I expect them to maybe start slow on game 1 or 2, but get rolling pretty quickly.
For that squad, I'm going to be looking forward to Tig just performing. And I'm not going to be putting Falcons as my predictions. But talking about predictions, I think Kalari's got some predictions.
Oh yeah, we do. We've got loads for the EWC Play app as well. You can go over there and fill in who you think is going to be top 5 for every single game, and that will contribute towards your points to get yourself some good prizes. There's $300,000 on the line, so you've got an opportunity at some of that as well. Talking to you, Paper Thin, about this, who are your predictions here? For the 3 days, who do you think is going to do it? Who's going to take it all? Where are you at?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's obvious that Myth looks like the best team in the world right now. They've got multiple PGS wins this year. The way they're playing, there seems to be very little flaw in their game. So I think that's an easy pick, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. For me, for my money, looking at 2nd place, T1, it's an interesting notion that we see here, and I would absolutely put them on some of my predictions, because they're in a situation where I think if they'd have peaked and had all of these 2nd places at any other time when Myth hadn't looked as insane as they do right now, T1 could have probably won 2 or 3 championships here or there. But unfortunately, it's not quite gone their way. 2nd place again in groups 2, Myth. You've got to get this monkey off your back somehow.
Yeah, and Heather needs to keep playing the way he's been playing. Like, he has been such an instrumental part of that. The other teams I want to look at are probably like 3 of the big EMEA powerhouse teams: Twisted Minds, Navi, Virtus Pro, all very capable. I know it pains me to say it, but all very capable of winning a tournament. So I think if you've got those 3, any of those 3 in there, you're doing just fine.
No Falcons?
Okay, well, you know, everybody's going to go for Falcons. I want to go a little bit off script. We know the Falcons are good. It's fine.
All right, well, we're done here. It's time to get everything rolling here as we move on here for more EWC.
Thank you so much, Kalaris and Paper Thing, as we're still out here. And now we got somebody new with us, none other than Lace. Thanks, Lace, for joining us. We've been talking about the Sony stories of the day, and I feel like coming into this first day of the finals, the Sony story of the day has to be Myth, that was able to perform so great on their first day, and also T1, because T1 showed up big time yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Myth's just come out of winning the PGS Circuit 2. And that was only a couple of weeks ago. And then their first year at EWC to hit the triple digits in our group stages and ultimately have triumph over several regions and also teams. You know, Jacob's leadership along with Kiss's sort of firepower going through that is required. But look, honestly, I'm going to say they might even be our next EWC champions here today. But let me tell you what differs to them to T1. So, for example, their conversion in high eliminations to wins is about 51 points from their placement, and their total KP was 68. So whilst T1 had placement points of 33 with 77 eliminations. So although, you know, those stats on the group stages, T1 was just trickling behind them in overall points, Myth's conversion rate to wins is mountains above T1, and that's exactly what you'll need for the Smash rule.
I agree with that. I do think there's something to be said for T1's kill rate, however, because I do think one of the trouble or the challenges our players are facing in the current meta is how fast it shifts and changes. And you can't always guarantee that placement equals perfection, right? 17, who starts middle all the time, really struggled to find those points the last 2 days. So I do think there's something to be said for T1's ability to find frags when there's nothing else to be found. Maybe they're one counter to Myth's ability to sort of convert placement into wins.
And I know when the guys were talking about this Smash rule and how everything was working out, they don't seem too worried that teams might end up changing. But to be completely honest, sometimes when those teams do end up hitting that Smash rule, all they have to do is just win. They have to switch their focus from being aggressive and just win. But it's easy. It's easier said than done, to be completely honest. But the reason why I'm bringing that up is because sometimes teams change their strategies a little bit too much when they do hit that mark.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of one of the first times we're really seeing this go into play in terms of how are these last games on the final day, because that's the way it's going to work, right? We had 10 to the winning to the team in the front. At the end of day 2, you have 6 games to try to make that move and get the win, or we end at that extra 6. That means these teams are kind of inexperienced in how do we stop a Smash, how do we make a Smash work, and so I am interested to see the evolution of the teams adjusting to this new sort of style of play that day 3 is going to bring. And I also think it means you have to start strong on day 1. You can't be trailing, because if a team hits that Smash cutoff and they're 30 or 40 points ahead going into day 3, I don't know that you can catch them.
You might not be able to catch it, especially depending on how Myth decides to start the day. I know on day 2 during groups, they decided to slow down, which was okay with them. They had already qualified after day 1. One thing that we also need to keep an eye on is just those superstars finally showing up. We saw it happen with Tick for Falcons, especially on the last match of day 1 of their groups. And we also saw it happen with T1 Heather.
Yeah, we sure did. Honestly, T1 Heather and also Kiss from Myth have basically been overtaking each other in kills, eliminations for just their solo placement. So these two like firepower players for their squads are really showcasing what they can do. Obviously, you know, with the rest of the team here. But yeah, we need to watch Heather again going into these sort of this final stage, because like you were sort of touching on, it is kind of a race to get the most amount of eliminations. But that was my worry, is Heather and T1 converting that into the win as of Myth. So Myth is Kiss, who was I think about 24 eliminations in the group stages.
Yep, that's
and
right.
that is like obviously then better converted for their win rate as well. So it's going to be amazing watching these two players.
I would just leave you with this small thought. Beware of 3 and 4. Tig and Tonvu both have world championships under their belt. Top fraggers. They're incredibly good. Yes, Tig has an asterisk on it, and he wants to prove that doesn't exist. So these are two guys who have been playing this well for a long time, and they could blow up and go all out on day 1.
Who's going to be showing up? Is it going to be one of those superstars, or could it end up being maybe a bit of a surprise? But no surprise for us. Kalaris has an interview with Vitality.
Hey, Kalaris here for the finals of PUBG Battlegrounds, and I am here with Hello My Bad to talk about everything that has gone on as well as what is to come. So let's first talk about the group stage, how you guys felt with your points, your performance. What was your outlook on that?
I feel like our performance was quite bad since we trolled so many games, even if we qualified. I mean, we had to be on first place as Smith did, but we're gonna keep it up. We're gonna, we did some game reviews and gonna do our best to recover these things.
Okay, fantastic. And let's talk about Quizzy. Obviously, he's the newest addition to the team. How has he been able to fit in? Have you changed around Quizzy? Has Quizzy kind of molded around you guys? What's the thoughts with Quizzy being on the roster?
I mean, it's a pleasure. There were some changes in our gameplay, in our game style, but nothing was hard to us. We get into it easily, and we just enjoy being around with the boys. So that's how I feel.
A good feeling, good vibes all around. That's good to hear from Quizzy. It's always nice to see him on some of these rosters as well, as he's been on quite a lot actually in the past now that I think about it. Kind of a final question as a whole here though as well is, obviously there's been a few conflicts here and there on Erangel with you and another team. So do you think that those are going to continue? Do you have concerns about those? What do you think going up against Team Liquid?
I mean, we're kind of prepared to all of the maps and mostly the teams looting around us. And basically, Team Liquid are gonna do their camp things on Erangel, and we're just gonna expect it.
All right, well, thank you very much, Helen Battle. Won't keep you any longer. Head on back to your team. Thank you very much for tuning in here. We've got more coming at you from the Esports World Cup.
The vibes are there for Vitality, but they're gonna need way more than vibes because we can also bring the vibes out here. Thanks for Lace for joining us early. I think the hair was going crazy. Now it has. Oh, never mind. It's still going crazy too.
Not a thing wrong with it at all. What do you mean? Just like I left the studio.
Nice, handsome as always. Before we head into the match one, Godspeed. What was one team that really impressed you during groups?
I mean, honestly, it was T1. We knew that team was strong. We knew this year specifically. I mean, we kind of talked about how they were bullying 4EM and PGS, but I didn't expect them to come that hard. Heather, my goodness, Heather, Ian, the whole squad, but mainly Heather. What a fragger, what a player. And the fact that he's been able to play for so long, and they're at EWC, again, the swap to TPP still just as dominant. I think T1 might actually win this thing.
Yeah, it was raining points for those guys. But I got to pivot. I love T1, but I also love what I saw out of Na'Vi going through the week. The fact of the matter is they got almost as many KPs as they did overall points. It doesn't matter placement, it doesn't matter fight. They seem to find a way to make the points to put in the hopper. So I think if they don't finish first, they're at least going to finish in the top 5.
And one team that was able to kind of impress me in some kind of way, considering that they started off super slow. No, it's not Shadow. I'm not going to be talking about Shadow today. Even though, for some reason, they end up doing good. You best believe I'm going to talk about them. But it was actually 17 Gaming. I was surprised to see them being able to bounce back.
Yeah.
I think that's something that you guys were expecting, especially where they usually end up dropping in regards to the maps. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue to enjoy the amazing view here in Paris because that Eiffel Tower looks amazing. The wind is blowing on our faces, but it's time we get started with the PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26 Finals.
Days of teams establishing dominance on the main stage has now led to this. No more warm-ups, no more second chances. Today, we reset and begin our finals run.
Yesterday, Miss crushed the hopes of 8 teams by destroying their key. And today, all eyes are on them. But can they do the same performance in the finals?
We have 16 of the best teams in the world ready to come out swinging. And the next 3 days will be a true test of their composure, their confidence, and their consistency.
And the only thing standing in their way, I mean, just the 15 best teams in the world. Bunny, we need our player on stage, so it is time to introduce your finalists, starting with Shadow Esports!
Your reigning world champions, Full Sense!
Genji Esports!
AGAL!
Geeky Esports!
Team Vitality.
The Vicious Esports.
Team Liquid.
Gam Esports.
'17 Gaming.
Your reigning club champions, Team Falcons.
Virtus Pro.
Navy.
T1.
Myth.
And finally, your defending champions of the Esports World Cup, Twisted Minds! We've got $2 million on the line, a legacy to create, and a trophy to lift, and just 3 days to get there.
Will the group stage ranking hold up, or will the finals rewrite the script? It is time for day one of PUBG Battlegrounds finals here in Paris at the Esports World Cup.
People always in group stage play confidently, and then comes the finals, and all of a sudden they forget how to play the game.
그룹 스테이지에서 좋은 모습 보여드렸고 이번 파이널도 그룹 스테이지만큼 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다.
If we can play good and be satisfied with our performance, I think no one is going to beat us, and I think we don't have any rivals.
ก็อยากให้ทุกคนในทีมเข้าใจกันมากขึ้นครับแล้วก็สนุกสนานเฮฮากันอยู่ตลอด
我觉得我们队伍如果能把状态调整好的话，决赛我们也是有争冠希望的。
I believe in all my teammates, and we have a lot of experience. And we've also got Cowboy, who we got added this year, and we're pretty happy with the team and the work we put in. So I think we're feeling pretty confident.
We are confident about final. We will beat every team.
Yeah, looking for that final.
Let's go Vitality.
We are going to win EWC.
We've won before, and I think we absolutely have what it takes to lift it again. Falcons are here.
We're here to show that we are the best TPP team, so we're ready to win.
Hey everybody, it is Quaker and Darth taking you through the first 3 games of the day, as it is going to be, I guess, a setup for everything, right, is really the way to look at it. You and Flores did a great job on breaking down everything and how we're going to be looking at the games going into everything, how the Smash rules work. The desk have been talking about teams and their performances, but really, I mean, what are we looking at? Are we looking at teams trying to focus up on trying to, like, build into getting victories and getting the chicken dinner each round, or just aiming for points out of everything off the go?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, it's a little of both, but, you know, I think points are going to be kind of the name of the game. That's what we saw with, you know, some of the teams that are going to be up at the top of the group stage, where it was come out, get some kills. You know, if the wins happen, great. If not, then whatever. Especially in this lobby where there's so many good teams. It's crazy stacked as usual in a finals lobby for PUBG Battlegrounds, and you just got to go out there and have that same level of confidence. So I'm looking at Myth, T1 to keep replicating that good team fighting tactic strategy that they brought to the table.
I mean, VP has got a statement in and of themselves, as on day 2 they actually generated the most points out of anybody else inside the lobby, but it just wasn't as explosive as whenever we look at squads like Myth and T1, right? T1 was just fragging out, but Myth coming in after getting so many victories, getting the chicken dinner over and over again, you have to feel like there's some level of advantage for them going into a Smash system, right?
I agree. I think they are the heavy favorites right now because they've shown that, you know, they can get it done in just about any situation, any format. They've won multiple PGSs already this year. They're looking to take yet another championship, and it's the complete package of a team. They team fight incredibly well. They don't overextend. They can play for the late game. Like, they do everything you want out of a PUBG team.
And whenever we look at T1 on the other side of that, you might as well just call them T2. They always get second place, it feels like. They're never the squad that manages to get the chicken dinner. Opposing side of that, Twisted, that we're looking at right now. Yeah, okay, we've talked about the coach. We've talked about Luke coming back in. But I want to talk about specifically yesterday and their numbers. 23 points on the day. To give you an idea, JDG and 4 Angry Men are the only teams that actually got less points than them. Sharper and Nemesis, who didn't manage to qualify, managed to get more points than they did on the day. That is worrying.
Yeah, how much of that is down to just Twisted kind of like, you know, having to reintegrate, lose maybe a little tired from the travel. Yeah, exactly, doing a little bit of swimming. So I think they'll be okay. I mean, Twisted is generally a team that you can't keep down for long. Like, they're going to, even if they have a slow start, they're going to come in and do well.
Okay, enough of the questions. Who could, what could, all this other stuff. It is time to get into game number 1. Plane is up and in the air, and it all comes down to a very western lay on this plane path. Coming over military to start off and ending in Zarki.
Yeah, so starting on Erangel, as we have been throughout all of EWC 26, and all of our players in the plane ready to go. So just kind of going to see how this first game shakes out. The other thing I want to talk about a little bit here, Matt, is some of the teams that were down towards the bottom that just kind of barely qualified that I think are going to be dark horses for this, like AGAL, a team that we know is explosive and has that capability to pop off. I think GAM could surprise here. They've been really good. Tanvuk continues to be an absolute menace. Vitality, who knows? Like, there's a bunch of teams that are you're looking at this as like, oh, they didn't play well. Full sense, you're defending PGC champions. Like,
I'll be honest, whenever we look at the bottom of the leaderboard, okay, Shadow down there, there is the potential of just finding something, but it's going to be a lot harder. Other side of that, Genji, bro. I'll be honest, I almost forgot that Genji qualified.
they got a little lucky. The last game helped them with some of those hard circle shifts over on the military island. I mean, it still is disappointing for what this team is, who's on this team for Gen G. You would expect it to be better, and look at this. We're going down to the military island once again.
Seems familiar from yesterday. A little Shades of a couple of things that might play out pretty similar. We did see a much more western lay as the circles kind of popped back to back, and that was for the survival of everybody in the squads, but Team Liquid looks like they're going to just be bullying AGAL out of position a little bit more, and Gen G is going to go ahead and get themselves that car, as this is a lot on Gen G's shoulders. As a squad that I have so much hopes for. With D coming into it, I mean, you got to love the fact that an American player coming in. What's going on in the squad? Let's listen in.
제가 제일 좋아하는 차량은 쿠페라고 2인용 차량인데 제가 느끼기엔 가장 빠르고 뭔가 스탑 앤 고가 되게 딜레이가 없다고 생각을 해서 쿠페를 가장 좋아하는 것 같습니다.
Not the BRDM? Speed kills, right?
I get the idea there. I like the Pony a lot for similar reasons. Pretty good car. But yeah, it makes sense. I mean, if you just want to go fast, bro.
Am I allowed to say motorcycle? I love the motorcycle.
Well, I mean, it's fun.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not technically a car, but
No.
whatever. Like, that's every single time, if I have an option, that's the vehicle I'm going to take.
Well, Kick is a believer too, apparently.
I live or die by my driving ability, okay?
Yeah.
Nobody gets to shoot me out. I will just mess up and jump myself.
You're the wheelman for your squad, is what you're saying.
Sometimes, but more often than not, that's like whenever we clown car in the U.S.
Oh yeah, sure, of course. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a skill that is so often kind of neglected. That's so important in this game, is being good at driving, especially on maps like Miramar where the terrain is really rough. And Delwyn is going to get identified and tagged up just a bit by Kickstart. Now he's going to turn his attention to a tire and will pop the tire on that coupe that's out at the building across the way. Oh my God, Falcons.
I like this. Big aggression coming out early. Delwyn still continuing to be trapped. The other players for AGAL, they're in vehicles. They're on the rotate. So if this takes too long, Falcons could find themselves outnumbered. Delwyn playing it patient. Here's the footsteps. Waiting. If he can get a knock, he might be able to turn this back into a 1v1. He's played this out slow enough. Falcons playing the outside angles. You can see off in the distance, the car is coming in. Falcons now going to be playing the northern section of it. They better be careful. That car could roll right up on top of him. Kickstart's trying to get in position fast enough. They just can't seem to find the player. The solos managed to survive for long enough. This is getting dicey for the Falcons. Shots now coming out. Delwyn surviving still, does manage to get a knock on the tank. Runs back out. He goes down, but the support is now here. Has he done the work?
Okay, let's see if they can hold the line. They didn't quite identify which building Delwyn had snuck into. They guessed a little bit incorrectly, so Destroy and Himas have shown up to the scene. And Himas lets loose with a grenade, but it bounces off the roof. Isn't going to find much. Gustav finds Salalzi there off screen. So here, Falcons continuing to have some success in the early parts of the game. We saw this yesterday. Set up a trap. They were able to get some big kills, and they're getting big points.
This is just a symptom of the playing path. Everybody playing that more Western position. It means that AGL had to play this. They were kind of surrounded, trapped on point. But we do know that Himas is a killer, man. Him just holding this long enough if he can find something. But I don't know what the loot situation's like. He's got himself an Uzi. Multiple players for the Falcons now starting to come in. They know exactly where he's at. The shield, not going to be enough. Kickstart's going to find him. And it's just starting to stack more and more problems for anyone's Legend.
Yeah, great anticipation there that there was going to be a repeak. It was just a hold of the trigger for Kick. He was ready for it and gets the instant headshot. You know, Himas in a weird situation where he had to swap guns because he didn't have a good close-up gun, had a bolt and a micro Uzi there. So he was in a really uncomfortable position, had to put up the folding shield to try to give himself some kind of protection, and Destroy has realized that this is no longer a viable hold. Not going to be knocked on the way out, it looks like, though.
Okay, I'll just say it. Falcons, Gustav, if this is the level of shot calling you're going to go for, these early game pushes, stuff like that, try to find more points, I'm about it, man. This is exactly what you need. It's also a momentum builder for your squad, right? Coming in, getting these 3 kills off the start in Circle 1 makes you feel like you can do anything.
I agree. I mean, I think it's really important to get off on the right foot. You want to have that strong start. You want to feel like, you know, you're accumulating those points game over game, making sure you're putting yourself in that top tier situation where you're getting 10, 11 points on average per game. And that's a really nice start for the Falcons, who will be coming in late to the circle. And I can even see Team Liquid maybe thinking about trying to mess with the Falcons a little bit here.
They're roaming over there. The circle, of course, leaning military base right now. Most of our squads already going for position. You can see Genji going for some airborne drop off into this, but this is what we had our eyes on. Team Liquid. This is to another squad from the Americas that's showing a lot more initiative in the early sections, in Circle 1 specifically, and I've been loving it.
Yeah, me too. A couple teams, of course, going to be taking those emergency pickups, as you would expect with the military circle. A lot of teams are going to have to find alternate routes through. You never know when those bridges might be camped, and it's going to be Shadow just dropping in on top of the mountain. That's a nice find for them, honestly. That's a pretty good spot.
I do want to call that Falcons does have a path out down to the south. So Team Liquid is containing over into the east and to the north. But if we really do see Falcons just kind of hop in vehicles, cut south, a couple of shots now going at the Falcons, but no knocks coming out yet. It's really more just this VP as well as full sense situation that we're kind of watching.
I want to talk about what Setsuna is doing here with that very tippy-top position of that hill. He's giving himself a safe place that he can peek from. It's a really powerful position to be able to just keep track, take shots, not take much damage in response, have some safety so you don't have to prone, that kind of thing. Really nice setup there by Setsuna.
2 notes. Falcons did manage to get away from Team Liquid. They took that southern path, found it free and clear. They're good to go. Anyone's Legend, though, has a different problem as Vitality is coming out of Georgia Pole, pretty close to them. Solo and Destroy just over there going to be chilling, is hoping that did Vitality see this? It looks like they're trying to chase down Destroy.
Well, I think he's just hiding, so
they stopped for a second. We're looking.
Yeah, they may be suspicious because of that open door on that shack. That's an odd shack to have an open door on, but seems like they're just going to be not, you know, they might feel like it's bait, like it's a trap, and so they're just going to keep going on. I'm really curious about what the heck Full Sense is doing.
Yeah, I mean, Primorsk, they're chilling down there. Falcon's going to be wrapping it back behind them. Team Liquid going to get a little bit of airborne nature to themselves as well, seeing how they can scout. As all the squads really that we watch coming into the circle are going to be the tail end of that skirmish that was going on. Are Falcons running right down to the same point that Full Sense is at?
Well, I'm kind of curious if this was like sort of a pseudo camp by Full Sense where they're trying to deny boat access from Primorsk. Maybe saw the kills in the kill feed, know where teams drop, and it is going to be a southern shifted circle still on the military island, still a lot of the base in there, still a lot of teams that had already made their move inside of this, but this seems to me like, so Full Sense, I think, was reading the kill feed, knew that Falcons were fighting AGL, knew they were dropping on the western side, and thought that maybe they can go for a little bit of a camp here. Kickstarts into their territory.
I haven't seen anybody shoot yet, so Kickstart has no idea this is going on. A couple of shots, don't manage to get the knock. No, do manage to go underneath of it, hit the toes to get the knock onto him, so Kickstart going to go down. I mean, it is right next to the res station, so do Falcons go for this? It looks like Tig's thinking about it.
That's what this is. They have Tanadol down, and they want to go for the res, and the Falcons just kind of drove into it, expecting that they could maybe come in here, get a boat for free. And in fact, they have found that this area is already occupado, so it's going to be a little bit difficult now for the Falcons, who probably want to try to get their teammates' blue chip back up and running, but Vitality's driving right into this as well.
Third party could be inconvening on this one. Okay, Tig, back on the motorcycle. I think he's going to try to get out, but the timing on this is going to be terrible. It's going to be right as Vitality is on their approach. On Military Base Island itself, you can see that Gam's using the BRDM to kind of bully against the other BRDM. Tig does get spotted by Vitality. Gedrox is going to get the knock and the flush, and that was a great start for Falcons, but 2 down early is going to make it a lot more complicated and not even really resable. Remember that we still have Gustav and Trimsy that have to cross the bridge just to get back over onto Military Base Island. I guess they could take, like, I don't know. There's a couple of ways they could do this, but I think that most of the boats have been already taken.
I would suspect that there's not going to be great options for the Falcons. Maybe there's one leftover boat at the ferry pier, but I kind of doubt it. You're going to have to maybe try to cross the bridge otherwise. So, Tig's just trying to drive away and not really ready for the fact that Vitality was already going to be in the vicinity. Wasn't trying to drive around that hill or anything, so he kind of figured it out too little too late. Going to gas up the BRDM there. Keep it fully fueled up for Gam. Now Vitality as well has kind of question marks about how they're going to get into this next circle. Full Sense got back in their boat and they're on their way over.
Destroy also roaming back behind all of this. 17 did pull an emergency pickup, opted to go away from it. Instead, hopped back in their vehicles. They're going to the eastern bridge, I assume because they wanted to hold onto their vehicles for longer, given the way that this circle's got a lot of open area. We are very southern leaned on our Military Base Island. That's going to be the more open sections, including, of course, like the airport itself. That's going to be very wide out, except for the damaged vehicles and planes that are around it. But then to the south of it, it's the much more open section that we can see that T1's got a 2-2 split pretty much entirely across the fields down to the south.
That's a huge split for T1. I'm very curious what they're going to be able to do with that. Yeah, Shrimsy has been not super quiet about what he's been doing, so Vitality gonna have to clear some of this territory. They suspect he's in the vicinity. Does have that level 3 gear, but that first spray really awkward. Gets the headshot though in the end. Looking for the double down, and he's got it.
Just popping heads right now, putting in the work. Take down Tiggleton. We'll all get 2 of you as vengeance. Gustav still on the other side of this. Nades raining down on him. But Gustav could go for a great flank position, make sure to really cut this off. Shrimsy wants to make sure that he secures out the kills, gets those points, now sitting at 5. Even if we do see Shrimsy and Gustav go down, that's a decent start on the day, even if they do go down early.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 5 points here is pretty okay for the Falcons, and any more that you get out of this game is going to be very, very nice, considering you've been having to fight sometimes at your own decision-making, other times at other teams. And Shrimsy was a really nice little move there to dodge some of those frag grenades that he knew were going to be coming his way, to get those first aids in and to get ready for the follow-up fight. Gedrox looking for him.
2 follow-up fights that are going on. Full Sense is going to get eliminated by Team Liquid, who's crossed over the bridge, bumped into them. Big firefight to remove them from position. So Team Liquid also finding a lot of points as America trying to frag out early in a very desperate circle. Is in a weird turn of fate, Destroy is now back over next to the Falcons. It's just taken them so long to get away. Destroy, who's just trying to solo survive out in all of this, has realized maybe I could get some shots into it. And yeah, Destroy gets the knock on to Hello My Bad, and inadvertently, anyone's legend is going to come up and rescue Falcons.
Key point here, AGAL did get their revives as well. I can see their players on the very southern coast of the military base, so Destroy able to do a lot of big things for AGAL and keep them alive in this. There goes Gedrox, and Vitality is down. Great work here from Shrimsy. 4 kills in this game, 3 on the Vitality.
Let's see why there's a little bit of a conversation from the other players about might be the GOAT. He took a bad situation, turned it into a great situation. Navi still dealing with Gam, and the BRDM battle, where they're just kind of bouncing off of each other, is going to continue as this is the center of the circle of the south, and this is going to be VP. Quick update on all the other positionings. T1's managed to regroup over into the east of this. GK is going to be to the west of it. Gen G much further over to the north, but Myth is trying to hold out VC as Vicious is kind of roaming around every single angle around Myth right now.
Yeah, Vicious is just trying to find something kind of safe-ish in this circle, and it's, as you mentioned earlier, Matt, it's difficult in this part of the map, and they're already losing players. Simon T's gone. I mean, I have no idea. Into Narnia.
there's AGAL swimming out there. That's a
Oh, maybe they're trying to hit the players in the water. No. Oh, a good one, though. That one finds the mark right on top of Na'Vi. The follow-up is going to claim Boostic's life, trying to get that BRDM to a bit of a safer spot. But Na'Vi, I was going to mention how nice it is to have a BRDM in a circle like this, but mortars are a decent little counter.
I mean, you just got to be digging in this circle. It is just bad. I mean, full rock and stone moment's going to have to stack up. Team Liquid's going to be wrapping on a Genji on the other side of what's going to be going on with this. VC still roaming out in the fields, not feeling too good. Myth taking the shots at him, but that's allowed GAM more maneuverability in this point where they could be a bit more pressured. Circle continues to go down to the south, and Twisted Mind's going to be feeling really good about that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's Twisted now. It's just an important job of keeping that eastern edge of the mini pier clear. Spyro will be taken down by a grenade from Corexi, so Na'Vi continues to get picked apart piece by piece. I think they're just going to have to rely on the safety of that BRDM. It was good grenades from Clories, and then the follow-up from Virtus Pro to put them in a really awful position where they've only got 2 alive. But yes, they still have that BRDM.
17. They're just going to try to make a send into the circle. They've got cars. They're going to roll right by Twisted at T1. Looks like they're going to be sending it into the BRDM duel. Pretty close to where Navi's at. I think that they've got a hillside that they're going to try to control. And VC going to go for a couple of shots. And I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of these are just going to try to get holes into sections of the map. And I was going to see maybe if they could send into it in 17. That was well. I mean, you got to give it to Vicious. They almost got that on a roaming 17.
That's understanding the map. That's knowing where 17's like kind of safe-ish spot that they could stop was. I mean, that was in the air when 17 was still in their cars, so that's really nicely thought out. They don't get anything out of it.
Where do you even go? If you go past this Na'Vi point, it's just going to get worse. So instead, you just jump out right into the face of Na'Vi. There's not too much else to be had over here, but a big crossfire. Na'Vi is going to get taken down. Vicious lives up to their names and gets them, but that just puts you into the GAM crossfire.
Yeah, there was T1 getting involved here as well, doing some damage into this, so gonna have to throw down a lot of util to try to stabilize, and GAM loves this setup. They are so good about kind of hunkering down and finding their moments to put some pressure onto you.
Weird update, as I think that we have the Destroy Shrimsy duel still going off onto the north. Himas, the other side of what's going on with Anyone's Legend, has managed to touch the ground. He's down below Shadow and Handsy in the position that he's going to be playing. Mortars galore going to be the name of the game when it's this open and in the fields. They're just ridiculously strong.
Absolutely. I think AGAL players are just going to try to swim and survive as long as they can. They're very fanned out, and that's part of the game now, is you're going to have that option, you know, with being recalled in. You probably don't have a lot of loot, if any. Nope, there's nobody on that beach.
Maybe, again, just for a point to play from. I figure that might be what's being seen. Team Liquid
That's true.
In a little bit of trouble over here as they're playing the edge of the circle. It's Genji one side. GAM also now going to be playing more into the north, trying to get into pretty much that Genji myth positioning. Geek is still holding down the res beacon, making sure that nobody can go after it, as Genji is just in so much trouble over here, man. They don't have anywhere they can go.
No, this is very tricky. I mean, Bean's already knocked in the circle. Soul's still going to be able to find a knock from the blue, but we're into phase 4 blue, so it's going to tick down very, very quickly. 3 damage per second. Soul is going to be able to confirm that point at the very least, so making something out of nothing there is Soul, but it feels like Genji is probably not long for this lobby. Oh, he gets another one.
I mean, if they get enough knocks, it's starting to stack up. The circle has left this position, so Genji just on the hunt for whatever points that they can get. Team Liquid trying to survive. Myth now taking shots onto Team Liquid in their weakened position as GAM still just roaming around in the face, gatekeeping out everybody as Genji does finally get eliminated. It's going to be the blue zone that finishes it out.
Yeah, Falcons as well went down off screen. 6 points, though, not bad at all for Falcons. You'll take that, considering how weird that game went to begin and how awful the starting circle is given your drop spot. So no big deal there for them. Cowboy trying to punish Myth, has Baron out in the open, but Jacob responds instantly.
Myth stacking kills. We saw Falcons trying to find something. They've gone out. Team Liquid in that troubled position we saw a second ago, but Myth just using their firing lines, finding more and more. But as the circle continues to go coastline, VP is getting a lot of control over the circle on one side of it, and then you have 17 now starting to deal with T1. And 17's position's just not that good. T1's just going to drop a couple of nades right into the thick of all of them, knows where they're at. And T1 is just it's brutal efficiency, man. They just look so clean, and it's so easy for them to just stack kill upon kill.
I mean, Heather's been incredible. That's a great response, though. Almost gets the knock onto Ian. The follow-up, trying to anticipate where he was going to run to, doesn't land, but here come the mortars. Perfectix. It hits Tian. Lil Ghost stuck behind the Dorito when he's, it just came up short. Heather had a good opportunity, and now it's going to be Lil Ghost responding. Cannot find the knock. Good prone there from Heather.
How does Heather just know how to, every single time, get into position, stay alive, and get these kills? It is just ridiculous to watch T1 play these types of positions. So Myth now in second place, T1 in third place, but with Falcons being out, you feel like that's going to be usurped quite quickly. America's already out entirely off of that good start. Myth in trouble, though, as Gam's going to be the target on one side of it. Myth just rolls right into their face. Boy's got to be careful. Couple of third parties could get involved, most notably Vicious and GK. GK's hopped in vehicles, and they're wrapping this direction, and that could be a problem for Myth.
I think BC might come here, too. There's a good Panzer from Baron. He gets a headshot as well at range with the M4, but GK has found their mark. They have found some targets, and they are picking apart the teams underneath them down the hill.
There's enough of a hillside that they don't have to deal with anybody else except for really VP, who's holding the top of the hill. So, taking down Myth, getting a lot of damage onto him, and at least stalling them out is giving GK a lot more maneuverability positions, but VP has so much control over the circle, everybody's just having to cluster down different points. AGAL, I think, has now also been spotted by Shadow, who's just been kind of hiding in the shadow of the cliff facings down to the south. And let's not forget Twisted down there into the southeast, just waiting for everything to go, but they're taking eyes and looking into T1's positioning, making this a little bit more dubious.
Yeah, Heather tried to spread out a little bit over to the west and got immediately thwarted by the sightlines of Twisted from that mini pier position. So that has sent T1 a little bit further north. Don't want to try to maintain that hold over that flat ground. Hansi is going to claim some players from AGAL. I mean, you got a placement point out of it for AGAL with the destroy, ability to survive, get a kill, call in the recall, get your players out in the water, at least found something.
Finding more successes than the squads that were trying to use this coastline to get those couple of points to qualify and knock Shadow out. So Shadow learning the lesson of what was going on yesterday. You can tell VOD review coming up big for them. But GK and Myth now need to get in the circle. Twisted down to the southeast also needs to do the same thing. VP is also starting to lose a lot of their, high ground control position that they've been playing. And Shadow doesn't have any options except really to force their way right into VP's positioning. So that's going to open up some more maneuverability for the rest of the lobby right now. It's just pretty much this high ground that we can see coming up in the coastline leading into the cliff. And everybody's about, 20 meters, maybe 10 down lower than them.
Yeah, exactly. It's a nice vision point to try to find how you want to make your entry into this, because you're going to have to probably crash somebody or try to create some space in the middle by setting up the vehicle for it, immediately get the pickaxes out, start digging in to see if you can find some space. But you're going to be under the sight lines of a lot of teams if you have to do it on foot. Lucarux tapping away with the M4, did find one knock, but Hansi found a big one onto Beamy, and they are getting cut down though. Corexy with the SLR. This is so difficult for Shadow.
Other side of it's going to be Twisted Minds. They've got vision, crossfire galore onto Shadow, and they go down. Means that Beamy's probably going to be resable. Looks like Twisted doesn't have an angle onto his position. Nixie still has to keep an eye on GK, but GK is very focused on what's going on with Myth to the north of them. Myth just can't find a path into the circle, and I don't blame him. I mean, there's a little bit of a ridgeline up on top of this as VP is just punishing GK on every single peak, and until Myth goes down, GK doesn't have a path into the circle.
This is still a very nice game for Myth, no matter how this shakes out. They've already got 10 points in this, so they're just kind of keeping on, doing what they do best, finding kills, fighting out on the edges, taking great team fights, capitalizing on their moments, getting the points where they can, making sure that they confirm every knock that they get. It seems like they're so aggressive with those vehicles now. They're trying to hop from triangle to triangle. Sungjong watching with the Dragunov to try to catch them in transition. That's not bad, and that's a good follow-up from Akan.
And Myth is just trying to creep their way in, so they still need to get right up next to the road or at least cross it, and you can see that that's going to be nigh insurmountable. Nade, depending on the bounce, gonna go to that side of the Dorito, but it was already red. Scappy's gone ahead and pulled Baron into a new spot. I think that they're right on the edge, so as long as he gets this res up, it'll buy him at least this circle, but good luck after that.
Heather just domed Sungjong. He just absolutely wrecked him out there, so that's given Myth the opportunity to really make sure that they can get this res to go. In fact, Scappy's going to take the point.
Okay, so look at the lay of the land with the circle. T1's got control over the east. VP is trying to hold on to their high ground for as much as they can, but Twisted's trying to sneak in right underneath of them. GK right on the edge of the zone, not too much further they can go. VC is playing a little bit of a hill right on the other side of where Myth is trying to cross, and they haven't managed to get too involved as Myth is going to finally get eliminated. GK, where do you go? You're going to have to deal with VP close range, or you just run down into VC, but neither one of those fights feels good, and it feels like VP is just taking more territory control and making this brutal by the second.
Yeah, GK's in a very awkward position. It should be mentioned today that GK kind of made a power move when it came to the drop spots today. They were threatening to challenge AGAL all across the maps, and that might have been part of the reason that AGAL was in a weird position early where they started to get picked apart. And also you notice the GK's loot is very sparse compared to what they would like. You see some MP5s in there, you see an SKS in there, maybe not exactly the guns that they would normally want to be bringing to these fights. I saw, an M16. Granted, they're a team that can thrive with weaker weapons, so to speak, but they're kind of trying to find a way around VC.
This is great from Twisted Minds. They're playing the coastline, moving in. You can see that they're just trying to corral VP further up the hillside, so that way they have a little bit more maneuverability over here because it's pretty hazardous. VP is trying to deny it on that side, though. They're trying to get into a point where they can keep an eye on the coastline approach. Twisted going to see if they can be enough to kind of bully their way in, but they are getting some assistance, Twisted is, by T1 on the other side of this. T1's realized that GK is right on top of VC, so their focus is turning a bit more down into VP's positioning, and they don't like how that strong position that VP's playing is kind of giving them as much control as they've got. So it looks like EN might be moving their way down as BB does spot out Lou. I don't know, Twisted. Now you've got a pinch on both sides, and there is nowhere to go. Open field in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, with Virtus Pro already pretty well dug in here, you're going to have to land some really nice grenades. They try to flank Lou out to find a bit of a freebie pick, but it was well read by Virtus Pro. Now T1 swung down to the backside of this. They want to make sure that Twisted is dealt with. They'll leave Heather up on his own to corral GK, who they know are pinned on that hillside up on the northern edge. They can't really peek out too efficiently. EN thinking about the frag. Did that grenade just bounce off of Example's head?
T1's never found a fight that they don't want to be a part of. Perfectic's going to go down. Type's going to go ahead and find Example. So that's going to be Twisted Minds down out in that position. So 5th place. We've got our top 4 now. T1's going to go ahead and regroup. Heather made a contain play, holding back GK as well as Vicious. So VP still holding their point. So it's a 2-2 split at this stage as the circle pops, and really VC the only one in it.
Yeah, seeing a little bit of frustration there from Batu. You know, again, this team will bounce back. I think a 7-point game, not definitely how you wanted it to roll, but with Twisted, they're always want to just keep popping off eventually.
Twisted is so smart, and they're trying to do like these damage control maneuvers on these really brutal shifted circles that we're seeing. You know, whenever you're smart and you've got the gameplay coming in, you're trying to figure out a strategy to deal with coastline military base to the south on Circle 4. It's so hard, and but that's what you get at this stage, man.
7's good, yeah, exactly, man. This is not an easy circle to be in. Park Pro going to be watching the back tree there of a couple players of T1. Can't get that 3x spray to really connect initially. Able to follow up with some damage, but takes about an equal amount, and that's going to open the door here for Heather to go for the grenade. Is it going to connect on a Park Pro? No, it bounces a little too far.
I mean, Vicious has just been chilling here for so long, not really involved in too many of the firefights. I have no idea what's going on with the squad, what really their economy looks like, how much ammo, meds that they're sitting on, as GK is just right on the other side of the hill from them, and it's just defended. You can see that it's going to be nowhere else for GK to go. They've got to push this side of it, and Vicious is just doing a good job on holding it and not allowing GK to go anywhere. GK is going to be so pissed at these guys because they've been right on top of each other for so long. Finally, Tycon takes some damage, but I mean, where does EJ go? He's just trapped here. He's going to go down the blue zone. Park Pro now the only one up, and it's all T1 focused in on him.
He's done. They're just going to succumb to the blue. Don't want to give any extra points over if they can help it. I think that's a fine play from GK. And again, a tough situation that they found themselves in. Not easy to be on the outside looking in of this current circle. T1 continues to swing around the side. Raining found a big knock onto Virtus Pro, and they're looking to try to capitalize. Smokes are down. They're going to keep moving forward.
Can they get there fast enough? Jumping in the vehicles. They want to get into a great position. Great shots already finding. Tycon's going to go and get the knock on to Nixie, but everybody's getting a piece of what's going on with VP right now. EN down for T1, but they continue the push around on this angle. VP doing a great job on defense, but it's going to be Lucarux right in the face of VC, and this is exactly exactly what T1 wanted. They wanted these two squads on top of each other so they could dismantle them at their leisure.
And to make everything worse, Lukaruk's just going to try to run him over. He's out of the car, trying to do some damage. Hops into the smoke, is barely alive, trying to go for that first aid. Has a little bit of time. Meanwhile, Type is on the hunt, and he has taken down Virtus Pro members. They only have one standing, and that's Lukaruk's in that smoke.
Make your enemies do the work for you. T1 now at the top of the leaderboard, but Lukaruk surviving in a desperate situation, finds more, picks it up in the end. It is going to be T1 feasting on it all.
Well, this is exactly what we were looking for from T1. They've been second so many times, and they come out with a big statement chicken dinner to kick off the finals of EWC 26.
That's a scary situation to be looking at. 11 kill victory coming up from T1 is going to put them in a great position on the leaderboard to start off everything and really unlock that aggression that T1 loves to bring in the earlier stages. Flip side of that though, VP played that circle so well. This is a squad that we have such high hopes for. They managed to make it later stages. Lukaruk with hero plays, surviving, jumping in the car, running right into VC's face, gets a knock off of it, and just jumps out and starts massacring.
It's one of those funny moments where you can kind of use your opponent's smokes and vision denial against them a bit. And there were a bunch of stuns that were landing in there. I mean, it's absolute chaos, but he has that AK for this close range fight, which is just a beautiful gun to have in that situation. As T1's just trying to claim as many points in the end as they can.
I mean, Lukaruk's great play, not denying it, but the puppet strings were coming from T1. The way that they played that circle, they forced that position. They forced him to send into that angle and really deny it out. VC survived for so long off of good positioning and good defense and kind of screwed over several teams, just not allowing anybody in the north to come into the circle.
Exactly. I mean, you got to give a lot of credit to some of those teams that were caught up in that northern fight, like EK, like VC, even GAM a little bit earlier on, I thought played it pretty decently. So, you know, even though they don't get a lot of points out of it, GAM, they were causing a lot of havoc up there, giving themselves some opportunities for points. They just couldn't capitalize.
I mean, we had action off the get-go. Plane path was crazy, leading us all the way down to Millie. Let's go ahead and get everything set for game number 2.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Hey, it's Kalaris here as well. I've got Tab with me from Twisted Minds. So Tab, my first question is, how does it feel being the best player on the team?
Not best, but yeah, it was kind of stable. So yeah, nice, feeling nice because I wasn't like a problem for the team. So yeah, I'm proud by myself.
Absolutely. It was awesome to watch you play things out. So overall, obviously, you know, as day 2, a little harder actually for Twisted Minds as a whole. What do you guys think about that? What do you think was the reason for it being a bit harder day 2?
It wasn't like harder in case of like the team, but most of the most situations what we met, it was always about the comms, you know, like how to play together and have the same temp for each player. Like we have to make any decision together. So that was a problem, I think.
That's an amazing answer. Thank you very much for that. So final question then. Your thoughts? Is Twisted Minds going to be the back-to-back?
Yes, I swear. I'll say yeah, I swear. We will do it and we will do our best.
Thank you very much, Tab, for joining me here. Good luck in the next couple of days. And that is us here, done and done.
Hey everybody, it is Matcham here. I got myself Team Liquid's Cowboy, the new face on the roster, and welcome to EWC. This is your first time here, right?
Yep, my first time at EWC.
So you enjoying it so far?
Yeah, it's been a blast. Really cool event.
So looking on to the future, you guys now qualified for the grand finals. You guys were, I guess, spicy on the last day, doing some hunting down, trying to cut out some people, make sure you get into a better position. Anything that you got planned for today that you can reveal? Anything else fun coming down the pipeline?
Right now, no. I think we're just going to play our game, but we're always down for some fun, so we'll see later on, maybe.
All right, last question I got to know. Your name's Cowboy. Why is there never a cowboy hat?
I don't know. Maybe one day. I have one at home though.
I was gonna say, do you need me to bring you one from Texas? You got one?
I got one. Yeah.
All right, cool, man. Thanks so much. You have a great day.
Thank you, man. By the way, like the shirt as well as T1 came out hot. We had this team on Sony's Story of the Day, and there was no surprise, Toffee, that they were able to perform like this, especially with that 2-2 split at the end, too.
I mean, they look good. It's not a surprise. We talked about the start of the day. Everybody was like, Heather this, Heather that. It's raining points, and so it doth again begin in such a way. You know, I'm not shocked. I guess I'm sad for everybody else in the lobby because you're playing that chase game now, boys.
I mean, they might have heard me because I was like, oh, you know, they get the kills and the eliminations, but their ability to sort of change that into a win is not existent until now. So reverse cast a curse, I believe, for T1. But I mean, yeah, they played that exceptionally from start to finish, and to see them be able to get to that point as a full squad was exceptional.
Yeah, what actually impressed me the most about that as well is the play they had, right? They sent 2 down to the south to kind of watch VP, make sure that they couldn't encroach on their position. Then they sent the other 2 towards the north to watch what was kind of going on between Vicious and I believe it was Geeke. But man, I have to say, for me, Lucarux, that was one of the sickest clutch plays to get Vicious out of there and secure second place. That was so sick.
Super true, because that's the hard part, Laces. Do you just go for that easy 1 flush, or do you try to take that 1v1 that will ultimately amount to 2 points? That's a tough decision.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, it was something that it looks like they pre-planned it. I mean, their ability to adapt is exceptional, but I feel like this is something that they might have calculated from the group stages, because we did not see this sort of like play style in group stages. So that took something to the drawing board, and they are absolutely smashing it.
The willingness to risk the 1 in the hand for the 2. You know what I'm saying? Like, as it was, he had an easy flush right there in front of him and said, we got to go for those bigger points to chase teams like T1, who started incredibly strong. Vicious coming out in 4th place. We talked a little bit about them and how they kind of surprised us on their second day of play, making a lot of point runs. These are the teams, in fact, if you even go back a few more ticks, you got your Falcons that were knocked out, a couple other top contenders. The people who got to the top 7 are exactly who we expected to be there in game 1.
That's right. I mean, Myth as well, even though they didn't end up being on that final, they were still able to collect 9 kill points. Impressive play out of that squad, considering they really didn't have Godspeed. With Myth towards the north, they didn't really have anything to work with, and they were able to make something out of that.
But that's the thing, that roster, no matter what, any good roster in PUBG, Steve knows this, any good roster is going to find a way to get as many points as possible, regardless of what situation they're in. That's what makes Myth so dangerous. That's what made Twisted so strong. That's what made Falcon so strong.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them on the north side there being able to clear out Team Liquid on the northwest, which, you know, I thought they were going to more push into Gam, who was holding them out in zone. But no, they cleared their backs, and then they were able to decimate Gam going into the zone, which was awesome for them collecting that. Obviously, you know, they were only down to the 2, but I feel like no matter kind of what dynamic duo is happening, you know, whether it's, you know, Kiss and Jacob and Baron swapping around, the way that they can just have that cohesion as a team, no matter who is still standing, is insane. Like, I am so impressed by this squad.
I'm impressed by that squad. I'm impressed by a lot of the squads and how they're going to approach this. And I think one thing to keep in mind is the first couple games here are a chess match for these teams, right? Yeah, especially that circle goes far south, makes it tough for some of these teams on rotation. So what you're going to look for is the salvage teams. AGAL with some swimmers out there hoping to pick up a couple of extra points. Falcons realizing that they
6 points.
Yeah, and they reason Falcons going, we lost some resources. Let's crash Vitality, take that extra risk, and hopefully pick up a few more. And that's what you need to do, especially with this new Smash roll on day 3. You need to go in ahead, or at the very least, you can't go in behind. If you look at T1 right now, they get the 10 for winning, they get 11 for kills. That is a huge jump. If they are 21 ahead when we go into the 3rd day, it may be uncatchable outside of the 6.
Yeah, in Smash, you absolutely want to set the pace. You want to be in first, because ultimately you're basically setting yourself up to win the tournament, rather than having someone come from behind and then, you know, kind of steal it.
That's right. I mean, with this squads too, you just need to make sure the gap is not too insane going into the final game, because then from whoever's in first place, depending on how many points they have, you will end up adding 10. And if it's too far away, It's just going to come down to that squad that is in first place to just do enough to get those 10 points and then just play for that win.
Well, it even goes farther because if a team is far enough ahead, right, you don't get to play your normal game. The entire lobby now has the onus of being in charge of stopping them from winning. So that means like I might be executing the perfect strategy, but oh my goodness, I see the kill feed and the team that could very much win with a chicken dinner here gets a knock. I have to send them. I can't let them maybe get that win because I need to make sure I'm in first. The club points are on the line, the $2 million, like this is not something you can take light risks on.
Do you think T1 can, you know, get sabotaged? Because what we witnessed is they were always being the saboteur. So I don't know if this is something that, you know, is going to be a little bit difficult for the teams, but from watching the group stages, all I saw was T1 taking down all those teams in their path, and yeah, it might not be the reverse.
I'm hoping it ends up happening. I'm pretty sure at some point we might end up seeing a bit of a sabotage too, depending on what happens here. If teams do have to chase, but this is just game one. Get a bit to relax here, unless it happens in game 2 and game 3 and so on. But I'm hearing that we got something going on with Kalaris on the stage.
There's always something going on with me. There's a lot in my head. There's a lot going on here at the Esports World Cup. But of course, we had some great players in that first game with everyone trying to deal with military, as always here on Erangel. But there's been plenty of great plays throughout the tournament already so far. What have been some of your best?
Oh, man, I think the first thing that comes to mind has got to be that example drop shot when he was... look, I don't know if it was intentional. I don't know if it was done on purpose, but man, it looked cool. It really did. You see the cinematics... UAS going over the top of his head. It was insane. And then don't follow that up, the Tiggleton double mortar. Just the back-to-back mortar, and then them going off and then just farming the rest of the northern side of the lobby. Those are the two that first stick out to my mind. What about you?
Yeah, definitely very impressive stuff. I must say, when it comes to that example one, that was sick. And the mortars were fantastic as well. For me, it's a very simple one. I kind of liked the Panzer underneath the BRDM from Tamvu, because it's very rare you see that angle being exploited. So for Tamvu to be able to make something like that happen was pretty damn awesome, right?
I mean, again, you could also put that into the list of, was it intentional or was it something that just kind of happened magically? But either way, it was so fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely. There's been a lot, of course, and there's going to be more on the way as well. The thing is that you've got some amazing situations happening too. I think Himas being able to get as many kills as he did for AGAL, it really kind of righted the ship a little bit, I think, for them. What do you think?
No, absolutely. AGAL definitely needed somebody to step up, and this is the time when your superstars have to start shining their brightest. But what's going on now?
Oh, it's time for the game, Poro. All right, let's head on over to the commentator team for the next game here for the finals.
Oh, it's a tale of two different mindsets as they're all technical with like shooting like Panzerfausts underneath the vehicles and blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, I'm just like, whenever Heather ran over everybody on Falcons and just like blew that whole thing up, that was
It was raining. It was raining.
Was it raining?
Yeah, it was raining, for sure. Yeah. But that being said, Heather has been incredible. I mean, just what an unbelievably talented player. By far the top fragger during the group stage. But Raining has, you know, he has his moments too. He is no slouch. That's the scary thing about this T1 team is Heather, Raining, Type are all incredible fraggers. And EN, now that he's the IGL, is kind of sometimes slowed down in that, but he still can absolutely pop off himself. I mean, he has been one of the best in Korea for a very long time. So that T1 team, top to bottom, if they can continue to play as well as they are, as cohesive as they are definitely going to be a threat, it feels like, for sure. My eyes, though, going to be drifting over towards AGAL, who has to make some weird decisions because of Geekay. We're going to be way out in the south, though.
I just had to go back and double check. No, see, it was Heather.
Was it really Heather?
Yeah, it was Heather.
Oh, you're right. Oh, okay. I thought it was Raining. My brain got frazzled.
I am now the Korea expert.
There you go. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, plane path over into the east, as you're kind of alluding to. AGAL is going to have to do a longer drop to try to get away from a full sense. No shenanigans off the start on this one. Now, there is a takeaway that I know a lot of people are going to be like, oh my God, Falcons taking that fight early is just, they went out, blah, blah, blah. No, look, when in game one, trying to set a pace and taking control over an area and saying, like, don't mess with us, this is ours, that has ramifications that sacrificing a game one start and still walking away with a high amount of kills is not a loss. That is a big victory.
Absolutely. I mean, this is perfectly fine for the Falcons. I mean, if you're concerned about what they did in that first game, I'd have concerns about you, because that was a reasonable play, particularly given the circle, given the situation they were in. You know, it was a hard shifted circle, so a lot of those teams that are dropping on those very northern spots, like South George, up in that, you know, kind of vicinity of the map, Gatka, that kind of stuff, look, it's going to be hard to get into that circle no matter what you do. Even if you emergency pick up, if you drive, bridges are going to be camped. There's going to be people who may already be in the compounds you're kind of eyeing from those emergency pickups. Just take the points where you can.
Yeah, okay, circle pop. Down to the south, Gam going to be in a great position. Na'Vi, Myth as well. Vitality playing around Ohyang. They're going to be feeling pretty good. Jin Ji is going to be inside the circle, and just to the east of them is going to be Gike. But we're going to have longer wraps coming in from the guys that went to the island up to the north. That's going to be a VP, Shadow, AGAL, Full Sense, Team Liquid, kind of. I think that they left ALO kind of very close to the edge of the circle, so they should be fine. 17 and Twisted going to be right next to each other on the edge of the zone. But T1 and Myth do drop pretty close to each other, and that could be a recipe for something fun to brew.
That would be nice. Getting to see those two teams take a fight. I mean, the rest of the lobby would love that in particular, given how well they've been playing lately.
I mean, when we're talking about, like, what's going on and how we have expectations coming into this, yes, T1, Myth, but whenever my eyes go European right now, for me it's VP. VP off of the performance on day 2, just overall great. The way that the squad can really just kind of find ways to make terrible circles work for them is incredible. You can see a lot of squads, like Batulans was getting annoyed at that last game just due to how the circles kind of fall together. VP has this system that seems to work where they can take a mess and just turn everything advantageous to themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think back to some of the games last year that they won in really bizarre situations where there's just like flat fields. Like I can remember one here on Tego where it came down to like a 1v1 and they're able to clutch it out because of some really good smoke play and the way they were able to position themselves. I can't remember, it was a tie team. I can't remember which one they were going against, but anyway, they are really sturdy in those moments. The thing that hurt VP during the group stage was they had kind of a run there on the first day where they just couldn't get into those late game situations like they normally are really pretty adept at doing. So as long as they can do that, you're feeling pretty good. You may get your wish here a bit. Nope, no damage done.
T1 getting shot at and not stopping to fight? Not my T1.
Well, they probably know who it is, and they're probably like, okay, of any team in the lobby to try to fight early, maybe this one's not the one we want to try to contest.
Especially when they've got a compound and all that other fun stuff. Another European squad, Na'Vi, great position. Center of the circle, they're trying to push back against 17, trying to get a bit closer to them, but I do like the fact that we get to see T1 in this rotating where they opt into stopping because there's really nobody playing to the west. The way that this has kind of all come down, Hosan's going to be kind of the northwest-ish. It's kind of central. It's in that like odd spot kind of in between both. Team Liquid's going to wrap over there, but that's the only squad really in the west.
Yeah, and I think this is a really good thing to talk about. You know, you're really highlighting well, Matt, that they went all the way across the circle to get here, right? So they're trying to play a bit more edge. They're trying to not just take that early position. Kamal's will take Panadol down early again, so Full Sense having struggles in the early game, but let's pencil that in for later. I think T1 wants to play a little bit more edge. They want to take those fights, and they're happy to not just claim a central compound. You know, they were pretty close to the center of the circle compared to a lot of teams, and they opted to go far west. That's really interesting. That really says a lot about their current mindset for this tournament.
Well, a lot of times when we've talked about T1, right, they had a different coach at the time.
Yep.
You were talking yesterday a little bit about that, and kind of, do you think that this is more of a distinct playstyle difference now coming out from T1 due to that?
100%. 100%. It's a Lash K, the difference between him and Sonic. Like, Sonic is a much more, like, central heavy. Like, you think back to those old Donawan teams when they won PGC, like, they're going to look for those center circle dives around 3 and 4, whereas here you're going to play a little bit more spread, but you're going to look for those edge fights. That's very much that old Element Mystic kind of idea with a little bit more aggression baked in compared to what we saw when Lash K used to be a pro. So it's a lot of that kind of thing that T1 is so good at, on top of having just incredible players. I mean, they're so good.
Yeah. Top of the world right now is going to be Na'Vi in a great position. Everybody else still just trying to rotate in. Falcon's going to finally leave the airport. We have VC that look like they might be waiting for them, though. This is no rush to get in the circle. They have an easy way to get there, and they are keeping their heads on a swivel. It feels like this is just going to be patient waiting for, and Kurt actually finds E-End. Maybe T1 trying to bite off a little bit too much, as this is a great move coming out from Team Liquid. They were the last ones to actually get into this area. And how is it that there's nobody in the West, but somehow these two squads are the only ones fighting?
Well, I think T1 might have gotten baited a little bit here by Team Liquid. I mean, if Kirk can get out of this is going to be a great freebie point. Now, you could recover the chip. It looks like Heather just did that. There are some revive stations that you could go to. Hosan is the one that my eyes immediately go to as being open. I mean, Team Liquid is hunting, man. I love this. We've talked about it a lot this tournament.
I mean, worked for them yesterday. They managed to inflict damage, find great ways to really take control over circles, ruin, I guess, several teams' day if you really look at it. T1 wants no piece of that right now because they know that Team Liquid is just coming in hot and heavy, and they do not care. Anyone's Legend actually making that long wrap finally is going to get into the circle just to the west of what we were just watching. VC did not end up staying long enough to wait and catch Falcons, so they're going to go ahead and go for the circle while Falcons has an easier path. And we still have Shadow and Full Sense fighting up in the Army base.
Yeah, that's kind of turned into a bit of a standoff up there at the very northern edge of the map. Maybe sort of a fight for territory.
I don't know if this feels good. You've now put yourself in between Team Liquid as well as T1. Team Liquid's realized, whoa, there's way too many cars over here. Let's not defend this angle anymore. Let's go ahead and try to regroup.
And I think T1's just maybe looking for a revive station is like kind of the weirdness of this whole situation. Having a couple porters, not the best cars to have in this spot as T1. I think they're a little bit lucky that everybody else was also in cars in those moments, or otherwise they might have lost another player or two.
I mean, they can run down to Songam, but I guess that you don't want to make the commitment into that stage yet. Maybe they were thinking school because that's easier to get out of.
Yep.
But this is taking so long for them to find anything.
They got to go way west.
Everybody else is starting to make an approach in these late wraps. Finally, we do have also Shadow has left Full Sense to their own devices up there as we're about to get circle number 2.
Look at this. They might kind of run into a timing here between AGAL, but we'll see. It depends on where AGAL wants to make their turn. If they were thinking about contesting this, and Delwyn might have got an idea that T1 was going in that direction. Exactly what I'm looking at, Matt. It just depends.
I mean, yeah, but we did see that AGL went for a very coastal wrap on this one. So T1, in their adventure to try to get their teammate back, just keeps bumping into everybody in the world. Most of the squads that were playing center don't have to move too much more. And I mean, for T1, this is really throwing off your timings on the circle.
I think they're going to get in here with just enough time, and I don't think AGAL is going to be able to punish this initially. Now, this will give AGAL a very good idea that there is a team on their backside, so they can try to set up a bit of a gatekeep onto T1 potentially, but this is going to be a tough revive to get to go for T1 in the long run. Just have to wait and see how they make it go. Gen G close to Team Liquid, who is split up into a 2-2 split, but
it feels like everybody is next to Team Liquid right now as they kind of threw themselves into the thick of it all. But yeah, Gamma spotted out VC. VC, remember, they were kind of a little bit slower on their rotate into all of this, so Duckmy at least going to find Duck Juice in return. Team Liquid, you can see, while they do have that hillside on the west in control, it's going to start being more contested as AGL is going to try to find angle. Gam's Tanvu does have vision up on Duckmy and is trying to dare him to go for the res, but just doesn't get the angle that he wants.
Yeah, it was Duck season up here. Oh, look at that. Levante comes up and over the hill. That's Vitality striking, and Gam continuing to have problems.
The timing on that, the Porter was rolling away. If he'd held the angle for a little bit longer, he could have found it, but Levante just coming in, ruining opportunities. See if Gam, what they want to do now, they have to retreat more down to the south. There's just not much else of an option.
Yeah, Falcons actually stole that point, though, so Levante not able to claim it despite a great timing on that hit.
Well, Gam's going to also bump into Falcons.
Yeah, man, this is getting really awkward for Gam. They might have to take that fight. Meanwhile, there is no safety to be found for Vicious. Tycon immediately getting peppered as he tries to push out and get some info. Has to go back and go for the heal. No doubt Falcons know about this. That vehicle not going to be the quietest thing in the world, so Huang F just looking for somewhere to set up shop. And the question for me right now is how aware is Gam of Falcons' position? They would have seen that flush in the kill feed, so they know Falcons are going to be somewhere, and they may have heard the shots and kind of triangulated that they're over in this direction. Now they know for sure.
Now what does Falcons want to do? Gustav's still playing back behind. He was trying to play anchor position, take a couple of shots of Vitality, but Vitality still looks like they're trying to get a piece of what's going on. Kickstart now going to play anchor and try to hold back Vitality. Gustav's going to go for an emergency pickup. I think that might just be scouting, but the way the rest of the squad's trying to regroup, maybe they don't like this approach. Given the way that these hills kind of stack together, I don't blame them. You can kind of go up that hillside. You don't have a lot of information on what's going on in the center. Meanwhile, other side of that, Full Sense, where are you going to go for the stop as Ian is going to be coming in same time. It's just helicopters everywhere in the circle.
Yeah, this is a revive, I believe, for Full Sense. So they're going to be dropping that into Songam, but it's going to be T1 who's going to drive in that direction. But they're going to see that helicopter. They're going to see the parachutes. Is that going to kind of make them rethink trying to go inside of the city proper to sort of get relooted up, get their fourth player back into the mix with some decent gear?
So whenever we look at this circle, right, there is actually a crescent that kind of comes around from where Twisted's playing, where we see, I guess, the southern section of Na'Vi, where Liquid Gen G are. There's a hillside there that leads into a valley that nobody's really wanting to play. Full sense, though, managed to crash down just in time to get the flush onto Hong F. So they'll take that one for free, but they're still going to have to make a run into the circle. So most of our teams, like I was talking about with that, like, I guess, crescent hillside, all of them are going to be coming mostly from the south and mostly from the southwest, the way that we see this coming out. I don't know how we're going to see Gen G and Team Liquid be able to deal with the amount of threats, because they're all just going to be rolling right on top of them.
It's going to be pretty dicey in the middle of there, so your team fighting going to have to be up to snuff for sure. AGAL has gotten inside of the circle. Oh, Swalzy, okay, that US is okay, and he seems to be as well. Himas, though, just going to roll up underneath this hill, trying to figure out exactly where Gen G is situated before he makes his stop. He's got to be a little worried, though. This hill kind of exposed on the backside. Clory's last player alive for GAM, and Falcons are in the car with him.
I thought they were going to take a drive together. No,
Did they not see him?
Maybe not. I mean, is he up against the tree side? Oh, yeah, he's in the back up against the tree.
Well, this is what I'm saying.
Oh, sneaky, sneaky.
I don't think they saw him.
No, I don't think so either.
No way. Oh, this is madness. Oh, Falcons. Oh, no.
If they sneak up and ruin him, that could be... if he ruins them. I mean, Falcons did the emergency pickup thing back behind all this. They know Vitality's over there, but of all the ways to go, T1 doesn't want to bully their way in just from the south directly. They're going to go over next to Calories and Falcons. Do they fall for the same trap?
No, nope, they do not.
No. In defense of Falcons, it's much easier to see Caloris' positions from where Ian was standing.
That's true. And I'm not sure how much of the smoke was obscuring that too, or what was going on. But, oh well, Falcons looking to try to thwart T1 from gaining any entry into the next circle if possible. There's Hanzi, who is a little bit close to some of those mortar hits. Has been knocked, and Shadow not really moving to try to go for the res with their other two players. So looks like they're just going to remain dug in and seemingly leave Hanzi to his own devices. Just a matter of the timing. They could still go for it. They do have a vehicle. I think maybe waiting for the mortars a bit.
I'd be a bit nervous for it, as, yeah, the mortars are still coming down. This is kind of like an island, this hillside, in the middle of all of this. So I don't necessarily blame them for not wanting to go to the south. That would put you right in Hakatori sightline. That wouldn't feel too good.
That would not be great. You don't want to ever be in Hakatori sightlines. Falcons, speaking of, are in the sightlines of Vitality. T1 as well getting tagged up as they try to make entry into this next circle. So big firefight there. T1 is in a really awful spot. They've got VC, AGAL's got position on them. They might just be going down early in this one.
There is nowhere to go. The only benefit is Vitality seems more focused on Falcons than going after T1. So with those shots coming out from Vitality, Vicious has turned their attention onto Vitality. T1 has managed to hop in with their car, and they're just sitting it in the circle. They managed to somehow survive a situation that they shouldn't, as it feels like everybody's decided that they want to deal with Falcons instead.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality fighting on a couple different fronts, though, so they haven't been able to really fully commit. They do have the BRDM, and Falcons having flashbacks of some earlier moments in this event. You get out of the car, though, and Shrimzy gonna make you pay the price. Quizzy going down quick. Shrimzy really locked in here on day one of the finals, looking to confirm that point with the frag. See if he gets it. No, he does not, but Tiggleton is nigh unresable.
Yeah, they still have VC back behind him. That's not much else you could do, as there's just too much pressure. Other side of this now, Gen G in some trouble. Team Liquid, as well as anyone's legend, trying to make a push right on top of Gen G, and this is outside the circle. Everybody just trying to fight their way in, and unfortunately, it's on top of Gen G's position.
Yeah, AGAL doing some nice work out on the edge in this game, getting some big knocks, and see if they can capitalize. Team Liquid rolling into this party as well, trying to find some kind of angle into this fight. Gen G is going to be pincered between these two squads.
Big face. I don't know. Okay, Team Liquid, sorry, that distracted me for a moment. Team Liquid trying to get the kills on the sweeping side of this, but they're going to find a target-rich environment, potentially more than they might want. Soul is the only one over here that's kind of in the circle, and don't forget, Vitality still either has to deal with VC, or they could opt into wrapping more west and be involved in this fight as well.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, at this point as Vitality, it's like, well, we're probably not going deep into this game. Let's get some points. Salute gonna dodge that util, get into the smoke. He lands that right at the feet of Cowboy, but Cowboy still wins the fight. Soul is doing some damage to AGAL, but Gen G just fighting so many different teams, so many different players. There just isn't much they can do. They're getting cut down here. Team Liquid trying to res their IGL Purdy Curdy. AGL as well had a player go down, so they're trying to stick that res.
Moment to stop and breathe for Soul, as it is going to be a ton of friends roaming both sides real quick. See if he finds any safety. Gedrock's also making a run into the circle. Looks like Cowboy doesn't really like this approach anymore. He's going to go back to the north, but that's going to open up shots coming up from DK as well as VP if he continues on this path. And there's not much else you can go for. It's just time to send it and try to get to this hillside, and this is what Shadow is trying to play. They're going to do enough shots to discourage. Down to near on nothing. He's got himself a dip that he can stop in, but he's going to get dropped.
Yeah, was just trying to maybe find some safety, do a little pre-scouting for the rest of his team. What in the world just happened? Soul just wiped out AGAL with 1 grenade, or 2 grenades it looks like. That is ridiculous stuff from him. He is going to go down immediately after that from Purdy Curdy, but at least he got something out of that.
That turns a bad game into not bad game, to say the least. That was not feeling too good for Gen G. Circle's now popped. Team Liquid, they're going to have to go on the hunt yet again and try to dive right past GK. VC, and it's going to be full sense after making their jump all the way up from the north. They're going to be trying to gatekeep all of this out. The island that was kind of being held down by Shadow is just barely inside, and VP, again, with great positional awareness and how to tackle a circle, finds a great approach into the circle.
Well, there's Setsuna, kind of the star player for Shadow during the group stage, just making the foxhole and then just going to chill. VP, this is kind of their bread and butter, man. Playing a little bit of edge. They've got a lot of terrain to work with in front of them. You know, they're so good about kind of inching their way forward. The problem is GK just a step ahead in this next circle, so they will be able to find some level of safety next to this revive station. So can't go too much further forward, and you have a couple different squads that you have to deal with. Team Liquid is going to send it again towards the center of the circle where Cowboy died.
At first you don't succeed, try again, and that's a little bit of what's going on right now. Is Team Liquid is going to get eliminated. Maybe third time would have been the charm, as at least they die near each other.
If you're gonna go down with your friends, I guess.
Yeah.
Definitely a tough one there for Liquid.
Here's the push from VP. They do have some high ground, but there is going to be Navi that's taking shots on the northeastern side of VP. DK is a bit more focused on what's going on with the full sense VC situation. Levante's still up for Vitality, maybe trying to get involved in that. Myth also getting dangerously close to Twisted on the other side of all of this. Is VC just doesn't have too many options. They're getting corralled over here. These are going to be the shots coming up from DK that's just going to force Vicious right into full sense. But I mean, so far it's working, so why fight it?
I mean, Flash is going to have to go huge here. He hasn't really seen much. That smoke obscuring a lot of his vision. There is that point claimed for Duckmai. Oh, the grenade from Flash finds the mark. Nicely timed, and he strikes for another. Tycon down. All of a sudden, Flash trying to cling to life, but he's getting shot from behind by Myth.
Myth just involved in a little bit of everything right now, and if they push that, they could find a lot more opportunities for kills, and it looks like Baron might be thinking about it as long as Kiss is going to find himself in a available position. Duel of Fates over here as Nade's going to go opposite sides of the rock. Not really going to get too much more, as it's just going to see who has more utility. Pal pretty low. Does Flash have an idea on where he's at? Depends on how that rolls down. Doesn't connect.
I might have overcooked that one with the underhand throw just a little bit. Pal trying to crawl forward. He's been under fire from a couple different angles, so has found a little bit of a dip for himself to hide in from the explosions. If he can get this grenade to land, though, Flash is in a lot of trouble, and he goes a little bit too far. Flash's turn up to bat.
Yeah, that Cubby could have just eaten a nade. Oh, counter nade. This is just the name of the game right now. They're essentially playing ping pong with nades just back and forth, but here comes Kiss getting a bit more involved in everything, but new circles pop. Maybe they don't want to go for it. VP also going for a wrap, as these solos just can't get the reses, and Tycon trying to at least crawl over and make it close enough, as Flash just barely survives that.
He put that on a knife's edge with that first aid, eventually gets it through. Twisted and 17 are dueling up on the northeast corner. Pau still holding on by this tree, has some smokes to work with. Myth peels off of this fight. They don't want to commit.
Oh,
there it is.
Tycon coming over, just trying to provide some more utility or something else to work with, but nope. In the end, it is going to be Flash that gets the flush onto both. Okay, do you have time to get Belmoth and try to make a run into the circle? I don't know about that, because down in the lower sections of it, we've got this firefight going on as GK tried to creep over to see if they could get a piece of what was happening with Flash, but VP is just finding more and more territory control as they pick up kill after kill. Just quiet consistency, performing time and time again.
Yeah, it just feels like they might be on for another big game. Who knows, maybe even a chicken dinner in the cards. You are going to take down Sungjong, so DK has been eliminated in front of you. You've claimed a lot of this southwestern edge to yourselves. Na'Vi still up and running with 4 themselves, so they could be very much a threat in this. Otherwise, everybody down to just 1 or 2 players. In the case of Twisted, well, goodbye Flash, but in the case of Twisted and Myth, they only have 2 left, so the big heavy hitter is going to be these EMEA squads trying to secure their edges of the circle, kitty corner from each other. Gedrock's going to be chilling in the middle in a vehicle. Is that BRDM?
Maybe, I don't know. So, easy way to look at it: to the north, Na'Vi strong; to the south, VP strong; and then to the east, the west, and the center, it's just going to be a spattering of solos trying to survive. Myth with their duo up. Do get some vision onto Luke Rux, get the knock onto him. If anything, that might be just drawing a little bit more of an aggressive position, as Baron also does spot out Perfectix, finishes him out. Twisted just can't seem to find a way to make that one work.
Dude, look what they're doing. They're just out there on their own. They have so much confidence in their individual ability that they're taking fights against 2 different teams. Kiz is taking on all of VP by himself. Now, granted, he has the luxury of being a bit higher than them and has some cover from the crates, whereas Baron just swept over, finish off the remnants of Twisted Minds, and is now looking to regroup with his teammate. And there's going to be quite a bit of util here for Kiss to work with. A couple frags in the bag.
This is weird. We've got a reverse situation where all the teams are now playing low ground because we're only in phase 6 with only 5 teams alive. It's just brutal shifts have caused destruction to the lobby. So Myth is our high ground team as a duo, and that's going to be about all she wrote. So it's finally going to get spotted, so we're in our top 4. But it's north versus south with Na'Vi and VP. Myth getting involved in Gedrox. Yeah, there it is. There's the BRDM. We finally got close enough to see it.
Yeah, it's kind of what I figured it was, considering he was just sitting in a vehicle in the middle of the circle. I'm like, surely that's a BRDM, right? Like, somebody would have knocked you out of the window by now. And absolutely Kiss looking to just tag that vehicle up. Doesn't want that to be a threat in the later stages of the game. Still going to have to put some fire down, but VP very aware of it and returning. What in the world is that? Ferris just hit a double mortar onto VP.
And that is their split section, too. That's going to be a big problem. Myth still has the high ground. Gedrock's actually going to roam over here. Is he going to try to flush those out by running them over? Mortar's on the chase. Nope, they're going to go ahead and pick him up first. Sorry, Gedrox, you're denied. But you run right into it! Gedrox, no!
Oh, no way. That is such bad luck. There was still one more mortar coming. Baron finds Nixie, and all of a sudden Virtus Pro, who had been playing this so well, is done in by Ferris Mortar plus a few other kind of weird circumstances. They're going to try to hang on. One player left, and they almost had Beamy dialed in. That was just a little bit to Beamy's left.
Oh, VP in first place, but man, it has just turned terrible. Myth now running down on top of him. The Vultures are circling. Beamy, what you got? Nade prepped up. Can he manage to drop in the right spot? Does get the knock on to Baron. So Kiss now just over here, I think just trying to find loot more than anything else.
Could be, yeah. I mean, he's just trying to get this point where he can. Can't do it, though. And that should be the end. Oh, that grenade bounced too far. I mean, this should be Na'Vi's win right here, right now.
Yeah, Beamy down too low. He's going to go ahead and finish it himself. And that is going to be Na'Vi. Control of the North pays off. But really, mortar plays, man. Woo, that was cruel.
That was a nasty one from Ferris, getting 2 for 1. That's huge in that moment because it completely cuts the feet out underneath the team that's going to be the biggest threat to you. To Virtus Pro's credit, they're hanging on. They're fighting tooth and nail. They're going to be in first place after this game. So they're playing really, really nicely, but that's going to be a little bit frustrating. They had a good look at the win, just couldn't get there.
And poor Gedrox, man. He thought he was going to try to go over there, maybe run somebody over, but who expects the 5th and the 6th mortars to follow through? I mean, you had to maybe expect that they would go for the flushes with it, but he knew, there's no nice way to say it. He was screwed. He knew he was screwed.
Yes.
He knew he was probably going to die soon.
He wanted those points.
He wanted to try for something. It's a weird timing situation that kind of fell out that way, but I respect what he was trying to accomplish.
Yeah, I don't like to use this word often in esports, but that one was a little unlucky. Unlucky. I mean, it's the right idea. It's a good play. Just a little bit mistimed. So, yeah, still a little bit for Twisted. They're not having the best day, but gosh darn it, they're in 5th place.
They're not having a bad day.
No.
It's just like, okay, so they had a great position high ground inside that circle over into the northeast, but at 17 kind of runs up and wrecks their day, kind of causes some issues. 3rd, 4th party kind of comes into effect there. This is a very angry lobby. They will not let anybody just fight one squad versus another squad. It's going to be multiple teams seeing if they can vulture anything that they can get.
Yeah, I mean, T1 there just fell apart because of that early play from Liquid that cascaded into kind of bad situation after bad situation where other teams were happy to try to capitalize on their positioning that they had to go for to try to go for those revives. But here at the end, Beamy just barely hangs on. Kiss is trying to come up and over that lip. There's kind of a weird moment there where
no one kills Beamy but Beamy.
Yeah, Beamy's just like, nope, I'm not going to give you this point if I can help it, and he does not. That's smart.
But that's a mark of respect, right? Denying out a point from Na'Vi, anything that you could potentially deny from them because they always loom large. Well, we've got Kalaris set with an interview down on the stage. Let's see what's got going on over there.
That's right, thank you, boys. Yes, I'm here with Lucarux from Virtus.pro after a good 2 games here to get things rolling for the final. Lucarux, let's talk about the first game. You getting into that late game circle, holding the cliff for a long time on the south side of Erangel, up against the Vicious as well as T1. What was your guys' thought process going up against those teams and how you were trying to potentially counter their positions?
I mean, we did a really good rotation. Zone 2, we got in a good spot, and then we got a zone. And then in the end, like it was against T1 Vicious, and I think GK was alive. And then in our heads, we saw that T1 has the best position, so they're obviously gonna win the game. And we had like bad loot that game, and we just went to play for second place to kill GK and Vicious.
Okay, it did look like that, so that's actually really good for the clarification. Thank you. And into game 2 here, obviously you're having to play Edge for a long time over on that western side after the shift goes away from the south of Hosan. What was the biggest hurdles, the biggest difficulties you had in game 2 there?
I mean, when we played the group stage, we had a few bad things with Mortar. We learned from that, and we, like in this game, we just used what we thought about. We just use it, we kill people in the holes in mortars, and that's it. We just played through and just killed everyone.
All right, well, thank you very much. A great start for Virtus.pro here to get things going. Thank you very much, Lucarux. And that does it from here, down on the stage.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Who do you think would win in a fight between a polar bear and a moose?
Polar bear.
What about a polar bear and a shark?
Polar bear.
Okay, what about a polar bear and a T-Rex?
Ooh, polar bear.
I feel like you're not taking this seriously.
Polar bear.
Okay, fair enough.
What about a polar bear in first place? Because right now, for VP, that is back-to-back second place finishes as Na'Vi is able to come up with a win.
Polar bear.
Oh,
polar bear.
Look, I was going to say a polar bear versus a mortar, and that didn't really pan out too well, except for Beamy, who was only the last remaining survivor from that. But I mean, VP had such an exceptional rotate from the north side. They were looking in like a winning position. Even Na'Vi was more on, I guess, the eastern side there. So these two teams were sort of having their nice way into that sort of pick. But, you know, they did sort of move further south into that. And unfortunately, you know, didn't really get to hold on too well. But I mean, Beamy was like that survivor against that god crazy attack.
Yeah, and it just goes to show you how good VP is when they're playing their game, right? We heard Lucarux talk about it. Look, we had a great rotation. We knew that was our timing. We got in the spot. Hey, our gear wasn't great. We knew T1 was going to win that game, so we just made sure to push Vicious and Geeke to make sure that we got second place. That type of decision making is what makes a team like VP so difficult to beat when they're playing their A game.
I mean, it did make them great at getting their points. It also opened the door for Na'Vi to sort of find themselves the first sort of jump start into that end game, opened up some space for them, and let them get a couple of extra kills. So VP totally made the right choice. And then as we get to this, you see Ferris right here capitalizing on that fight. And there's nothing cooler when you're Na'Vi in this situation than looking down the barrel of the scope and seeing Myth and VP fighting, the top teams battling it out, and you get to take those points away from them.
Yeah, we're making sure and talking about earlier some of these top teams that perform really well in groups, maybe having a slow start or being forced to have a slow start by some of these other squads. That's currently what's happening. T1 was not able to follow up on that win that they had earlier, Lace, as they ended up being in 15th place with just one elimination.
Yeah, I mean, so this is what we see from this roster. Like, it's either go hard in, like, with one match and then it's a slight fall off. But no, they're going to be able to bring it back in the next couple of matches. I mean, we've seen the points. They are, like, quite steady up on the leaderboard there. And I don't have any sort of, you know, doubts that they're not going to make it up there. But yeah, look, I know we were talking about conversions of, you know, being able to get these eliminations and then getting the win. I was kind of a little shocked about the chicken dinner for T1 this early on because I thought it was going to be more of like a kill race for them. But look, I mean, everyone shows up anyway. But yeah, look, T1, I think it's just a slight off game for them. I don't believe there's going to be any more chicken dinners from this team, but there's going to be a hell of a lot of eliminations in my books.
Well, they'll definitely get a lot of eliminations. Whether or not we see a chicken dinner, that is yet to be seen. But I do also want to talk about Na'Vi since they won the game because of Steve. We're talking about how good they were starting to get that system rolling in the group stages in their final day, right? We saw that their rotations on point. We saw that their cutoff rotations with some of the other teams coming specifically. I believe T1 was their victim in one of those games. So, man, they are really starting to get their macro down, which makes Na'Vi the scariest.
And I like the strength of their mental. They went out in 14th with 0 kills in the first game, right? So they came back in. They said, okay, we got to make that adjustment. They didn't sort of shift off or get worried about it. They came in, they had a really good game. They walked away with the win. And it was a reasonable win, 6 kills, right? So it wasn't something where they were like, we got to go hard on this one. They played strategic. They held their position. And I think that's what sets you up on day one. Teams that stick to the system, that play smart and salvage points are the ones who are going to come out ahead by the time we get to 3.
Yeah, and you were talking about a team that was able to bounce back. A team that wasn't able to bounce back in the second match was none other than 17 Gaming, as they ended up just getting only 2 eliminations after finishing the first match in 11th place with 0 elims. But we're going to be starting a new segment, and that is the Lace Memes Clip. Is that what you want to call it, Lace?
Laces, memes, adventures. I don't know. I just made up that jingle on the spot.
That was a cute jingle.
You know, you would assume Gam would have escaped from the early altercations with Falcons here. But no, not glories. This man's just going to sit in the back seat, having a sip on some juice, and just relax a little bit and see what happens. The fact that the Falcons had to return to this position to be able to eliminate him, not understanding that he is literally just hiding in the exact same spot where they killed the earlier teammates, is my meme of the day. And I mean, it writes itself.
And you couldn't see his face, but throughout that whole segment, he didn't even have his hands.
He was giggling.
He was just like, they don't even know I'm here.
I was going to sit and wait it out. I mean, I did think he was parked aside of the car. Something that, you know, I think is interesting is this is, again, showing how these end games are changing dramatically, Godspeed, over the fact that we can now destroy terrain. Like, if you go back to what the game looked like a year ago or farther, it's very different in how the end games go. A lot more teams making it deep, and it seems way more challenging to me in terms of how you figure out how to survive when you get those final 6 or 7 teams, Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it in the green room. It was an observation that I think especially... I mean, that was never really a thing, right? Especially all last year. It's just if you were in a bad spot, if you're in the center, you got mortared, that was it. There was no cover. If you didn't have a car to kind of help buffer that zone for you, you were cooked. So I actually think this destructible cover or terrain is probably one of the coolest additions because it's really allowed these teams to flex in those endgame circles.
I agree, because like it gets more teams into the end zone, and we love a chaotic end zone as well.
I do. I love me some chaos.
And
I
Shadow,
love me some
Shadow.
digging that we have been able to see. Don't get me started, all right? Don't get me started because I don't want to get on the hype train again. Oh, if that would have swung back like a good Australian Bama ring, that would have been sick. We're going to be having something special coming for all the esports lover, and it's none other than Esports Nations Cup.
With Esports Nations Cup on the way here, regions will clash. I think it's fair to say, and they're already clashing really here in this tournament as a whole. Avenger's going to be talking to me about some of that as it does go down, as we got East versus West here for everything to be going down on. I mean, the thing is that we've got at the top, obviously, Myth and T1 really strongly representing the East right now, but on the West side, EMA is looking good. What do you think?
It is. I mean, back-to-back second place here for Virtus.pro is obviously amazing here. Navi won a game, but you can't deny how strong Myth and T1 looked in our group stage. Pretty sure they're going to be able to carry that into this finals here for sure. And I'm really excited because it's two different types of strategies we kind of see from them. T1, they're looking in a proactive way for kills to kind of have that impact, where Myth is like, okay, we're playing, of course, smartly for these kills and for the chicken dinners, and we've seen them consistently get those in the groups. I want to see that convert in the finals as well.
All right, tell me about the West then. Tell me about those teams, if they're going to be challenging for the top spots here as well, because we've got some great contenders in EMEA. Of course, there's always Falcons as well. There's some big heavy hitters here.
Absolutely, and I think both, you can mention Falcons, you can mention Twisted Minds, you can say Virtus.pro as well, and I think those all have a chance here so far consistently. Sure, it's just 2 games out of the 18 possible we have. Virtus.pro, it's undeniable how smart they're playing. They're looking for these kills. They're trying to get also in to the late game. We see clutches from Lucarux. We see clutches from Beamy. We see all of these guys are equally contributing. So, yeah, honestly, for me, top pick right now, if I had to put it from EMEA, had to be BP.
I was happy to hear from Lucarux, of course, as we just got that interview before, because, again, they know exactly what is... When you watch it all play out, right, they knew it was always almost going to be impossible to take down T1 where they were. So play for the second, see what you can get done from there. Take the mature decision in those moments, right?
Yeah, exactly. And we saw it's a 3-point clutch. It's 2 kills. It's eliminating one that's in your 3rd place, right? To getting that 6 points for the placement was absolutely insane. The way he did it as well, playing under immense pressure, inside Molotovs, inside smokes, around cars. Sure, they were a little bit passive, but still, you have to be proactive. You have to kind of try to grip that and make it your own choice.
Quick pivot back to the East.
Sure.
China, 17 gaming. Do you think that they can rise to the occasion and bounce back?
I sure hope, because we always see they're a favorite, they're a contender, they're up there, but right now, I gotta say I'm nervous. I don't think we see them in the top 4, to be honest.
Ooh, okay. I mean, they do have the chops to do it. Of course, they are a previous recent PGS champion, being able to take that off AGAL at the top as well when that was going down, which was also down to the wire. So discounting the idea of AGAL being able to make a bounce back, you shouldn't be doing that too early, right?
No, absolutely not. I think there is definitely a chance where they could come in. We see him as pop off. We see him as come up to the level that we know he's capable of.
Yeah.
We didn't see that in the group stage, though.
Indeed, we did not. All right, thank you very much, Avenger. Time to head to the commentating team for all of the extravaganza in another PUBG game.
So much to look at. ENC down the path. So much cool stuff on the way. I feel a bit like bad for Setsuna. He just narrowly, with Indonesia, qualified for ENC, what, a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, something along those lines, and then just barely qualified in. He is just squeaking it out right now. So to get to this stage, they're actually doing pretty good. They're like middle of the pack at the time.
Yeah, look, they're playing better than I think a lot of people might have expected, and you know, Setsuna able to just survive. For Shadow's kind of lack of firepower, let's just be honest, let's call it what it is. At times, they don't seem to be able to match up against some of the best in the lobby, but they're pretty smart with getting into the late games, kind of hedging their bets and at least finding points where they can.
Got Miramar playing path up and ready to go, as it's going to be pretty far down the south over around Resort, ending around Alcantara. So, the question Claris was asking it mean to Avenger, 17 Gaming. Did they do it? Do they have the gusto right now?
Yeah. I never doubt 17 at this point. Like, they've just won too many times at PGS's. Like, they're that team that'll surprise you when you're kind of starting to count them out. That's when they're going to bounce back. But right now, I'm just fine with them. I think they can, you know, maybe play a little bit better in terms of looking for kills instead of looking for center circle, like mid-game. Like, they seem to be one of these teams that's looking to make that dive in the middle. But, you know, and I get it, because with the ability to dig with the pickaxes and things like that, like, you can make those center circle positions work, but it takes time to get those set up. So in those moments, you're going to be very vulnerable, and they're getting kind of caught up in transitional moments where they're kind of trying to fight teams, and then they're you know, maybe losing a player on the drive, or they're stuck in a fight where it looks fair initially, but then the other teams are so hungry for the third parties that they're getting caught in some of those spots.
I do not know what's going on with China. I know that we often have been seeing a lot of our internationals down in Southeast Asia, much more time zone appropriate. Don't want to come up with excuses as we do see the circle pop, but it feels like right now, yes, you are right. The moment you start counting out 17 is whenever they rise up, but this just isn't 17, in my opinion. I don't know what's going on. China's just kind of really suffered at EWC this year.
I think the meta just that they have regionally isn't working right now. Like where
that's kind of true. A little bit of a mashup against metas from other regions could be a problem.
I think to me, when I look at them and the way they're playing, since the switch to DPP this year, is that they want to get those center positions and just kind of lock it down, right? They want to play that like safe standard game where you're able to kind of, dig in and look around you very easily and just kind of track all your targets and try to hold that through. But there's so many good teams in this lobby that are great at third partying. Oh, Gen G, that is so scary. Bolt in hand. And they aren't going to continue to try to put pressure onto Quizzy. Vitality going to thwart. We've seen this from Gen G where they look for these early picks a couple times in this event. It actually has worked out a lot. They just haven't been able to kind of scale into the late game off of that. So that's going to be thwarted this time, though.
Rotate starting to come in as, of course, we do have that very southern plane path. AGAL as well as Full Sense going to be pretty decent spots off the get-go. I mean, we know we've seen the circle a lot. Pulls down to Resort can be problematic, but at least it's got enough space for a lot of teams to play. If it pulls to the west of Los Leones, that's a little bit more field heavy. There's still a couple of dips, hills, but it gets a lot dicier over there. Down to the southwest, a bit better. You never know. We might get Partona. The way these circles go, Partona is still on the table. You never know.
You never know.
But Los Leones is eating up so much space in this. You feel like it's going to be a component for rotates, and a lot of what we're going to be looking at moving into later stages is T1 wants to get ahead of it all. They're coming in over on the west, around Chumacera. Everybody else that went very far to the northwest is going to have a really hellacious rotate.
Yeah, last year I would have said there's like a 75% chance this ends by Resort, but obviously the circles are different this year, so who the heck knows where it's going to go. Definitely anybody's guess at this point, and we've seen some pretty crazy shifts with the new settings as Virtus Pro on foot, being diligent. I have to be so, or you have to be so, like, BP fan with the way they're playing here today. Like the way they set up these like mobile moving forts where they're able to cover each other so well, and they've got their cars positioned safely. They're quick to start digging and set up their little fortifications, and the way that they defend them, very, very impressive. And the way they're able to use them as well as kind of a turret position to get kills is really, really
early game bully Team Liquid right now. Finding another kill in there. It's just a point here and there. It hasn't really paid off for them in the later stages yet, but it's keeping them in the competition, kind of in that pack that's still on the chase. It's really just, 8 points into them and Na'Vi. We're only on game number 3, so that could change the longer this brews. But we talked about 17. We've been talking a lot about T1 as well, so they're kind of bumping into each other in rotate. Wimbo gonna go down, and man, it is Heather still popping off, and 17 still having trouble.
Well, they're kind of circling the wagons here, R17, so T1, if they stick around too much longer, might be in trouble. And EN has a couple shots ring out next to him. Going to be able to use that hillside along the road to protect himself. And Heather, he ran out of bullets. Otherwise, he might have had a knock. Might still get it anyway on the Lil Goes. And it's going to find it.
I don't think you want that smoke right now, 17. You got to kind of figure out what's going on. And it just pulling them apart, man. T1, full brutality coming after him. It is just Xiao Wu running for the hills as 17 just can't find a way to make the game work.
It was Heather with that mini hitting those shots. Yep. That is ridiculous stuff.
Heather,
he is unbelievable right now. And he's a player that I have been very, very high on for years, since he kind of splashed onto the scene in Korea. And I mean, he's even better than I could have ever imagined with the way he's playing at EWC. This is his best yet.
Yeah, we're definitely in a opposing era for T1 right now, as it feels like they're trying to take control of their destiny as fast as possible instead of leaving it until the tail end and having those big games and those crazy plays. They're just bringing it off the start. Like, you can see that was a shutdown moment. T1 spins around and says, you don't mess with me in the early game. We will fight you, we will kill you, and we will ruin you.
Yeah, Heather's the mean girl, man. Like, he's just not having any of it.
Regina George, there you go. I mean, he does kind of have a mean girl name.
He does. It is like one of the quintessential mean girl names, for sure.
I see, you stumbled across something as Xiao Wu. Run, Xiao Wu, you in trouble. Batulins is mad and he wants points.
This is terrible for 17. We just talked about how we thought maybe they could have a bounce back, but they get caught up with T1. I think this is going to be a good game for Team Liquid, maybe. They're coming in pretty early compared to a lot of the rest of the lobby. I mean, they're like first half, believe it or not. They might be looking at this game. They even stopped to get a kill, and they're probably like, oh, we're going to be coming in so late. This is going to be a tough circle for us. Actually, they're pretty well situated to maybe do something in this. I don't know.
I just get nervous on Circle 1, though. Like, yes, they have a good position over the West, but look at the cluster in the center, man. We've had such a centered meta that's popped off with these squads that just really want to frag out early and fight, that I feel like if you come into this stage, if you get Circle up, great. If it pops this direction, which it could do the way these circles go, but it feels like Circle 2 is almost our friendliest circle time and time again. That's given everybody right over there, and then it starts the hard shift craziness afterwards.
Yeah, for sure. It usually 2 is still going to be safe enough that everybody's fine. This is
Vitality?
Yeah, Quizzy's trying to get the heck out of here. Geeke is going to see him on the exit. It seems like it's going to be A-OK with Hello My Bad driving there. The Coop offering some pretty good protection with that low-hanging roof that it has. Blocks the bullets pretty nicely, so they will get away. And Geeke going to be on the very outside, the very last team to be getting into the circle, at least as far as we can see for now.
Falcons doing a very eastern wrap to come into this. Myth, a very western wrap. Everybody else just kind of coming in from the north. Xiao Wu's going to continue to find squad upon squad passing him by, but I think he's just kind of hunkered down out there as VC does stop. I think that they're just trying to scout, though. I don't think that they're really on the hunt for any solos or any remnants hanging out over there. I think he just kind of, I don't know, did he get any of the blue chips? Did Xiao Wu, or did he just have to run? I think he just had to run, didn't he?
Good question. I'm not too sure. Maybe he tried to circle back for it. We didn't get to see.
Or he's waiting there to circle back?
Could be. I mean, there's so much going on the map right now. I didn't catch it, so I'll have to wait. I mean, he's probably thinking about it at the very least and would love to. It's still early enough that if he could get them, would be a nice chance. And he has a revive station not too far.
Porte!
Okay. Well, it could still happen, Matt. It could still happen.
It could still happen. The dream continues. But we get that circle that we saw so many times last year with a little bit more of a southern lean, keeping in Partona and Resort. So our squads from the north around Los Leones just going to have to condense in. But the long wrap coming up from Falcons as well as Myth probably going to pay off pretty big.
Yeah, actually, Falcons are going to be not too displeased with this circle once they can get in there. Virtus Pro as well, perfectly fine with this because they're going to be able to skirt past AGAL, get a little bit more southernly shifted, get those cars into the warehouses, get them safe as well as they can. And meanwhile, AGAL is busy looking at some stuff going on around them. Team 1 making the move right by Full Sense. They have Shadow Esports just ahead of them, but Shadow has pulled up shop pretty well south up on the compound. Meanwhile, T1 is going to take this edge of the mountainside.
This is such a great spot to play if they can keep the defense on there. Really, it's got a couple of vulnerability approaches, most notably over into the west, but I think that they're keeping a player over there waiting. Falcon's going to wrap into the south. Could be bumping into Shadow like you were talking about one moment ago. VP's going to make landfall right next to Na'Vi. Those guys had a little bit of bad blood after last game. AGAL running a 2-2 split. Does keep control over territory, but it feels a little bit dicey if anybody opts into a crash because that has been a theme. Go for a 2-2 split too long in this, and boy, suddenly it's just a full man like clown car that's on top of you.
Exactly. Because of how aggressive some teams want to be in the middle of the game towards the center of the circle and how little options you usually have. If you're not confident in your edge fighting, you got to take a crash, you got to take a play. And I'm right there with you, Matt. I'm always looking at those 2-2 splits on the map to think, okay, when the circle starts to close for 3 especially, I'm like, you need to group up and you got to find a way to do that. If you can't, you are going to probably run into problems where you are in an odd man fight.
I mean, even if even if everything stays fine and AGL tries to just regroup off of this in a little while, they're going to have to deal with T1, Twisted, I think, should have a sightline, VP, and maybe Na'Vi, all trying to catch anybody on a rotate there. That's it's not a long rotate that they have to do, but it's going to be a scary one.
No, for sure. It is. And if you want to see a team that does 2-2s really well right now, that's T1. Like, they probably have the best 2-2 split game that we've seen here at EWC so far. They run them constantly, and they're always in good positions where they can group up when they need to. They're really good about the timings on all of that, so that's been a big key to their game. Myth as well, a great edge team, very different play style than T1, and they are making it work for themselves very nicely. Geeke is going to be like, we know we're coming into this late. Let's get in the plane. And by God, if this goes Partona, they're going to be in a great position.
Yes. We still got a couple of seconds before we figure it out. Game's a little bit gate kept out right now, but it's by Vitality, who's trying to get into the circle. The northeastern area that they're playing from is pretty fine. I think that Zhao Wu has gone back and he's tried to collect those blue chips, and he might be making a path back over to Res Beacon to try to rally back in 17 Gaming, but this is going to be playing from the back foot without a doubt. Myth is also called an emergency pickup, not comfy in their position, but if the circle plays it, oh, no Dolly Partona for us.
We tried. We did our best. But we're going west to Resort this time, so that field that AGAL in is dead center. That's a rough spot to be in if you're not already in one of the compounds that are around the edges. You're going to be kind of forced to play around those irrigation machines and the sprinklers and all that other accoutrement that sits inside of that field proper. Pow will fall. Belmoth going to claim a point for full sense. Vitality moving around the north side here. They're going to be able to skirt Twisted Minds, who's got a bit of a setup on the edge of Resort. They're going to be holding the line right now. Nothing too dangerous just yet.
Yeah, it's mostly just Vicious having a problem. GK trying to just find something in here. Remember, we saw them trying to go for a little bit more of a desperation play to get into a point. They at least found something, but it's going to be Genji just to the north of where they're playing. Duckmai is going to be coming on the other side, kind of a bit more to the west of what we see going on over here. AGAL holding down those sprinklers and everything you were talking about just one moment ago. Team Liquid's got to bully their way into the east as there's not a lot of territory to be had, and it looks like Myth going to try to make landfall right on top of VP, and that is instantly punished, man. VP just finding all the points, and Myth, the murder squad, just can't find a way to get it rolling this time.
Oh, that has got to feel great for VP. You just eliminated one of the biggest threats in this lobby, and you're going to be sitting pretty central-ish of the circle. Very nicely done there. I think Myth just feeling like they didn't have a lot of good options. I would have rather seen them just try to fight bottom edge, but meanwhile, Full Sense is losing players to Team Liquid. That's over on the west side. Full Sense has that high ground warehouse that's just above their position, along with a player next to Team Liquid. They got to dig him out.
But here's the problem. T1 saw that firefight. They're already moving down the hillside to see if they can get a piece. Team Liquid still has Kurt down, but just managed to get the res right as Ian gets there and gets knocked onto Cowboy. So suddenly Team Liquid just trying to fight for a position inside the circle. Thought that they were starting to find some successes. T1 just runs in and snatches it away.
And look at this, Full Sense shows up to the party and immediately Tanadol dusts Alo. Belmoth with the grenade, gets Purdy Curdy gone. And Team Liquid all of a sudden crumbling. The real question is, how much does T1 want to commit? Well, they're paying the price. It's actually D from range. Gets the knock on to E-End.
I mean, Duckmai even trying to get a piece of that. Himas was also trying to get involved. So T1 continues to roam over here. They keep one of their players and Heather over in this position to go for the res. Raining is going to go ahead and try to see if he can get over there, provide some support. Type has actually jumped over into the northern area, has got a compound right as 17 is coming back in off of their recall. And it's going to be right next to Zhao Wu. So T1 still looming large back behind all of this is how good is the defense going to show up for Team Liquid? Because I think that T1 wants this.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, that was about 600 meters that D just got that knock on to E-End with the M16. Disgusting shooting there. As a Cowboy playing front door, going to close it. They're opening up for a little bit of a barrage, expecting T1 to be behind that coop, but they're actually not. So they're going to first start with the molly to try to force them into other windows. I would assume that the grenades are going to follow up into the right-hand side. Yes, but nicely dodged there by Luke. He's not going to take any damage from that. E-End now looking to try to flush him out, see if he can catch him going back in. Cooks the grenade well, but again, Luke, very nicely done to avoid any damage.
Just a full push. You can see the Team Liquid was hoping maybe they could stall this out enough that the third party could come in. Not going to find much, but Cowboy does get the knock on one. Type instantly lands back over here. Assist, and of course, it's going to be Heather that gets the last, killing it all. T1 finds 7 kills already, but it is now Jin G's turn, and it is time to fight up in the northeast. This isn't even near the circle. Vitality just pouncing on this as well.
Yeah, Gan gets in here. They're going to get dealt with. Salute with a P90. Thinking about trying to stick the res, but those sound cues going to be oh so important. The grenades up and over the top, not finding anything. Salute finds one. That's Gedrock's down, looking for a little bit more, using the safety of these crates to try to hide. P90 in hand, goes around the outside, finds another, but he gets lit up.
Yeah, the hunt is now on. Quizzy going to be leading the path around the side. Can he get another knock? No, Jin G gets eliminated. Vitality plays it fast and furious. They still need to get into the circle, though, but managed to find some kills of their own, sitting at 7, and a climb coming up for them. VP's got a great position in this new circle, as Falcons now also going to be touching the safety of the circle, but it's going to be very close to a 2-2 split coming up from Shadow.
I like this from Falcons. You're going to be pretty safe underneath this hillside. There's not a ton that Shadow can do about it. My real question is how much angle does Na'Vi have into this? Probably not much, given that, again, everything kind of uphill in front of Falcons. So you're at least going to be able to find some level of safety here. Depending on how much the next circle hard shifts, you will have to do some driving potentially, but maybe you can find that pick onto Shadow Esports and make that aggressive maneuver. As we can see on the map, there's a big 2-2 split. Oh, Quizzy, no.
Oh,
no.
And they can't
Come
really
pick him up, guys.
I mean, it's pretty far away. VP's taking those shots from, I don't know, probably like 500 meters away, so maybe Quizzy can get over there in time. 17's got some loot, and it's going to be enough to maybe make a knock onto Ian, but he's already got a nade prepped on the other side. Ian's got to just go ahead and reinforce this position again. They keep trying to go down to that hillside they were playing before, but squad upon squad just crashes into this point, and they'll take the kills every single time.
T1 might lose E-End here, and that wouldn't be the end of the world. Grenade around the corner. Wenbo had moved to the other side, so he's not going to take any damage. There isn't much heals, isn't much to work with for this beat up, called back in 17 squad. Type finds one. This might just be more points going to T1. Oh, what a spray from Wenbo with the MP5.
I mean, 17 needed that. It just wasn't finding anything. Heather's still going to have an idea on what's happening with the pusher on the other side of all of this. Couple of flashes going to come out. Good play. Peeks around the other side of it. Heather just finds it yet again. Every single time it feels like there's a problem for T1. Heather solves it.
Dude, he is so good. That was a perfectly placed stun, and that nullified that pump shotgun, and it's going to put that into the hands of T1. There is Duckmai looming on the edge of this fight. He might have a role to play in this. Type might be in trouble. The longer he stays out there, the more likely he is to die to a backstab from Duckmai, but Duckmai isn't really looking into this just now. Wenbo, I don't think he has any health left to use to heal up. He's just on a sliver, and that should be it. There you go.
Okay, well, 17 tries to rally something back together and instantly gets punished on it. T1 still knows that the hillside that they've been kind of bouncing back and forth between is going to be open behind them. They should feel good with that. Duckmai's got to make a run of his own. Vitality needs to get in the circle. Nothing going to feel good about it. Twisted, how on earth do you get around Na'Vi to get into a circle that's going to have Falcons to the south and VP defending it all?
Yeah, this is really nice for Falcons. They're able to just quietly backfill Shadow Esports as they finally group up into 4. Shadow going to be making another deep run into this one. 3-1 split in the current circle. They've got a nice compound. Should find themselves some pretty good placement points at the very least. Vitality, one of those teams on the outside, but I think they're going to have to just kind of fight their way through AGL to get a spot in.
Oh, Twisted. This rotate doesn't feel good. There's one down. A lot of damage onto the rest. It's going to be now Falcons getting a piece. Other side of it, Perfectix nowhere to go. Batulans isn't over here. Expecting this to go bad, he stayed behind, but now he's all by his lonesome and back to snake life.
Yeah, this one's going to be frustrating for Twisted. Right now, it's a donut in the game for them. There just isn't a lot they can do. Hakatori has the M24. I'd love to see him pop off a bit with that. Nixie tries to go out there, claim a little bit of prize that he's going to pay. Trimsy is just continuing the warpath. He has been outrageously good. Kickstart will claim the point, but it's a knock from Trimsy.
If Falcons find success, it's going to be based off of Shrimsy because he is coming into this mad, man. I don't know what is going on. Na'Vi does manage to sneak by the positioning from VP on one side, but that's going to make them a bit more vulnerable to the Falcons' position. Batulin's going to just try to creep in, but Fair is still back behind for Na'Vi, was trying to cover, make sure that VP couldn't get too crazy on him. So he's still pretty isolated. If he runs down that hillside, he is going to get punished quick. Vitality did find an entrance up next to the sprinklers, and it's going to be near where AGAL is playing. But that also puts you next to T1. And as you can see, that's never a good place to be.
Nope, that is about the last place you want to be in any circle. Right now, this team, look at this. They're a man down, and they're still happy to try to take a fight. I mean, they had some room to play with to try to play it safe, but that's not going to be the name of their game. That Molly right in front of the T1 player's face as the mortars coming through, trying to find that flush. Hello, my bad. Has that P90 that he picked up off of Salute's body. Good blue zone, and he's going to run out of the blue zone grenade. Has to go for that first aid.
AGL looks like they want to get a bit more of what's going on, but they do spot out the 2-1, so that's going to be Twisted now down and out. Heather does get knocked. It's going to be Duckmai, the sneaky snake back behind all of this. The solo trying to get involved. Circle pops away, and it goes right to Shadow Esports. So the firefighting on the hillside is going to start popping off as now Falcons have to push into, well, actually Na'Vi has to push into Falcons. VP is going to be defending the other side. Vitality manages to finish off T1 at least for a reprieve on the circle, but it's them and VP tied up at 34.
And Duckmai eventually did end up biting T1 in the back, and he found quite a chunk, and Vitality knew that they had that moment to capitalize. This looks pretty nice for Falcons or Na'Vi if they could come through it clean. AGAL as well, still 4 up. I mean, of course, Shadow has the compound, has the circle, so they're going to be feeling pretty good about having the best odds to potentially take the chicken dinner. It's just, can they kind of hold off these really talented, aggressive squads that are going to be around them? Cars on kind of an awkward slope there. It's going to be tough to drive it up the hill for Falcons. They're just trying to keep Na'Vi at bay.
Nobody can really go into the circle easy from the east either. AGL's up on the top of it. These squads know that they need to fight, try to find some kills over here because it's pretty much a kind of a sprinkler field due east on the circle. So fight if you can find it, and it's stalled out any form of movement. VP is still also stuck, kind of just got their duo up looking at the warehouse and what's going to be going on over there. So couple of shots coming up. Oh, AGAL Destroy does get the knock on to Beamy. That's going to stall out everything even more. If anything, though, this is really big for Vitality because they've got way more breathing room up into the north. They're kind of containing anyone's Legend, who's trying to contain VP, but Corexy, so few options. He's just going to try to send it, use the opportunity of this firefight going on between Na'Vi as well as Falcons. And Hakatori just drops it right on to Shrimsy. Kickstart gets two, though, in retaliation.
What a hold, and he's got a Panzer behind this. He's looking to get the player. He does some damage, tickles the ankles, and takes another one down. Kickstart right back to it, gets behind the coop, claims some more points. Just going to be, is this grenade going to be well cooked? Kickstart senses it coming, gets down just in time to avoid dying, and Kickstart takes them all down.
Gets it in the end, but he still has to run up. He's already weakened. Right as soon as he peaks the top of that hill, it is going to get punished fast. Other side of the world, you can see it is Vitality starting to jockey up against anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend just trying to fight their way into the circle, but it's going to be a great setup firing line. And a mortar from Hello My Bad, waiting and holding everybody into position. That's the job of this duo. Keep them contained, mark it up, and can Hello My Bad drop the boom on them?
Let's see. Yes, he can. He got Himas. He took down the biggest danger that AGL will bring to bear. Almost gets another one of the Salalzi. Oh, my word. Delwyn getting tagged up. I think that was the P90 from Hello My Bad there. So everything crumbling.
Shadow's flanking on this one. They see an opportunity to take control over the game. It's Jexy. He hits the shots on the Hello My Bad. The mortar now down. Peeks the other side. Vitality is eliminated. Shadow coming alive, but they've got to fight up against anyone's Legend.
I don't think Kit can get back into the circle. He's just trying to heal through this as best as he can, but it's not going to be too much longer before he succumbs to that blue damage. Meanwhile, a pause in the fight. AGAL back up to 4 strong despite significant damage dealt by the side of Vitality, who'll go down in third. A great timing there from Shadow, though. Knew they needed to get active, and better late than never.
This is 7th and 8th place, respectively. Would not have expected that on the start of the day as Shadow and anyone's Legend. Now, anyone's Legend have to fight their way into this circle. Kamal's doing a good job on keeping control over that hills, the field side of all of this, while the other 3 are keeping control over the hill. AGAL has a firing line that we know can just absolutely demolish teams, and they might be leaning into it. It's just going to be 3 inside of a car, tail end back behind that, try to jump over this hill on the other side, run down the field, take that southern position. Kamal's going to have all the pressure instantly put back onto him. No clean sight lines popping yet. Kamal's, can you defend as though AGAL just steals this, runs right up into their face, and takes it away from them.
It's a really nice read here by AGAL, realizing that Shadow had pushed out with quite a few players, so that means that this compound was going to be weak, if not completely wide open, and they're going to capitalize on that. So immediately, Shadow has to reinforce this. They can't give up the longhouse cover to AGAL for free, so they are going to challenge it. Molly on the outside, not really going to do much there. Goes a little bit too deep to cover the doorway, so AGAL able to take their half of the longhouse.
They're back up against the blue zone again. At least they got into it. Found a way to navigate this pretty clean. It was a good read on how to hold the circle. You did a great job on explaining through all of it. But Kamals has got to be the guy that keeps the contain, opens the opportunity. Setsuna gets a nade on Himas. That's going to feel great. Hansi gets one as well. So now AGAL, after a great rotate, in some trouble, but notice Delwyn's position. He's playing the other side of the rocks. Can he find a good angle? Yes! Does get the knock on to Jexy, and is pulling all the aggro down to himself. Finds another one onto Hansi.
It's a good start here, and it's a good one for Setsuna again. Gonna claim another, and Shadow has 2 players up. AGAL just Salalzi Destroy. Sticking the res. Looks like he's gonna be afforded the time, but the problem is while you do this, that means Shadow is also gonna have the time to go for the reses themselves. That's a great initial util barrage from Shadow. Had the blue zones to force players into positions where the frags could connect onto the backside. Really nicely done by them. Can they capitalize? Can they close this game out?
Setsuna had a couple of clutch moments whenever it was needed. Can he find another one? Hansy already gets the information, knows where Sololzy is, tries to deny out the high ground in that position right on top of him. Is it going to give him enough space? Kamals has got the highest of high ground in all of this. Here's the footsteps and is feeding the information over to his teammates so that way they know exactly where he's going to be positioned at. Knows the fact that he's got Destroy right underneath of him one side of this. Has to be careful. Sololzy one side of it. Going to get a little bit of aggro thrown his way. So Control right now still favoring Shadow, but AGAL has to figure out how they want to navigate this longhouse as Destroy not going to be inside this new circle yet, and Kamal's on top of him, knows every movement that's going on.
Yeah, I mean, now it's just a waiting game. You know, Shadow should just be able to kind of hold the line here one way or another. Even if you lose Hansy in this situation, you should be okay with Jexy and Cessna's position. Just going to come down to the shots, and you know, we know AGAL, they're capable. No Himas here, but still Destroy Sololzy very, very good in their own right.
I think that Destroy just found the helmet. I didn't see it on a second ago. I'm not for certain, but I have to see is there might have been a peek that Kamals could have gone for. I wouldn't be surprised if probably his head's been hit a few times given the position of Kamals, and this is full contained. Destroy just trying to play this slow. See if he can sneak up, but Kamals isn't going to let it happen. The shoddy, though, could be big flash. Throwing off the timing. Looks like Hansy's going to find something. Kamals does get the knock. That's going to open up the longhouse, and it is just Sololzy as the solo.
Oh, Kamal's just going to go in there, make sure he's got the point, immediately runs away, realize he might be in a bad fight, don't want to give any extra over to AGAL if they can so help it. And there you go, Shadow Esports going to take the chicken dinner on Miramar.
Slow and steady wins the race inside that one. Shadow Esports finds a victory and continues to climb up the leaderboard. Underdog story not done yet.
I mean, they played, you know, a very good, cautious, thought-out game. It's not as explosive as your T1s, as your Myths, but man, oh man, get them into the late game and they're going to make some good moves and they make some good reads. Yeah, sure, some circle luck, but they play it well.
Other side of that, anyone's legend, respect on that rotate. They read exactly the position that was coming up from Shadow and how they were going for it. Love the drums coming out for the Shadow fans out there. But really what kind of stood out to me with AGAL was that Delwyn position where he moved over to the rocks to try to grab as much aggression as many of the players to move away from the compound to open it up for his teammates. That's such a smart play.
Yeah, I mean, I think AGAL played this about as well as they could have, given their, you know, disadvantageous position in the circle, recognizing where, you know, Shadow had given up some space that they could make the rotate through, but, you know, Shadow as well, quick to make their counter moves, decisive when they needed to be, in the heat of the moment, reaching out to thwart Vitality from really, you know, potentially taking out AGAL pretty cleanly and potentially winning the game.
And Kamal's had two different ways he could play that. Remember, he was the defensive guy. Let's listen in real quick.
Let's go!
That one feels good for him. All right, so remember Kamals was holding down the compound and the rotate from AGL happened there.
Yeah.
But he would have also had the information that that was a ton of people. He could have gone for a couple of peeks, maybe taken a couple of shots. But if he went down there, the longhouse would have been instantly surrendered. That would have made everything so much harder for Shadow. So instead, he went for a more defensive play, went back into the high ground up on top of the longhouse, and let everybody sweep down in right underneath of him. So, I mean, a lot of great strategy to come into a really crazy set of hardships is we've got to get everything set up, move into our next game because, man, it has just been popping off today.
We book Esports World Cup.
He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
I don't have double actually.
Knocks on the first corner on blue.
He's outside right, outside right.
Third, flush.
I'm gonna heal real quick. I'm going left to heal.
He's outside. I'm gonna flash it and we go, okay?
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm not with you. I'm not with you. Sick, I'm driving on the left. Wait for me, brother.
Oh, he's on the fuck. I trolled. He's on this. Oh, great. My bad.
Oh, I trolled you. Hold on. Hold on.
Stuck in the corner. One shot. Nice. Get that chip. Put it in his car and blow it up right now. Don't waste any time.
Nice. Knock 2.
Nice.
On you.
All dead. Good job, guys. Well done,
fucking
job. Well done. Hell yeah.
We did what we wanted to do. Who's next?
I mean, we here killed Gen G too. Sorry about that, Cowboy.
It's all good. Who can pass JDG's question?
Nemesis. Nemesis.
没有，操守后，最后一个，丢雷，他丢了，看拉开，后左里还是侧左位，操守后，刚刚他死了，好打，体育清吗？都来一起来，我有雷，我4颗雷要分吗？我帮你们抽左边啊，我在顶上，一起，教练，我也要去吗？都来，我们得进去，就来这里有个盾牌，我丢他雷，这里有个盾牌，右边这边，我今天你看到，我丢，我看到要，你没丢过去，残了，到，往前吧，封个烟往3标，没烟了，最后右下圈里面，前面是尖的，被混烟混倒的，挖坑能救，挖坑，有雷，别吵，有雷。
All right, we're here at the EWC Parkour Challenge. Now it's time for the incline slab. Kelaris up to bat. Let's see what he's got in store for us on this one. All right, he's making his run. He's got up there. Oh, the arthritis fakie. He lands it. He's done it. He makes it. That is a huge win for Kelaris. Paper Thin here, bringing you another event from the EWC Parkour Challenge. Kelaris going to attempt to go for the Gamer Gear lift. Let's see what he's got going for us. He's coming in. Oh, the interesting. Oh, it's so heavy. It's too much for him. Can he pull it through? He's trying. Oh, okay. Just goes in. All right, we're back here, EWC Parkour Championship. One more event to go. Kelaris, can he pull off the old man army crawl? We're going to have to wait and see. He's going under. Pretty good. He's rolling. Good technique, good form. Slides through. He's up. He's through. He's done it. He's got it. The EWC Parkour Championship. Done really well here, Kelaris, I want to get your thoughts. I know you're winded. That was a tough one. How did it go?
Oh, I needed to get some big points on this one, but I think I did enough. And I just want to say thank you, Mom.
What do you got to say to your fans out there?
Everyone who believes in me. This is for you, man. This is for you.
He's done it. Emotional stuff here from Kelaris at EWC. What a performance. What a performance.
A team that nobody was expecting to even be in the finals or even end up showing up in the finals. And from the shadows, Esports is able to get a win, Toffee.
I get where we're going with that. They did get a win. And you know what? I got to give them respect on that win. Sure, they had a ton of utility. They had a good spot, but they really outplayed AGAL, who was remember, favorite to potentially win this event. So you got to give these young lads, first EWC, first huge event, props on that sort of ability.
Plenty of opportunities for them to throw that fight, right? Sure, they didn't have to do much. Yeah, they had the circle, but they played it absolutely perfectly, right? Even the end, when they baited, I believe it was Sololzi to get on that roof and they still got the kill, that was perfectly played. So
they knew the win condition was roof control, and so they jumped off saying, oh, and Sololzi's like, finally, they made a mistake, and he climbs out. Easy bait, man. I loved it.
The patience that they were able to showcase was impressive, too. Waiting for the right time. Love to see that from Shadow and just continuing to get all this experience to maybe carrying that on throughout the rest of the year. But other squads, honestly, T1 being able to bounce back with those 11 kills, Lace.
Yeah, I mean, look, I said it in the previous game. It's not going to be another chicken dinner for them. And no, it was not. But the high eliminations were exactly what this team set out to do. And I mean, I'm pretty sure it was like racked up to like 11 points. They cleared out that northwest side and they kind of set their sights on Vitality to be their next sabotage. But unfortunately, Vitality got the handle of that one.
I'll tell you who they hate. They must hate 17 with a passion because they started that game by killing Wembo, Tianchan, and Little Ghost. They let them get the reses, then they hunted them down in the back half of the game and re-killed the entire team. They literally got half of their points off of the same 4 players.
Starting to wonder if 17 should have just joined 4 a.m. on that plane ride home because
they saw
they're playing like it. I'll tell you that right now.
They saw their countrymen leave and they took that personally.
Yeah, you know who isn't playing like it though? Kickstart's clutch. That was so clean for the Falcons and necessary. They needed those points to make sure they're continuing to stay relevant as these teams are starting to climb the leaderboard.
Yeah, for the Falcons, I mean, just to start off the day, as we're looking at the play here by Kickstart, we're talking about Tig being able to be that superstar that ended up showing up at the end of their first day. Now it's Kickstart hopefully giving them that kickstart here today.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Kickstart show at the moment, but I think my issue is like they're not playing the team strength. They're kind of having like an individual player being like that most outstanding one for their team. And yes, Kickstart was that one. I think they got the third place out of it. But I'm really disappointed to see that it's not the entire team. It's always a solo superstar.
I need to point this out though. Okay, so Kickstart was down to 2 magazines on that one.
Yeah.
He let one go, got the double knock, switched to the Panzer to save himself time, pulled it out of his pocket, got him low. Then he was down to about 26, used it on the first, and only had 20 rounds to finish the last fight. Was at 8 when it ended. Like, that was literally everything he had, and he managed to get a 4 out of it. That is crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, look, I look all the way back to PGIS when he was playing on Zenith, right? And we first really got to taste what he was capable in an international land like this, and he does not disappoint. Anytime he's on this stage, anytime he's on an international stage, Kickstart, at the very least, will show you something that you haven't seen before.
And for Kickstart, I'm hoping that continues on. I also want to see the rest of the players, as you were saying, Lace, being able to show up. And for you at home, don't forget that you can actually sign up to the Esports Foundation Creator Program. Make sure you do so. Earn some rewards, live stream for everybody, and there's a chance that you could end up getting interviewed by us on the final day, because why not? And look at that, there's some pretty cool rewards. Is that a trip for 2 to where?
Week
Paris?
3 of asking for the PlayStation 5.
Oh, hold on. Hear me out. PlayStation 5 doesn't sound bad. Make sure you scan that QR code.
I will.
And go apply, join, and earn rewards for the Esports Foundation Creator Program. Talking about some squads that we were expecting to come in quite heavy today. Myth, I'm not gonna lie, Myth has kind of been a little bit disappointing to me today.
Look, I wouldn't say too much disappointing. It was kind of like a great start for them. Yeah, it's a little bit more slower on the reins, and for them to sort of go out early in that match was kind of the golden gate for everybody to catch up. But look, they're still in that top sort of section of the leaderboard, so it's not counting them out just yet. It is very super close. Like, if you were to go to the next page, you would see how incredibly close these points are. And look, if anyone can bring it home and make those conversions, it's Myth.
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still 7 points per game that they're averaging, which is a great start at 3 when we're looking at sort of the long run on this thing. The team that really has me, as you look at this, Virtus Pro at 34 points. These guys have not let off the gas. 8-8-4, 6th place, 2 seconds. They look good right out of the gate. When you got a player like Beamy sort of on that team who is probably one of the best that does it, like, this is, you can't let them get ahead. It's going to be who wins in a fight, a polar bear or a hurricane, and it's always a polar bear.
I think something else to note about Myth, too, is they were seen as the biggest threat in the tournament, so they have the most eyes on them, right?
They do, that's true, too.
It makes sense that a lot of teams are going to know their rotations, they're going to know exactly where they're going to want to drop, and they're going to try to punish them because they know how powerful Myth is. And that is exactly what happened in that last game. That was a rotation that they got cut off on.
We've seen that before. Everyone goes home and gets ready for finals, and the first team you watch all the videos of is the team that won, right? So that is sort of sometimes it works against you. And Myth, maybe a little bit of that, but you know what? They got a 16th at 0. That's their one bad game. They're allowed.
Yeah, they could end up just readjusting. Only 3 matches in. We do have 3 days of a lot of gameplay. Something that I did end up noticing, though, when we saw the first page of the leaderboard was how frag heavy, how kill KP heavy is those first 2 squads. But as we're getting ready to finish off with the next 3 matches for day 1 of PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26, we got something special with the coaches going on.
Extreme from Team Liquid here, a half-time for our first day here for the final. Talk to us about what's happened so far here for the team, these first 3 games, and your overall thoughts.
I mean, first few games, there have been a couple big mistakes, couple bad shifts as well, but it's mainly the mistakes we want to focus on. Biggest thing right now is that we just don't lose the energy, we don't lose the focus, we don't get deflated or anything like that, and we just move on to the next 3. We have like 15 games left to play. There's no reason to be super down right now.
Thank you very much, Extreme, joining us here from Team Liquid. Let's bring on now Ibi from Virtus Pro. Of course, same question really applies, but you guys have had a really good start here for our first 3 games, so talk to me about that. Any even slight mistakes that you've seen so far, is it looking good for Virtus Pro?
I mean, it's looking really good. We got motion right now. They're doing everything that I want, and what we spoke about. We're pre-planning. We're playing super good. This last game, game 3, we had some good zones. We made some minor mistakes, so we lost 2 people, and we only got like 6 points. I think it could have been more, but so far everything is going really well, and I'm super happy. So we got to keep the motion going.
Fantastic for Virtus Pro. Good luck in the next games. Thank you very much for joining me here.
Thank you.
All right, and finally, let's bring on Gunnar from Team Falcons here, representing the Americas, representing freedom. Let's talk to you about those first 3 games as well. From your perspective, what has Falcons been able to do right and wrong? Obviously, Kickstart just had an amazing performance there against Na'Vi. So talk to me about your first 3 games.
The first 3 games are pretty tough. Like, obviously, the first game was a melee game.
So we pretty much just said, like, guys, it's going to be hard to get the Millie. Let's just try and get ours, which we just crashed Agal and killed them. And obviously just slopped it out with Vitality and Ferry. And then the next 2 games, same thing. It's pretty difficult. That final game right there at Miramar, obviously our best game so far. Insane individual performance by Kickstart, which plays like that or win tournaments. I mean, if you're able to 1v4 Na'Vi, like arguably probably the most mechanically gifted team here, that's how you win an event. So tough zones, but we're playing into them. We're just trying to get average points, and then eventually, you know, we'll get ours, we'll get some good shifts, then hopefully we capitalize on it.
Thank you very much, Gunnar.
$2 million, Luti. $2 million.
I know, that's crazy, right?
What would you even buy with $2 million?
I think I would build a zoo.
Really? What kind of zoo?
Only pigeons.
Okay.
Hey, don't judge. What would you buy?
How much is a penthouse in Paris?
I think you can afford for the parking place of the penthouse. Bienvenue à Paris.
Wow, okay. Okay, I might regret this, but I've got to ask, why pigeons?
Okay, Bonnie, have you ever seen the baby pigeons?
No, I don't think so.
Exactly. And I'm gonna just check what they're up to.
You're a weird guy, Luti. Okay, gotta love him. We are halfway through day 1 of the finals. It's time to jump into game number 4. Casters, over to you.
Thank you very much, Barney and Liddy, as things are getting weird here 3 games into our finals. But so far, so good for T1. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Martin, the Avenger. And we have 3 games left to bring you today. And so far, so good.
Absolutely. Halfway through the day so far here, and some teams have surprised, some teams maybe not so much. But again, we cannot judge that bad. We cannot judge it that bad already, to be honest. But we are going to be going on Rondo, Poro, and that gets me all excited because it's a difficult map to play, but you can really get a snowball rolling on it. Impressed with what Kickstarter was able to do in that last game, but yeah, let's get this playing and the 64 excited players on that screen.
Very exciting. You're getting me excited.
Yeah.
I'm excited, and there's nothing left, nothing more to be excited about than dropping down onto Rondo. As you could even hear it from talking to the coaches there during the break that, you know, 3 games in, nobody's really stressed. Nobody's really overly pressed about anything just yet. Obviously, those guys doing a little bit better than most, but you know, it's again, you still got a lot of time left to play.
Oh, it was good to talk to both a top team, a mid-pack team, and a somewhat bottom team at the moment with Liquid 10 points only in 13th place currently. But again, those kind of small, fast segments, I gotta say, production value is at an all-time high here at Esports World Cup 2026 in Paris. We are starting to the northeast over Hime Town and going all the way down to the south side. Targets be going into Ringyang, and we could I think it's a very high chance we could see this kind of eastern 50-50 circle that closes in on Yonggu. So let's see where we do end up here, but yeah, just anything but a center circle, I was going to say here.
Anything but.
And that's what we get. So let's see what AGL can make the most of it with the home turf circle. Some teams on that western and southern side don't have as many teams coming in front of them, so there's not going to be as much pressure moving and kind of coming in on those teams. So yeah, let's see how everything evolves on Rondo. Again, it is this massive and huge map. Some of the teams are going to have a really far rotation. Shadow's going to be one of them. Vitality is going to be one of them. And T1 from Jadena are moving towards looting and haven't started looted yet. And we are past the 2-minute mark. So that's going to be really interesting to see how far they can take it in this one and for their campaign. I gotta say, man, I've been extremely impressed with how frag heavy T1 has become and what they're pushing throughout this year so far.
Oh my gosh, Heather has been an absolute monster. Well, we've seen other monsters in the past, and one of those being Mr. Levante.
My favorite grenade, it's Blue Zone and Smoke. I like stack Blue Zone and see how guys just dying in Blue Zone, Nate.
That is a terrifying chuckle.
Considering how crazy good he is mechanically and with almost every single weapon that's available in PUBG, that him saying that, yeah, I really love the Blue Zone, because again, especially with the line it up with the other players on your team, getting that, 20 damage. If you hit 2 on top of the player, 20 damage per tick, it's just unhealable. You get so many knocks, so many kills, and often so many confirms. But Levante is sneaking up onto Luo Xin. And Simon T from Vicious is going to be completely unaware of it, it feels like. So Vitality could strike and maybe get a point early on here in Game 4 of the finals.
Yeah, I hope he's got an escape plan, and it looks like he does. There you go. Hop right into the vehicle, get on out of there, as he will most likely be hearing Hello My Bad and Gedrox starting to arrive. So Simon T not sticking around any longer than necessary, as Levante will hear him drive away. Know that they have this spot to themselves. Meanwhile, over in Stadium, Liquid gonna finish looting up over there. They do have a pretty clear path into the north.
Right, yeah, absolutely easily, especially with a northeast kind of south plane path. There's going to be a lot of space coming in from the western side. I could see multiple teams, even maybe GK could consider coming in and kind of backfilling that position that Team Liquid will be moving in from. Back to Jadena City here. Great looking city, plenty of loot. If you're a really greedy guy like myself, where you want every single attachment, every single gun, you want your perfect setup, Jadena is the place to go. Twisted Minds and Na'Vi, though, they will be rotating somewhat close to each other here, Poro. We could end up seeing some sort of a drive-by. Spara looked like he could end up being chasing, but nah, ends up a little bit differently as the other guy takes shots at them here. Hakator Boostic. And what a game it was for them last one until Kickstart said, hey, no.
I mean, that's the name of the game when you get to tournaments like this, right? We talk about it all the time. Your superstar players need to step up and make superstar plays if you were going to come home with that trophy. And that was a big one that Kickstart was able to deliver last time here as we check in with Virtus Pro.
Absolutely. And you remember last time I saw that level from Kickstart? Remember what happened there? That was the last time they won Esports World Cup 2 years ago, right? And then he was an absolute machine there. I always praise Matt for his growth throughout the years we've had here. Had the pleasure of him through the last 9 years, where he grew so much into a fantastic player. And now,
absolutely,
in a more senior leadership role on the team as well throughout the last 6 months. It's been amazing to see him. How's he been able to develop here in his full sense, and Na'Vi are being able to getting in kind of close here, and these is really high priority positions, and they're spreading out quite greedily. We could end up seeing them being punished, or even with a pull up from some of the teams coming in.
Yeah, they're kind of taking shots just to, I think they know that Full Sense was kind of hovering around on their south side. Taking a few shots just to make sure that Full Sense doesn't get any closer. We'll keep an eye on that while we check in with Kike. They're coming in from the south, but Liquid is posted up here for a camp. Purdy Curdy holding that rock initially. And Geeke, I don't know if they suspected something or if this is just their normal pathing, but it's working out pretty nicely. The trail man, though, will take a few shots. That's going to be Songjang. Did he actually lose a tire on that?
I'm not sure if that was a tire pop before he just decided to get back around here. Songjang, half HP. Luke 12 finds him with a headshot from the mini.
Nice shots there from Luke, and now Geeke has kind of started to scatter a little bit here. They were breezing through, and they turn around off of that knock, but the flush will come through, so Liquid will pick up one. So some good proactive play coming out on the part of Liquid.
I don't like that. They were set up somewhat far. I don't think they expected that exact path that they were going for. As we are going to see that new circle popping in 1 minute 45 seconds. There's plenty of time to fight here, but Akan returns the favor quite a bit here for Pretty Curdy. Shots are coming in here. Does a lot of damage to him. He even just jumped out. Now he has to reload, though. He does have an EMAG and an 8X. Lots of damage can be done, and especially tires can be taken away here from Kurt, and he's going to have to potentially get some help from the rest of his teams. And now all tires are gone, so it's just going to be this soft cover from the smoke, and the other guys are pulling up. It could be a trade 1-for-1, as Liquid is also moving in to get some help deployed here for his.
There was so many moving parts to that, and we'll break them all down in a second as we wait for this fight to end. Purdy Curdy does manage to get to the rock. Park Pro will pull up right underneath. Kurt does have support now in the form of Cowboy. He's got Luke 12 up on the high ground. That's a good grenade, we'll find EJ. But the man up close is still there. Luke 12 and Cowboy, though, they're going to close on Akan now.
Park Pro down.
Dance around the vehicle. Park Pro does go down. Akan now the last player left alive, and he will go down in the end. Luke 12 and Team Liquid will clean up Geeke.
Even before the 10-minute mark here, they increased that point by 40% up to 14 now. And what an aim to take out and perfectly executed, especially when you know you don't have any priority into the next circle here. They decide, okay, there's teams north of us, they're going to be coming in on. This is likely the bridge they're going to come in on from. So
that was
amazing decision making.
Yeah, that was just such an interesting one because it looked like GK had disengaged. I think Team Liquid thought they had left.
Right.
That's why Kurt went up to loot the box without even dropping a smoke. He thought he was free and clear, but then takes a few shots and then GK collapses. And you figure GK had him kind of dead to rights there for a minute, but couldn't get the knock. Kurt doing a good job of staying alive there long enough for the rest of his team to get back into position. And once they were there, boy, it was just instant collapse. Very, very well played by Team Liquid. And now the new circle is popped, and we are going all the way back up north, which is good news for Team Liquid.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the teams to be furthest away from the circle if you discount T1 here as they're moving in slowly from the stadium side. And majority of the teams are going to be coming in from the southern and eastern side here, except for the teams that say, all right, a northern shift here. There's going to be space on the west. Gen G, though, they pull up on AGAL, and Himas and Delvin is down already.
AGAL just cannot seem to avoid early game conflict so far, but they will find Bean with a panzer to the face. That'll be Sololzi collecting that one. Destroy taking some damage here. Sololzi has been spotted out, though. More utility being sent over from Gen G, but Virtus Pro, as you mentioned, they hear this, they see the smokes. They're going to come over here and see if they can get something off of it. Immediately pulling up right to the hard cover as they will dance around. Destroy gets picked out by D as he tries to escape. D will stay alive via the grace of the smokes for now. Sololzi, he's just going to try to bolt and run. Looks like he might get away with it for now.
Well, a great third-party pull-up here, but other teams are also sniffing at it. It might be a fourth party as more teams comes in. AGAL is out, Sololzi is down to Clarice as Gam also gets somewhat involved here with that. D does get the kill on Destroy as he bleeds out, and now Corexi is thinking, okay, how can we finish up Gen G? He's in the middle there. Shots comes in, an easy headshot with the A's onto D.
It's good work from Virtus Pro. One left for Gen G. Virtus Pro fishing with dynamite right now, but they don't spot out Sol, but Sol will get one knock. He's going to go down in the end, though, but they need to get Nixie back on his feet quickly. As you said, a lot of teams sniffing around in this area. This is just south of dead center.
Very central location indeed, as Gam is now trying to get a little bit further north here. They're trying to solidify themselves a spot dead center. They could be driving straight towards 17. Navi also here, close to full sense. Also, pretty central location. Very, very high priority spot here with the high ground. Xiaowu, they pulls up and finds Tanwu.
A lot of early game action here on Rondo as Gam now squaring off with 17. 2 down for Gam as 17 hold the line in the gas station. Wembo and Little Ghost on the way to provide some support. Looks like they're going to arrive just in the nick of time, but you've got Vitality sniffing around on the north side. Long range shots from Gedrock's going to do some significant damage to Xiaowu, but not enough to get the knock.
Wang F low, sees him on the other side. You cannot shoot through this. Wenbo getting his cars washed as Hong F managed to heal up a little bit. He's going to push through the smoke aggressively here. Is Wenbo ready for this? He could be. Shotgun in hand, jumps through. Yeah, great shot. The sawed off gets the flush with the M4 as well onto Wenbo.
Sneaky lad. Got in there.
Got his car washed and also got killed. That's amazing.
Did he got waxed. Free waxing with that car wash. Well, 17 still managed to keep 3 up. Gam just going to try to escape now with what they've got left, and you can see the shots just coming through as we have ping-ponged a hard shift once again back down to the south. So the compound that Virtus Pro had taken, dead center right now.
This is why ping-pong is the favorite past hobby of a lot of PUBG pros, because the circle just goes everywhere. Ping-pong all the time here so far for Esports World Cup 2026. Purdy Curdy and the guys from Liquid actually managed to grab a spot outside the northwest, but they have to figure out what their path into this circle is going to be. Virtus Pro, dead center, Navi in a great spot. Twisted Minds also set up pretty great. Liquid has to figure out, are we going to go and try to get in from the northern side or from the west, as we see mortar fire coming in.
Liquid's biggest problem might be Falcons as they hold on a compound they were already getting shot at from range. This might be just pre-mortaring their next spot to play.
Yeah.
Team Vitality will immediately hop back into those vehicles. They've got Gedrox right up front, but you see Twisted Minds has angles on this. They have to drive through the gauntlet of Twisted and 17, and Shadow Esports also heading over in that direction as the knocks will come through. Team Liquid are going to hug that western edge a little bit. They did see Gam retreating off into the blue, but it looks like Gam is just going to take some damage here. Team Liquid has to make this long wrap, though, to avoid Falcons.
I'm not sure if they are fully aware of Falcons' high ground position. It could be another situation where they're going to have to, divert or pull up and just try to take the points here. They've got time to wait and try to figure out what the best path in here. And Luke 12 is actually figuring out that Yulin might be completely open as Kickstart from the glider has so much information. Simon T finds example, though, on Twisted Minds as Vicious continue to be vile against the rest of the lobby here.
This has been Falcons' MO, putting Kickstart up into that glider, especially on Rondo, just to make sure that they have eyes on whatever's going on here as we see the grenades start to fall here onto Vitality. That's going to be a good one from Hansi. We'll take down 2 members of Vitality. I think they're down to just 1 or 2 left alive. Yeah, you can see they're in the other crater. Gedrox and Levante just trying to survive as Nixie's going to steal that one away with the well-placed mortar. Shadow just playing around the smokes, but they are getting pressed at from Virtus Pro, from Navi. They're going to have to leave here or fully commit, and that's what they're going to do is he's going to take out his own teammate. Oh no, that's not the right time for that.
We get real quick rest here for Kamals, but maybe put him in the car and disengage from it here. Could be the play. Or drive through and try to get the flush onto Vitality. Jexy is trying to drive south here. He's getting extremely close to Navi. That's a dangerous team to get that involved with, as they have that high ground compound that's extremely vital for their further campaign here. The next circle did ping pong a little bit again as Vitality is out in 13th place, and we're going to go west.
And Team Liquid do manage to avoid Falcons and find their way into the zone just off to the west of Virtus Pro. They're in a good position here. They can hunker down if they've got, they've got plenty of time right now to dig and set up their position, fortify themselves. So I think they should be okay for now. We see Shadow trying to get back into those vehicles after getting their res, try to avoid the line of sight of Navi, as Vicious will have to push right into Twisted Minds, but Twisted is ready and waiting. Tycon and Duckmite immediately taken down, and Simon T is going to be the next one on the list. Twisted Minds holding down the fort.
Easy play for him. Saw him now. He's going to take it out 1-1. Absolutely perfect play here for Perfectix and Petulins to get all of Vicious out. 2v4 and getting 4 points on the board for them here. Sure, they're going to have to make a move to get inside the circle here. Nixie continues with the mortar fire on the rest of the lobby. Finds Jexy. Can he find more, though?
At 17, you can see there, seeing these mortars, they're seeing these smokes. They need to find somewhere to play, and this is looking like it might be okay, but they also would like to wait for the mortars to stop falling before they make their way. And Nixie's going to find another one. He is making that mortar do work for himself right now as 17 will drop the smokes down and try to fight their way uphill.
Nate's coming as well. That's going to find some damage onto Kamala, but steal the kill on Hansi as well. Chan continues to be an absolute fragger, both with the utility and the guns. So M17 Gaming wrap this up quickly. They are inside the circle here, but they've got pressure from multiple sides. And also, Twisted Minds could come in from the back and kind of backfill this position. Well, this takes lots of damage. Cards are on fire. He's not going to be able to get further than this. So much pressure onto Shadow at the moment.
This is really tough. Kamals is just going to have to play survivor mode right now as we get a quick replay of those mortars falling on top of Vitality. It has been mortars as the story of this match here on Rondo so far, doing so much damage. We see Gam trying to finally make their way back in once again. They are down to just Wong F as he is trying to go through that gauntlet of 17 and Falcons. Looks like he's going to make it through with just a sliver of HP left.
Kamals gets out the nade. He had 5 nades. Better get throwing on those because that's a lot of damage. You could potentially fend off some of the 17 players. Tickleton does find Wong F from Gam, so they're out in 11th place. As Navi is engaged on the southeastern side here. Damage is done to T1 here. And Hackatory with an MK14 and a 6X with full 3 gear is my worst nightmare, including all the players in this lobby.
And this is a more aggressive posturing that we've seen from Navi during the group stages. They're sending 2 down south, 2 up to the north, all keeping eyes on everything, taking shots at whatever they see. You know, we have seen them play a little bit more cautious when they were trying to make the finals. Now that they're here, they're starting to open up the aggression a little bit. As Hackatory will try to get that grenade ready. No, it's going to go back in the bag as he hears them hop in the vehicle. Good shots from Ian. Will force him back down, but it doesn't matter. Hackatory will find Heather, and Ian will get taken down by Spiro.
Usyk confirms us. make sure they enter the points here. 3 points, 3 kills on the board for Na'Vi. The circle did shift once again on the western side. Myth, Team Liquid, and Falcons are laughing as T1 is eliminated in 10th place.
We haven't even gotten a chance to really talk about Myth just yet because they haven't really been involved. Nothing going on the south side, but they have so much control, so much information about what's going on off to their north. Now they're starting to take a few parting shots at Na'Vi. Team Liquid, though, has spotted them out, so it will start pulling themselves back together here as Falcons are also controlling what's going on in the northeast, as 17 still have not been able to rid themselves of Kamals.
Especially with a back-to-back western shift, so many teams have to move from the same space on that eastern side, and there's just not enough time or space to try to rotate on the southern side or on the north without everyone is shooting at you. Myth defending the south, Falcons holding on to the north. Na'Vi's going to have to figure out what do they do here. Do they do a pull-up and try to third party the 17 fight? As Gustav finds Lil Ghost, and they know there might be teams and players and kills available out here in the northeast.
This is a tough call for Na'Vi, but they're just going to send it right in. But I don't know if you knew if Perfectix was right there. He'll get 1, he'll get 2. Can he get any more? He sure can. Perfectix, he's going to wipe Na'Vi all by himself.
A back-to-back one we thought as Perfectix gets up to 6 kills and gets Twisted Minds on a total of 9 kills in this game. Well played by them, and that's the worst nightmare for any team rotating, that you have a guy like that behind all the cars, behind all the cover. As 17 is being absolutely demolished here by Gustav and Kamals.
Look at you, Kamals. Got 2 more off of that. That's a heck of a salvage here for Shadow, considering the position that they're in is... Oh, yeah, 17 got to be a little bit frustrated about that one. Twisted Minds does go down in the end, but not before Perfectix pulled off another superstar play for Twisted Minds. Adds them 9 more points. Push them up the leaderboard a little bit more. You feel like Kamals is probably dead to rights here as Falcons have taken complete control over the north right now.
They are the defenders of the wall. Let's see where the next circle does go in here, though. As the game, the pace slows down, you have to figure out how we're going to compose ourselves and how are we going to enter this next circle. As VP is holding on to the east, Team Liquid dead center, Myth on the southern side, lots of control alongside the road, and Full Sense is trying to squeeze in. If this next circle does not come to them, they are the next victims of anyone that's going to have to make a move here. So Myth and Full Sense are going to have to make pushes, potentially into the same direction and same area as Team Liquid. They try to dig some foxholes and get some defense set up. It could be a push from Full Sense and Myth onto their location.
Yeah, this is going to be really rough, right, for Team Liquid especially, because you know both Full Sense and Myth are going to avoid the compound as best they can as we get to replay of that nasty, disgusting play by Perfectix. 38 rounds left, too. Not too shabby for that player here as we see Kiss. All they want is to get a single knock here. If they get a single knock on a Team Liquid, it opens up the smallest of doors. But now Falcons has come over here as well, and they're taking shots. So this game of chicken between Full Sense and Myth eventually is going to have to come to a head.
What I really love about this circle is that where Falcons is like a mini King of the Hill fight because it's slightly elevated. And they have that northern side control here. So Myth could try to enter on that western side. There's a little bit of space for Jacob. The IGL of Myth found some, but Kickstart finds Baron. And that's going to delay them so much. That could really put a spanner in the works for their approach into this circle here. Now Jacob with a 3 gear on him without the helmet and an 8x. He could do some damage from this location, but Kickstart's set up perfectly behind some cover with his car. As it's though, it is smoking.
Well, Virtus Pro, if they can pop anything here as Belmoth does get that knock on a Luke 12, so that might open up a little bit of a space there as Gustav will force Beamy back in. Says, you have the compound, you just stay in your compound for now. We don't want to have to deal with you just yet. Full Sense still hasn't made their way in. They are just kind of edging around as Myth has now fully committed onto Team Liquid. Alo, he's going to get 1, but he's going to get taken down by Baron. We'll see if Purdy Curdy can return the favor with a well-placed grenade. He's just in range. Will it land? It's going to bounce off the vehicle.
And now this is the cue for Full Sense to make something happen. Ticker gets a nade flush onto Luke 12, so well played and well thought of from Full Sense here, your PGC 2025 champions. Fair now. Scappies, are they going to be able to get this rest and get a full reset onto this as Cowboy has been pulled up on by Full Sense?
He gets the heal off just in time, but he is all by himself. Does he? Oh, he's going to throw the grenade to start things off. See if he can maybe get someone down. Got some damage. Does find Tigger. He's going to find Flash as well with the grenade. Cowboy trying to pull a hero play, and oh no, he looks at the wrong direction. And Belmoth will survive for now, but Virtus Pro has left their compound. They're starting to come over here and see if they can get some points.
What an absolutely insane late game here as Falcons maintain control on the rocks here. They got so much pressure, and they're putting it on to Myth as Kiss turns around and finds Kickstart with a headshot.
Oh my goodness, Myth, how on earth have they managed to keep all four alive here as Falcons trying to keep an eye on everything from the north. Myth is able to just focus down Kickstart, get him knocked, have not been able to get him flushed just yet as the utility will continue to rain down around Full Sense. Virtus Pro, they send 3. They've left Corexi back in the compound. How much utility do they have left? How much utility do they want to devote to taking down Full Sense as Flash has been brought back onto his feet?
Yeah, well-placed grenade right now would get yourself some kills onto Full Sense, but Nixie continues his pressure. He has a stun grenade, some smokes, but no offensive utility at the moment. Stuns come in, defensive stuns come in, and this is going to delay them quite a bit. Nice peek around, but Lukarux finds Belmoth, finds another one. Nixie and Lukarux pushes Full Sense and get them down.
So well played there by Nixie, taking that high ground on top of the rock. They don't even take a knock in the process, and that is huge for Virtus Pro as they immediately turn their attention over to Myth. Take down Scappy. Falcons able to reset, get Kickstart back on his feet. So they are back in control on that northern side. We'll see if Myth can return over to Scappy. He's a little bit separated from the rest of the team, and the terrain that they're working with over on that western side is a little bit more difficult to deal with.
Oh, great shot with the 3x spray onto that Orc here. He's got plenty of bullets to do so. 1,000 damage almost for Nixie and 5 kills. This is his game. Surely that's a man of the match right there. Taken. Falcons are moving in, and this continues to be that rough fight for terrain as the fight for the King of the Hill continues here in this game, match 4.
Seen a couple examples already of that excellent European marksmanship. Started with Hackatory, then it was Perfectix, now it's Nixie. Can Nixie carry his team, join the rest of his team? Getting a victory here, but Myth, they're going to just go ahead and full send, and Nixie is there for it. Nixie collects his 8th point as he is going to take him down by Tiggleton. Not flushed out just yet, but he's brought very low. And now Virtus Pro, they have a decision to make here as the rest of Falcons will hop in vehicles, start going for the roundabout. Oh! Nice Panzerfaust from Lukarux, takes down Gustav, but at least it was only one of them.
It's a 3v3, not sure, but still 3v3 in standing. Corexi finds Shrimsy, and there's a lot of pressure on Falcons right now. 7 kills so far. Lukarux catches a headshot.
Lukarux has to hide behind that cover. Kickstart has the Doritos still to play around with. That Panzerfaust going to sail a little bit wide for Tig. As Shrimsy, oh no, he tries to crawl out from behind the rock, but Lukarux is on time. Will find the knock onto Tiggleton, and now it is all down to Kickstart. He's got a rock to play with, and he is outside of the zone, and the rest of the Virtus Pro gang is starting to collapse on top of him.
Beamy just sending it around right now. He's at the high ground anchor position here, and Kickstart might just go out and see if he can get just one more point here. Asses get found here, and it's going to be Virtus Pro for a chicken dinner and 15 kills. What a way to assert dominance over this lobby.
Super well played by Virtus Pro, and super well played by that man right there, Nixie, going nuclear in the late game to the tune of 8 kills for his squad. Holds the line and secures them the victory in the end. Falcons had an opportunity to try to make something of it, but they just weren't able to capitalize on that knock the way they wanted to.
No, I really like the way that they're approaching it. It's okay, we have a knock here, we might have an open position, but they're just not ready for Lukarux with that Panzer on that southern side. He was playing it so smart. Obviously, sure, Ghillie suit is not going to help everything, but it's going to help a little bit, and that way that was going to be able to execute it here. And Nixie, man, what a way to get into this late game here. And remember, they did it by pulling up on a compound, third-partying 2 teams, and holding on to that throughout that game. 15 kills and a chicken dinner alongside their 34 points they already had. It's going to put them on 59 points after 4 games, Poro. That is some championship level performance.
Things you love to see.
You see the tip on orange. Exactly on orange.
Yeah.
He killed himself, so it's 14 kills.
Nixie is so pumped about that one, though. He should be pumped. He should be feeling good about himself because he absolutely delivered for the boys there, and they capitalized on it as well as they could. But, you know, look, Falcons don't get the win there, but they still get a second place with a lot of kills again. Twisted Minds, they go out a little bit early, but Perfectix, man, he just solo wiping Na'Vi is not an easy thing to do, and he just made it look casual.
Na'Vi being on the receiving end of a 1v4 was not on my bingo card for Esports World Cup 2026.
I don't think it was on many people's bingo card.
Absolutely not. I think talk to all the players, all the interviews, all the content we did, a lot of them are just talking about this Na'Vi/Hackatory/Ferris performance they've had for the last couple of months here. So there's no denying that. But again, we can continue talking about the quality of this lobby again and again. There's so many superstars throughout this entire lobby, and it's just insane to see how many teams and players are able to just capitalize on these situations that set them up. But that barrel spray and Perfectix, what a way to do it. Na'Vi were fracking out. They're playing extremely well on that other side.
Well, yeah.
If they didn't have to move, they had 2 hardships going away from them to the western side. It potentially could have been a completely different game.
I mean, it almost feels like they just had no idea that Perfectix was there. Well, that is going to do it for us. We've got 2 more games left today, but before we come back to that, let's throw it down to an interview.
That's right, everybody. We've got demons crawling around the map. I've got one of them standing next to me right here, right now, from Team Falcons. It's Kickstart. Kickstart, dude, game 3. We've got to talk about that 1v4 against Na'Vi. A team that's obviously been putting points on the board, been pretty impressive. And you know what? You made it look like child's play. It looked easy, man. How was it for you?
Felt pretty good. I didn't play amazing in group stage, and I'm playing without a monitor arm at this event, so it's been a little bit of a struggle individually for me, but that is a huge boost of confidence because Na'Vi is such a respected, mechanically gifted team, and it felt amazing after.
Speaking about the kind of dynamics within this game, we've been mentioning quite a bit in the last few days, especially in the group stage, the sharing of the IGL role between you and Gustav. We're now starting to see it in action. It's starting to look a bit more comfortable, especially as you're getting reps on stage. How is it kind of internally between you guys as a team?
It's not really sharing. It's kind of fake to say that. He is the IGL, and obviously I can speak up a lot in late game and stuff like that, but I mean, he's just better in the meta than me right now at IGLing, and I'm not the best person to take criticism, and I think over a few months, IGLing is just a really stressful thing, and I think I don't know, I'm bad at criticism from teammates constantly, and it kind of destroys my confidence because I really take in everything that they say, and I think that just tore me down as a player. So Gustav is the IGL. It's not a sharing IGL. Obviously, I can make calls in the late game, but we're not sharing, you know?
That's good to clarify that, man. I appreciate it. I also think that Kalaris had an opportunity to chat with Gunnar, previously. He said that today's zones haven't exactly been the most helpful for you. So in those situations, is that the time to take risks? Because obviously we're in the finals, the pressure's on, the stress levels are building. But because we're in the earlier days, obviously with it being day 1, is it time to take risks in those situations?
Yeah, the first zones were just crazy zones, and when you get these zones in third person, it's kind of there's not much to do, and especially with the new zone changes, all of them are faster and you can't really play edge as much, so just complete meta shift. So in those situations, we just try to get kills early game. I guess you can say it's more risky, but yeah, I mean, especially the melee game, when you're not on melee and you don't have an EP or any good access to the other side, then just crash the people in front of you, take the advantage when you have the advantage, and I think that's what we're trying to do now.
Well, it seems like you guys are picking up steam. You're climbing up that leaderboard, Kick. Thank you very much for joining me in this interview. Falcons climbing all the way up. I think they're currently sitting in 2nd place, an impressive day 1, but we've got so much more PUBG action coming your way right after this.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
We've decided to
to pop on over to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet to get a bit of a CC update here with Ton. So tell us a little bit about what's been going on in MLBB.
I mean, you've came over at the right time. Vitality and Falcons actually taking each other on. Vitality just took map number 1. We're playing a GSL-style format here for MLBB, and it's coming down to winning 2 before you lose 2. Both these teams won their first game. They are teams who are expected to at least finish in the top 8. They then went and played up against each other. First map, I said, went towards Vitality. The winner goes through the playoffs, which is next week, which gives you like that time to chill, see a bit of Paris, do a bit of shopping, all that kind of thing, which is an added bonus, obviously, to being here at EWC. But yeah, for both these two teams, it's a big game to get through. You want to get yourself through, guarantees yourself some club championship points.
Especially with Vitality already at the tippy top of the leaderboard and Falcons looking for that win. I mean, this was kind of pivotal. So obviously still lots of action left in MLBB. So we'll check back in just a little bit.
All right, there's a lot going on here at the Esports World Cup. However, the greatest challenge yet is still to be ahead of Clinton, paper thin, as he now tries to challenge one of the biggest hurdles we may have ever seen here at the Esports World Cup. Without further ado, it's time to go. He's now rearing up for it. He's going to be gearing up for exactly the challenges and just to test the waters just a little bit here. Going to be approaching the first step here. See if he can do it. Okay, he's on. He's on. Is he going to be able to keep his balance those enough to be able to actually make this work? As he's going to be taking a few more steps here, moving up on forwards. He's trying to find a little bit of his footing. Once again, he's able to find it. Whoa. Okay, a bit of desperation there, but he's been able to stabilize. Not too bad at all. Seeing if he can really get his head in the game. Moving on forwards a little bit further here to be able to try and actually take this last step and see if he can be able to make it. Will he be able to do this here for the Esports World Cup? Yes! Oh, what a maneuver! What a maneuver! Oh, what a play by you. What a play by Clinton. Unbelievable scenes here at the Escalator World Championships. I want to get your thoughts about that performance.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough start there. You could see that, I really had to get a feel for the speed and the momentum of the stairs. Like, this is one of the most challenging events we have here at EWC, but we got there. We got there in the first step.
Do you think this is going to contribute to the club standings at all?
I mean, I don't know. I really hope not, because whatever team I'm on is definitely hurting after that performance. It wasn't my best.
Clinton, thank you very much. We'll join you for the next event in just a few moments' time.
Thank you.
Quick club championship update for our side of things here over in PUBG Battlegrounds, where we've seen some big important wins. We had a win out of T1 in match number 1, a win out of Navi in game 2, and then a second place finish out of AGAL in game number 3. And that's big for the likes of Navi and AGAL, as they were some of our top 3 squads on the leaderboard heading into week 3. But of course, that's not all we have in the lobby. We have Liquid, we have Twisted Minds, we have Vitality, we have Falcons. So there are so many other CC squads that are in this lobby looking to get some points on the board, and a lot of these teams are very capable of taking this whole thing home. The real question is, will Myth be able to have the type of performance that we saw them have out of groups? Because if they do have the potential to take those 1,000 CC points away from the rest of our teams. So it's going to be a very exciting finals for sure. You just have to keep up with all the action.
Such a nice day. Starting to heat up here on day 1 of PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26 Finals. VP came off with the win on that one. VP. And also Falcons with a back-to-back top 3.
Listen, VP did very well, obviously. They've been killing it all day. We expected them to do this well. Falcons as well, staying consistent. And Myth, we talked about it. Yeah, they had kind of dropped a donut, but that was very uncharacteristic. And that rotation was difficult. So, of course, Steve, they make it into the top 4.
Yeah, I just got to say, VP is as hot as we are right now, man. Oh, yeah. These guys seem unstoppable. We talked about Kurexi and his power. And then that last game, Nixie was, what was that, an 8-bomb out of him? Like, those guys were crazy to watch. And it's one of those things like, man, VP starts strong. I love that we started the whole day with that skit about, like, well, do polar bears win everything? You're like, polar bear, maybe a hurricane beats a polar bear, but if the hurricane's named Hurricane Polar Bear, clearly they can't be stopped. VP is too good.
Hurricane Polar Bear, huh?
Yeah, it's like a Ditka reference.
Ah, okay. Well, hey, now we know Polar Bear does beat a win, because they were able to get a win. Because remember, at the start of the day, that squad was able to get back-to-back second-place finishes. Right. So it's good for them to be able to actually confirm that they can win here in the finals. But talking about some other squads, let's switch it up a little bit. We've been talking about those top dogs so much. I want to talk about those teams that are currently showing just absolutely no life. You got GAM, you got Gen G, and you got 17 that are currently just not doing anything, and they're just letting those hopes of becoming a champion slip away.
Look, I'm going to be honest. I think Gen G G qualified by sheer luck alone. I don't really feel like they had played so hard that they had kind of earned it. I mean, they were just on the cusp, barely qualifying, and I think that's kind of showing into the finals right now. And 17 actually did play well in the group stages, though. That's what's confusing me.
Yeah, exactly right. I don't know what it is. It's not like they're not. I mean, the circles have been a little bit south slidey, and maybe that's throwing them off in 4 games, but it's not an excuse, right? At this point, especially with these guys, this is honestly the team in the region that I feel like takes the game seriously and is still putting the work in and is still hustling. And to see them struggling right now is a shock. Like, as much as I kind of poke a little bit of fun at it because they had so much trouble, regional, friends, and went home, this is not a joke. 17 should be doing significantly better. They know it. Their fans know it. We know it. I do think there's a chance they turn it around. 17 has done this in the past, and we're playing for 3 days, so it's only 4 down. Maybe they bounce back.
But do you think it's too late? Like, I mean, if you essentially almost throw away an entire day in the finals, which they still have a few games, right? It's not over for 17. I'm not counting them out. But if they continue to have bad games like this, again, this is the other thing we really haven't been able to talk about today, is this lobby is so stacked, and that's why a lot of these teams cannot make the mistakes that they were making in the group stages and still getting away with points. And that's going to be a problem for the other teams, not just 17, like Gen G, that are struggling, as well as like teams like GAM that you mentioned.
One of the problems that I'm having is AGIL right now, because not only are they a team that I thought might win this thing, they had big expectations coming in, they're also in the Club Cup race, right? Their organizations are watching them with a fine microscope right now. And for them to end up here in this 11th place after 4 games with only 17 points, that's not the track they need. No. They are a team that plays better from the front. They're not a chase team. And so I'm starting to worry that if they don't catch a circle or 2 here in the last 2 games, I don't know where their bounce back comes.
And the consistency that we're seeing out of VP is starting to become scary too, because now we're starting to see Falcons show up. I mean, the lead difference right now from first place to second place is 23 points. And it's starting to look like something that we might have seen in the past with PGS 6, but it was myth that at the end on day 3, it was like, we can't really try to sell you a comeback because that first place team is being so consistent, and we're going to have Smash Rule on day 3.
And Smash Rule makes it worse, right?
Yes, it does, exactly.
That lead of 24, if that continues or if that expands itself over the next 2 days, the rest of the teams are going to be demoralized. When they show up and they're like, oh, they only need 10 more points and I need 60 to potentially make this happen, and it could end in any game, like that is just really tough to deal with.
No, I agree 100%. And VP, like, just watching that first game and their decision making alone makes me believe that no one is really going to be able to slow this squad down, and so far that seems to be the case, and honestly they deserve it if they're playing this damn good.
And they better continue to play this good, because I know the other squads are going to be keeping a close eye on what's going on with that leaderboard as we head to the final 2 matches of day 1 finals here at PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26. Kalaris, what you got to say so far, Dave, for us? We enjoyed the sun here, man. It's hot.
Well, thank you, boys. There's some amazing running and gunning gameplay coming out so far here to get ourselves well underway for PUBG. In that last game especially. Oh, Twisted Minds, man. Watching Perfectix being able to clutch that out, that was lovely stuff in the 1v4.
Dude, okay. We're seeing something really interesting going on. We saw frustration coming out from Twisted Minds, which Batulin's getting upset every once in a while isn't that big of a deal, but when it's consistently happening, it kind of throws off everybody's game. It should let you know what's going on, because we've got a very frag-heavy, chaotic start to these games that are going on right now, and if you're like a super diligent mind like Batulin's, that's going to throw it off. We were talking about this. Superstars, man. Superstars are rising right now just in this very kill-heavy, center-centric meta, and I think that finally we're starting to see Twisted kind of resurge back into that.
I think they had some rough times at PGSs, right? I think that's fair to say. Definitely one of the names that you would always have on your lips to be a champion, but in some of those PGSs it looked a little rough. Here, though, I think maybe some of that EWC magic, I mean, they want that back-to-back.
Well, look at the performances that we're seeing right now. Guys at the top of the leaderboard. We're seeing Heather popping off for T1, right?
True.
Nixie popping off for VP, big ways. Clutches like you're talking about coming up from Twisted. Other side of that, we just saw Kickstart have a big clutch, Tickleton finding stuff, and really a lot of very big mortar plays for Control. So it's all these guys that have done a lot of research on how to just really push kill counts. That's where we're seeing leads come in play.
It's interesting to watch the fact that you've got a lot of the West fighting back against what Myth was able to put up in that group stage. They mentioned it on the desk here as well, and I think it's absolutely pertinent to kind of address here and see how it's going, because the thing is that it just takes one moment for Kiss to have some Kiss magic, and then we're right back in.
That's the thing, and we haven't seen that yet. Really, Myth, out of all of our superstar squads, is the one that's floundering, and it's like they're getting caught in this meat grinder where they used to just be able to shoot their way out of. But now that we've got all of the best together in one lobby, that's not working as much. They're getting pulled apart because we're seeing so many fourth and fifth parties, not just third parties. We're seeing squads crash, in circles 1 and 2 on top of each other going for kills.
Really far outside the circle as well.
Yes, yeah, with like that whole thing in game 1 where we saw, like Falcons and Team Liquid that were over there. Yeah. Everybody's having to deal with really weird plane paths and circles and go, I'd rather get 4 points here than risk just dying getting to the circle.
How have you enjoyed or how have you embraced the new circle changes so far? It's definitely thrown some spanners in the work already, even here in this final.
You're talking to the wrong person on that. I'm the one that was rooting for Partona a second ago because I want the chaos. I want to see the best of the best have to fight through the worst situations so that way you guys can take it back to your game.
All right, well, thank you very much, Matchman, for joining us here. It is time now to head on over to the commentators here for yet another game from EWC.
Hello, friends. We are back. We have 2 more games remaining to play today, but so far it has been the Nixie show, the Virtus Pro show. They are in first place overall, Nixie, with 15 kills on the day so far. An absolutely astounding total.
Yeah, absolutely insane. And Lucarux having 9, Kickstart having 9, Heather having 9. Again, him being 6 kills ahead of second tied is insane, but the most insane to me is Kiss with 2 kills. This might be the reason why Myth is not up there mistling and rustling. Feather is currently in the top 2 here. Sure, they're just a little bit behind, 6 points, 7 points to get into that second place, but wow. The Virtus Pro show has been going on all day. 2 second places and a win. Nixie getting 1,000+ damage, 8 kills in that last one here. We're gonna have 64 very excited faces. One of them is going to be Nixie. He's absolutely ecstatic to be here for our 5th and penultimate game of the day.
Hey, Nixie's always happy, man. He's always smiling. It's a little bit easier to smile when you're sitting on 15 kills, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know how much you're going to smile when I see a GK and a Vitality hot dropping an army base up on the northern side as the plane path comes in from the north and goes south-southwest here in between Songam and Hosan Prison. More teams are going to be going in that same direction here. Competition for cars, competition for areas, and Vicious, Vitality, and GK being that close to each other is pretty scary considering the amount of alternate drops we have in. And the biggest surprise to me here, obviously, is Full Sense also has this is an alternate drop, but they could get into their central drop of Hosan. So everyone was like, okay, yeah, Vitality's maybe going to get that, but everyone's just getting involved here.
Ooh.
Wow, what a circle to start things off with. I'm not saying VP is looking great already, but that's a home turf circle if I've ever seen one. But I can't find Levante as GK and Vitality kicks off a fight here from the get-go.
Started off quick as GK trying to take care of this as quickly as they can. Get Songjang back on his feet. You see the rest of Vitality are still kind of hovering around. Gedrock's already in a vehicle, but it looks like he's not going over to the army base. Instead, he's going to try to wrap back around. But Vicious is starting to look over in this direction. So Vitality need to be looking in both directions right now.
Vitality might be in a burger in between these 2 teams here, and not going to be a fun time being in this early here. They had a somewhat easy entry into the circle considering everything here, though, Poro. And again, like, you would just prefer not to fight all of this, especially with might being 2 teams that's going to be involved as Dogmai with the M249. Your favorite gun, the bullet hose, Poro.
I love it.
That's going to be scary to drive past or even run against. I'm not sure if they're thinking that they turned around and got involved here, as if you see a team that's stretching towards Shipyard, you're going to think, okay, they're going to get plenty of loot here. We're going to take some little camera show here in the prison towards Falcons. As you see what happened here, Levante found Songjang, obviously, but Khan did finish him off with the Saigas. So, again, him losing this is so unfortunate. Oh, that's an early E-pick up here from Team Liquid as they move out from Palace to get potentially on the northeast. When we had this western plane path, it makes sense that you want to give up maybe even close to Shipyard to get some of these cars and then enter from the other side that's not as occupied here, Pro. So that's going to be an interesting game for Team Liquid.
Yeah, given the way that plane path was, it hugged a little bit farther to the west, so you kind of assume that all that area east of Shipyard probably pretty free, so your likelihood of getting a vehicle probably pretty high. So good thing about looting up Palace too. Is it's so quick to loot, isn't it?
Top 3 favorite spot for me to loot. It's so good. It's open. There's just guns, attachments, everything you need to get things rolling here. And Vicious, they are going to be driving back into shipyard. They realize, and that's also what I'm thinking, Vicious here, you actually have a top 3, top 4 position to get into a good circle entry here and get information. Sure, it's a difficult circle. We might end up with that kind of pizza slice north of Twisted Minds that we've seen so many games from before we had the meta shift update with the land ratio. But this could be a spicy circle, considering in Phase 4 we're not going to see a shift away from water as Team Liquid drops in and potentially gets a hold on some of the vehicles and some of the stronger compound on the east side of that small river. We're going to jump over to Gen G and Bean. It's going to be mean to get a BRDM and drive into that circle here. This could be a good game for Gen G. Let's see how far they can take it in their campaign.
And you know, coming back to Vicious, I actually like the fact that they pulled away, because look, you know how difficult it's going to be, knowing that they had Vitality kind of where they had them and pinched down, and Vicious being in 12th place right now, those are looking like they might be easy points, right?
Yeah.
So I understand wanting to camp that, but also having that stopwatch in your head saying like, okay, let's not stick around here too long. We still have a great opportunity to get some more loot, get up here and get a good position for Circle 2. So, you know, pulling off of that, probably the smarter play, even though, you know, they really want to get those points.
That's a great point. And now we jump over to Shadow Esports. Yes, they are driving in with a, I would say, a quite surprising performance so far. And it's in the midst of multiple of the players that's able to perform. Obviously, don't think many had it on their bingo card for them to be top 6 already here. Might have to wash your hands and get ready for some action. Shadow Esports with 28 points here. We're jogging just 7 points away from second place.
They have not finished a game outside of placement so far today. Their lowest finish so far is 7th.
And this is, I would say, probably the hardest circle we've seen from them so far. So with them having a far rotation from the southern part, let's see how far they can take it and how they can further their campaign here in Esports World Cup 2026 as we are playing on the stage Qiddiya City Grid for PUBG Battlegrounds. AGL also a big contender, also in the Club Championship. They have been one of the favorites to be competing here for PUBG Battlegrounds. As Ferris and Navi are going to be flying over and seeing all of these vehicles below them. I wonder if Navi is looking to get involved or just have the information be shared in between. AGL actually turns away from that. They don't really want to get involved, as they might know that their player in a glider is going to have a ton of information as Halo finds Simon and Vicious. Them investigating the Vitality situation lost them out on time, and that might have cost them a player as AGL now drives on the other side here.
Yeah, AGAL, I mean, they see the player in the glider and they hear somebody shooting at them, right? So that's already letting you know 2 teams right there in an area where we're hoping we could play pretty free and clear, but unfortunately for them, not going to be the case.
But I will say this though, when it's a one player that's shooting towards them, that feels more like a peacock to get them away, more than someone setting up to get a kill on them, right? So that's more what I'm thinking. Is like, okay, if they see one player, that might be just one player sitting in a compound trying to get them away. That's at least what I'm thinking. That's what the kind of point of view. And when you're a car caravan that's that close, that could just have been a pull-up. I understand it though. They don't know what side we're going to be ending up on, so they might want to set up for a information towards some of the bridges. They might want to be, okay, how do we approach this net circle? Let's actually see if we end up getting something crazy like a Yeonjong circle here on the northwest for a big shift as T1 and Gen G, the Korean brethren, are getting involved with the fight here on the western side.
Now Gen G in a pretty wide split. They've still got 3 north of the river. They've sent Bean down to the south to keep an eye on the other side of the bridge. And I think he's going to be letting them know that, yeah, the bridge is clear right now. If you can get here, and if you can get here safely and quickly, now is the time, as you see Gen G just avoiding T1 for now. But that northern side right by that bridge is starting to get a little bit more hectic. You've got T1, Virtus Pro, Gen G, and all of a sudden now Geek K going to arrive. You see the situation east of Terminal. What AGAL is still driving around trying to find somewhere they're going to play.
Wow.
Big hard shift down to the south. So that's going to be good news, though, for everybody, because now they know, okay, it is a 100% going to the mainland. but if you're one of these teams off to the north, you were hoping for the best and just got hit with the worst.
There's 9 teams outside the circle or on the way to get in there, so 7 teams are going to have some sort of priority here as Shadow drives straight into Navi. Spyro finds one, Boostic finds Jexy, and Shadow Esports is falling apart here with this one. Setsuna, though, he does have a Panzerfaust. Kamals finds Ferris, and Navi's going to have a big fight here with Shadow Esports.
Kamal's not going to be able to get the reload done in time. Boostic will finish him off. They know exactly where Setsuna is. Grenade in hand, will send it. Navi will retreat as they are kind of, you can hear shots coming from in and around this compound. Setsuna trying to see if he can maybe just dance around. Navi not going to give him the time to try to go for the res, but Ferris will get stolen away by Scappy. Myth just with vision onto this. Yeah, you can see the grenades just coming through for Setsuna, trying to slow him down, trying to stay alive as long as he can. And this is a messy fight, but it's a tough compound to be in. And there you go. Finally, he will go down in the end, but Navi does lose Ferris in the process.
Yeah, they have to decide. Are we going to continue this in this center compound as a 3-man, or if it goes away, going to have to try to go for res. I don't see a world where Navi goes for a res, even though that's so unfortunate to lose one player when you're sitting somewhat dead center in a top 3 compound in the current circle. But what an easy wipe it was for them. Navi is not about to have another game where they lose out quickly against a few players, as we've seen in the prior games. We see all the fans coming in here as well, showing support to all the guys and all the teams in this lobby.
Guns up for GAM. They are 4 strong. They are currently on the south side of this circle right now. They've got a nice little position for themselves. As we see T1 and Virtus Pro, they run into each other trying to cross the bridge. I think
that's a hit shot.
T1 being forced over in this direction after dealing with Gen G early on. Type doing his best to serpentine in a boat. We'll see if Nixie has been on fire so far today. Lands a couple of big shots. Can he get the last one that matters the most? He cannot. So Type manages to escape.
And this circle could still go up until the northern side here, the somewhat of a pizza slice where Twisted Minds usually loots. They have hungered down quite a bit here. Twisted Minds, especially being the defending champion of PUBG Battlegrounds of Esports World Cup, they're looking for a repeat. It's going to be difficult. This is the craziest back-to-back red zone in the same area I've ever seen. And oh my, I love that. I hope we end here because that would be simply amazing. We are going to be ending up close to it, just south here where we saw Falcons, is all where the dips were. And Navi holding on to that center compound. Plenty of boxes to loot as well. Imagine how much utility is going to be available for a team like this. They're going to be able to fend off a breach quite easily. And look at Twisted Minds. They're sending it. They could be pulling up to an area just between or in between Myth and Navi.
And we'll see where Twisted Minds decides to go. They were getting shot at from Myth, from that high ground, and they're going to continue wrapping around. They might push right into T1. In fact, they will. This example is going to see Type and Raining pulling into the shack, and they'll immediately turn downhill and try to avoid this for now. But there's just not really much to play over here. There's 59 still left alive in such a small circle, as looks like Twisted Minds found one spot where they weren't getting shot at and decided that that is the place that they will be playing now.
Yeah, amazing scenes here for this game here on Tego. The 5th match of our finals. And Raining gonna deploy some smokes here for T1. They are spread. They have maintained a good position inside this circle here with a good control of this kind of shelf that is just below where Myth is overlooking. They are putting on some pressure here, but if Myth eventually is gonna have to push off from this, it's gonna be against T1. A lot of the other teams are trying to get into this circle here from the southern side. There's not a lot of space left. Full sense. Falcons, GAM, they have a lot of control. And GK and Liquid is trying to get into this.
Yeah, that's
Virtus Pro's on the north.
Kind of looking at right now, Vicious, GK, and Team Liquid. Team Liquid and GK specifically on the south side because GAM, as you said, GAM, Falcons, Full Sense just kind of have that entire spot on lockdown. And it's kind of forcing Team Liquid to maybe push right into GAM right now. So we might see the kill feed lighting up here soon as Vicious do have a little bit of land that they can claim inside circle on the northeast. As we see Myth still holding on to that high ground. Now it's mortar time for the boys. And where is that going to go? Is that Twisted or is that T1? You got to imagine it's one of them.
You can say what you want about this, but I love myself some Mortar combat as Scappy finds a double onto T1. It's Ian and Heather. Two amazing players and two big names to take down. Raining and Ty, but Vicious also sending it in. Are they going to try to capitalize on that double knock? Shot comes in, Raining finds one, Type finds Simon T. It's an absolute fiesta. Raining finds another one, Dogmai goes down.
How is T1 surviving this? Vicious pulled up as a full squad, and they are just getting pulled apart. Pow! Now the last player left alive as T1 will try to escape to the hard ground, but they won't be able to get there in time. More mortars are being sent throughout the map as Himas will find the knock on Luke, but the kill feed is lighting up like a Christmas tree as Virtus Pro once again on time. They will manage to get over here, third party, collect at least one more kill, but the mortars are still falling.
There's an absolute insane amount of mortars coming in from both Tickleton, from Himas, and everyone is just fighting for this central area and sending it in to try the third-party correct. She does go down. Lukarux might be able to be saved here as the mortar rain stops just a little bit.
Oh, Myth is back on it.
17 is sniffing at this as well. They're driving in close here, just in between and close to Twisted Minds. More damage, more mortar comes in. And it's getting close to all vehicles too. Wenboa gets found. Xiao Wu finds Example. Panzerfaust on the lower fight as well. Xiao Wu finds the entirety of Twisted Minds as they go down in 13th place.
Oh my goodness, Virtus Pro's been dancing around, but now the mortars are going to arrive to take down 17. No one is safe in the open ground as Xiao Wu will be the last one left alive for 17. Looks like Virtus Pro maybe we're trying to go for the reset, but Myth from that high ground position is now finally starting to get involved. The north side of this circle has been absolute bananas so far. We'll see who's left alive when all this is said and done. Virtus Pro somehow managing to stick it out.
Yeah, being 3 alive here is massive. They got a bit of cover. They've got some riches to play, and this southern shift enables all the teams that are struggling to get in to try to sneak into this circle here. Navi still laughing with being dead center in this one. Purdy Curdy finds a con from Geeke as this southern fight continues. Vitality is in there. Falcons, Team Liquid, Gammon, Geeke. There's going to be little space left available. Now 17 goes up against Gen G as Salute took a lot of damage from that utility. Nades has been deployed, and they're fighting outside the circle as it pushes in. It's going to close in 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Yeah, this is just Lil Ghost by himself right now. Genji, you see, have that BRDM, but Tiantian and Xiao Wu not in any position here to Lil Ghost. He'll have to play the walls, hops outside, does a little bit of damage, drops the Molotov. We'll get the knock on a D, but immediately traded down by Bean. Soul taking out Bean as well in the process. So they need to get that man back on his feet because the blue zone is coming.
Yeah, straight into the secure vehicle and they extract that man. Stolen, yeah, sure. Beamy found it. No, they might be able to save him. It's the first knock, so they might have a way in to try to get that rest, but VP has pushed out aggressively. No. Cowboy finds a con as Geeke is now under Porte. Absolute insane fire here. And mortars are raining in. EJ is trying to set up for a defensive location around the tree as Mimi and Virtus Pro goes out for a more progressive push to try to get some of the control on the northern side here, Poro. And this is going to be so vital as Team Liquid now sends it towards the center to try to capitalize on Geeke.
They got that first knock, and now they're trying to see if they can make anything more of it, but Songjang is holding the line. Team Liquid is down to just one. It's Luke 12. He's got 1 HP left as he is just lying prone. Good grenade, though, will take down Songjang. EJ by the tree. Look at 2 HP. Hasn't even had time to go for a heal just yet. Luke, that crash did not go the way that Liquid would have liked, I don't imagine.
No, 3-man pull-up with them having all the Foxholes available to them. EJ now try to go for a nade here towards Luke. It might connect a little bit with the 43 damage that is being applied here. Nixie finds him as the 2 Mortar Kings, and Luke 12 gets found with a nade from Park Bro. Team Liquid out in 11th place.
Just absolute insanity. The skies are angry on Tego here today as mortars just continue to fly. Virtus Pro takes down 2 more from AGAL. It's 1 more left alive, and it's Delwyn, and he is nowhere near this. Virtus Pro are just on one today.
Oh, what a nade. Lukarux finds Chan Chan.
And that is 17 Gaming out in 10th place. VP 6 kills. They're on an absolute tear. Look at this. Aggressive shots with the red dot from the AUG. He's going to try to go for a rest onto Nixie, though. He's still half HP. It's very possible. Could see it happening here quite easily for it. And then they could reset. Still, the circle went away from him. They have a big, long rotation to try to get into this circle here. Na'Vi still laughing. Vitality and Falcon still inside the circle as Myth tries to get into it. Belmont finds himself with a car, and that's a little bit unfortunate for Full Sense.
I like that for Full Sense, but fortunately they're not being pressured right now. But Myth, they're in a lot of trouble. They're trying to send it from that high ground. They'll find some dips and craters. Lord knows there's enough of them on the map right now. They'll manage to stay alive for the time being, avoid the line of sight of Vitality, who have now turned their attention back over towards Full Sense. Myth just instantly dropping those deployable covers. Those Doritos give themselves a little bit more room to play with. They are dead center right now as Virtus Pro are now finally back on the move. Park Pro has been taken out. That's going to be EJ, the last player left alive for GK.
Tickleton finds Park Pro as well as the BRDM is moving in, and VP is trying to involve themselves in this Northwestern fight. Delvin is AGL's front man, but AGL is down and out in 9th place. And now it's about to try to get involved again here because they could get a little bit of a dip to play here if Nixie gets back into this BRDM. Have quite the line into this next circle here, but with the way that the roads work out, it's going to be difficult for them to have an entry against Na'Vi and Full Sense that is trying to lock this down. A repair kit gets deployed, and they get a little bit of a repair on this BRDM to survive for just a little bit longer. Smart play here from Virtus Pro to secure themselves both placement points and kills throughout this game.
They just got to survive long enough to get past this compound from Na'Vi, with all of Na'Vi looking in their direction. They'll use the smokes, they'll use that repair kit, and they'll stay alive for a little bit longer, but they're going to be pushing right into Full Sense as we see the replay of that pull-up from AGAL. But the BRDM is just running over Full Sense right now. Shots coming through, third party from Vitality as well. They're going to have to hop out. The BRDM explodes, and Virtus Pro will go down in 8th place.
Yeah, that was a rough push for them. We were talking about a Full Sense. We're holding all the control on the western side there, as we also checked back in our replay at the same time. We did see how it evolved, with Full Sense losing a little bit. That means that Vitality is now going out for aggressive push, try to hold some space here, as Falcons also developing their southern control here. All the other teams are going to have to try to cross the road just later on here as GAM tries to get involved with GK, and Na'Vi is going to have to figure their way out and into this circle here. They do have vehicles available to them, so let's see if it's a drive-by or a pull-up or just a sneaky entry into the zone here, as they do have some riches to play in this location, Poro.
Do indeed. It's going to slow down here just a little bit as most of our teams are already in zone, already pretty entrenched. GAM trying to find somewhere to come in on this eastern side, but Falcons, Myth, all taking shots over there. As you see, Tanvu will take a knock. Na'Vi looks like they've found a little bit of real estate to play here on the low side. They should be okay for the time being, as Kedrox gets the knock on the Tigger. Full Sense fight in from that western side with Vitality holding the high ground.
Shots come in and connect quite a little bit here for Full Sense. They're under quite the amount of pressure from both Vitality and now from Na'Vi as well. Are they going to be able to rest Tigger, or does Utility get deployed against them as Belmont returns it? EJ has been found from GAM, and we're down to 6 teams now as GK claims 1 point for placement. He tried to cross the road without cover. That's going to cost Belmont immediately as Gedrox get him down and confirms it.
And unfortunately for Full Sense, the Na'Vi boys weren't there before, and they're there now as the res will come through. A lot of damage being dealt, though, by Levante. And Tanvu gonna find another mortar. Goodness, the skies have just been alive today here as Kiss now finds himself the last player left alive for Mythgam, looking over in that direction while Vitality is in a lot of trouble. They've taken knocks as Falcons have started to come alive on the south side.
Yeah, and Full Sense were not able to survive that push across the road here. Vitality in the west, Falcons in the south, and they have really been able to control this space here. Got a lot of good riches to play, a lot of good dips that's been created by all these mortars and all the red zones that we saw in the start of the game. Now Gustav pushes up here, and as we heard from Kickstart, the IGL aggressive pushes here from the front. Chrissy is knocked in the little hole with the tarp. So the other guys are going to be further in the west. Wange finds Kiss as Myth is under an immense amount of pressure from GAM.
Myth just one of the hardest teams in the lobby to get rid of, and GAM will do it. Wangef with 2 well-placed grenades will take them down. That is great news for Falcons and for Na'Vi, as VP was starting to gain a little bit of separation from the pack. You see 66 points in first place overall. Falcons and Na'Vi could put a dent in that lead should they be able to secure a win here, but it is going to be difficult. Falcons have the lion's share of the zone right now. Everybody else has to move in.
They have a BRDM as well. Guaranteed top 4, I'm telling you. What a way to do it. Sure, VP couldn't, but that was a difficult push, especially straight towards full sends. And now it feels like Vitality is going to be the next team to be on the receiving end of a lot of bullets. And you know, if I was a weatherman today, I couldn't imagine to predict the amount of mortars coming in from the sky. Now again, aggressively pushing this one.
All right, Falcon still has utility left in the bag, and why not? They've been sitting in that compound for quite some time, but unfortunately these grenades going to sail a little bit too far. They'll do damage, but they're not going to get the knocks like they would have wanted to. They still have that BRDM to play around, though, and they still have to keep eyes over towards Vitality, over towards Na'Vi. Na'Vi actually starting to get a little bit more active. They're sending 2 over to see if they can finish off Na'Vi, collect these points for themselves before they eventually go down. Boostic has been left behind to see and make sure that Gam doesn't do a wrap on him, but it doesn't look like Gam's going for it. Na'Vi still have 1 left behind, looking over towards Gedrox. Haven't spotted him just yet as he's through the smokes. Looks like Kickstart was looking over that direction as well as flashbangs come through. Gedrox just alive by the grace of the smokes for now.
Soft cover is also cover, so he tries to maintain his life for just a little bit. Top 4 guaranteed. It's like deny here. He does not see a way where he can get more points, and now we're down to a 3-man Na'Vi, Falcons and Gam. Na'Vi fighting for that compound in the early stages and won it with a full 3-man lineup here. Really paid off. Shots comes in and Hakatori finds Tanwu. 2 massive names on the mechanical leaderboard for these 2 guys.
It's a heck of a start there for Na'Vi. Get that first knock. Wong F going to immediately pick up his teammate and get him out of grenade range. See if they can get him back on his feet. A few shots will come through as Falcons will spot out somebody. Nope, Gedrox will go down to the blue, so his point goes over to nobody. Clories will have to try to find a way to hide from both blue zone. Grenades actually fall right on top of him, and he's going to go down as he gets ticked down by 2 unfortunate blue zone grenades for him, but well placed there for Falcons with the high ground.
Levance's favorite grenade, and that's going to definitely have an impact for how Gam's going to be able to play this one here. And it's another game where we have a King of the Hill situation where Falcons is maintaining all the control of that southern side, and they assert dominance over the rest. Now utility gets deployed here. Does it connect a little bit? Maybe it can connect to Shrimpsy, who is the front point man right now, but they've got so much cover, so much high ground to play around. And it's because of all of these mortars and red zone we saw in the earlier game. Could see a rest come off as Gam could get back to all 4, and they do, as Clarice does get rest by Wong F.
It's just so tough for Falcons to hit these grenades on these hillsides. I mean, they just, with the mortars, the divots being the way they are, the hillside being the way they are, it's just, things just aren't bouncing their way. But they do still have this high side. Gam still only alive because of the smokes, essentially, right now. So Falcons, though, they have to be watching 2 different directions. So it's not by any means easy for Falcons here, despite their good position.
Yeah, you got to start throwing curveballs instead of lob balls for sure if you want to hit those nades, or not cook them and hope they roll into the small dips that's available. Now shots come in and Boostic finds a nade and a knock onto Doc Juice and Wong F.
That's a beautiful work by Boostic. The ones from the side, theirs are a little bit easier to hit as Falcons try to see if they can peek down there and maybe third party, but Gam not going to let him get away with it. Tanvu keeping eyes over towards Na'Vi boys. Na'Vi just continue to make their way through. Hakatori's going to get another one as Tanvu, now the last player left alive for Gam. Who is that keeping eyes? Oh, good knock from Tanvu will slow things down, though. And this now opens the door for Falcons as they'll start coming down here. Gam will go down to the blue in the end, but it's down to Spiro and Boostic. It's a 4v2 Falcons for the victory.
Shots come in, connects onto Tickleton and gets him down to 62 with 64 HP here as the boost comes in and ticking here. Now utility is really low. There's only smokes available on Gustav. Boostic has nothing left but bullets. And it's not even a lot as the first aid comes off, and now it's going to be a 4v2 with Na'Vi. Second and third place here, fighting to get that second place locked down.
You saw Gustav going for that low downhill flanking angle. He's not seeing anything just yet. Spiro at the top of that hillside, just spraying the edges of the smoke just in case somebody's there. As Boostic creeps up a little bit closer, using that BRDM as cover to see if he can start figuring out where these Falcons guys are. But it's so tough to push up as Spiro will go down to the blue in the end, and Falcons know exactly where Boostic is, and they will collapse down and finish him off to get the victory.
What a way to finish here for Team Falcons. Great game here, and all the fans in the arena are celebrating, of course. It's the defending club champions. They have won it before, and now they show that they're capable of doing it again. One chicken dinner here for Falcons, and great placement so far. Assert their dominance on the leaderboard. They finish on second place overall here, just behind Virtus.pro. We have one more game though, Poro. It's going to be an insane one.
Absolutely, that was such a tough victory there for Falcons. You could see what they were dealing with. I mean, the amount of patience that they had to show, because they wanted to try to get active. They wanted to try to go and third party that GAM versus Na'Vi fight, but just having Na'Vi being disciplined and GAM being disciplined, to have one guy that their sole job was to keep an eye on Falcons and to take shots if they peaked. And both guys did their job and prevented Falcons from getting any more points off of that. So in the end, it great Falcons win. I know that we're wishing that they would have been able to get more points off of it, but both of these other squads doing as well as they did kind of prevented that.
And also considering how the circle worked out for them, right? We saw some shifts towards the center, and then it came quite far south, and they were just maintaining that control of that hill. They knew if we can maintain control in our quadrant, in our southern area here, we're going to be able to push up, have the high ground control, and then assert dominance of the rest of the battlegrounds here. And what a way to do it for them. Smart play, and it's somewhat what we saw from Na'Vi in the group stage, where the games that we know we can win if we're 4 guys alive, we're going to win it with 5 kills or 7 or 10, it doesn't matter. The chicken dinner is what matters, because those are the 10 points that are guaranteed, and that puts them in second place.
It's going to get them right back within range of Virtus.pro once again. And if I remember only one thing from that game, it is going to be the mortars. Well, we have one game left, guys, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Managed to grab Trav over from the Allianz Vault, and it's time to get a little bit of an update about what's been going on in TFT.
Yeah, well, funnily enough, yesterday, Team Vitality, which came into it as kind of one of the mid-pack teams, to be honest with you, were knocked out, which is obviously a big thing for the Club Championship storylines. Other than that, though, the rest of it's kind of going swimmingly for the teams who are supposed to be doing quite well. AJL kind of powering through, doing a really good job. Virtus.pro have just been knocked out, though, by Team Vision, which was kind of a big storyline, because they were both sat on about 950 points. Ooh. So that was one who was going to make that breakaway. And obviously, as you know, in Apex, they managed to get that top 8 position. Yeah. So having another top 8 position makes them eligible for the Club Championship. And that has kind of been the biggest storyline today.
I love that. I love that. Obviously, we still have got a little bit more left to go on your side of things. So we'll check back in just a little bit.
Thank you, Glitter and Draft, with the Club Championship update. And for everybody currently predicting Falcons, congratulations if you were able to have them on your pick'ems. If you weren't, make sure you put them in your next one, or put whichever team you think is going to be winning in the next one. Go to the EWC website and the app and put in your pick'ems. And don't forget to use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. But finally, this is what I was getting worried earlier when we were talking outside. I was worried that nobody was going to be able to catch them up, or maybe they were going to get too much of a lead. But Falcons take advantage of the situation that was there.
I mean, to catch up to VP, you needed something crazy to happen. Well, this game happened.
PUBG Mortar Grounds.
Possibly one of the most explosive games in the history of PUBG, but it was Mortar Grounds, Grenade Grounds, Blue Grounds, Molotov Grounds. I think there was a point where I counted 1 or 2 actual firearm knocks in about 17.
Look, we talked about how cool the destructible environment is and how much it helps these teams and this and that. That was just a really unfortunate game to play those. My hearts go out to the players because those circles are so rough, and when half the teams are using mortars and grenades, most of the teams honestly just didn't get to play PUBG, right? And so for those teams, honestly, this game, for me, for a lot of them, was also just a wash. But that being said, the Falcons able to control that chaos and come out on top with Trigonometry.
Dude, he started the war, bro. He started a 600-meter mortar.
Yeah, a 600-meter mortar. And to all the players that were landing mortars, still very impressive. But yeah, rough to play against, man. That's a rough one for the players.
You know, for a second, I thought we were on the moon there with how many craters we had on the map.
It was absolutely wild. But I do think, as we look at the match ranking, this kind of alludes to what we heard from the guys at the start of the day in Kalaris' interview. That sort of chaos breaks out. You have to be able to be flexible. You have to adjust. But Tulin said the changes are so fast and so furious that every team has to have a crazy level of agility. And I do think, as much as I think the players will probably say, I never want to go through what I just went through again, it's an example of agility. I think the Falcons did a good job of moving quickly and adjusting to the power. I think a good example of someone who didn't was Liquid. They were trying to use the old, let's set a mortar, let's push it, let's try to find a spot. And I think this is where you have to say, break away from those old school systems and make something new up on the spot.
Even Gan with Tambu being able to get those kills with the mortar. This is a squad that I was talking about earlier that really haven't done anything. They needed some type of spark up today to not have too much of a gap to catch up to on the next couple of days. But they were able to respond at least with the top 4 in this last match.
Yeah, and also Na'Vi continuing to be consistent throughout the day and throughout the group stage finals, right? They've just been on point. Again, they know exactly what they want to do. They've kind of figured out this lobby, as we've noticed time after time. Na'Vi is actually getting into central position, into great early game positions that are ending up working out for them. So I think with this comparison as well, you can see 9 kills, 1,800 damage to the 6 kills and 1,700 damage from the Falcons.
And when you look at this, you go, okay, Na'Vi has the better stats here. And also, we watched Falcons a whole lot more because they hustled, they grinded, they were moving actively. Na'Vi found a good spot. They held it. They kind of sort of watched their edges. They made sure that they were not caught in the explosive situation, right? And that's also part of it, is going, okay, if I send there, then I'm in mortar hell. And if I don't, maybe I have a better shot at this thing. So I do think that proactivity of knowing that's a giant field, I do not want to be in it. Let's play edge in.
It was a perfect mix of proactivity and patience, really, because they saw what they needed to do, but unlike Liquid, they waited for one team more to make sure that they weren't the victims of what came afterwards.
And for Liquid, we really haven't been able to see those superstars, right? Remember in group stages when we were looking at Luke 12, how he was able to pick up this squad. Earlier, we got a chance to see, I think it was Kickstar for Falcons being able to kickstart them after those first 2 matches. For Liquid, we want to see some of the players of the caliber of Cowboy maybe start showing up as well.
I think, again, for a lot of teams, that last game is just GG go next. You know, that just wasn't our game. And that's okay. That happens, right? PUBG happens. That's what we say all the time. That's one of those games. That's okay. But again, they need to come off the back of that and make sure that they are going to put up points on the board.
And I think if your team is on the bottom, there is a ray of hope here. That game was a GG go next, right? Earlier, that shift down towards Portona on Miramar, that shift was violent, the first one. And I think a lot of teams sort of went, okay, I just got to get some points on this. There has been a few aggressive shifts that we've seen in the first 5 games here.
Actually, kind of a lot of aggressive shifts so far.
So I'm not saying that it's right that you don't have the points right now, but I'm saying if it's your crew, if it's your guys, don't give up on them just yet, because it has been a wild first day, and we still have a lot of land for us to cross here, and it's not insurmountable for those teams on the chase.
And as we saw before this game, it was a 23-point gap between first place and second place. I want to see what that gap's going to be looking like now as we have VP there. Okay,
closer.
15, a lot closer as Team Falcons was able to deliver that chicken dinner in the last one. Navi as well with the consistency. And Myth, even though Myth went out, they're still being able to get those points via kills.
Yeah, Myth on the grind. For me, the biggest disappointment right now is T1. They started so ridiculously strong. They were farming 17 on Miramar, and apparently if 17 avoids T1, they don't know how to get points. So they have had a hard time putting it on the board in the last couple of games here and have let that slide. Now, in a traditional day, giving up 2 games without a ton of points doesn't hurt you that bad. When you got the Virtus Pro playing out of their freaking minds, it does.
And that's the problem. Virtus Pro, even though they went out, or not early, but about 8th place, they still got kills. Virtus Pro is making sure that come hell or high water, regardless of how the game is going for them, they're at least going to accumulate 4 to 5 points a game, and that is what's making them so difficult to catch, even in these games where they go out, halfway through.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing, right? 7 kills, by the way, they ended up getting in this last match. And for those teams that were hoping to even close that gap, yeah, you were able to close that gap, but you're going to have to do even more if you want to be able to close it towards the end of the day. So going towards the second page here, we see Shadow Esports there, where they really haven't been able to do much after that win. And a team that you guys said starts slow, but right now, with the way that those top teams are playing, I'm going to be looking at Twisted Minds as they were sitting there with 25 points.
System team, and I think this is chaos. I just don't think that the adjust on the fly is what they're sort of built around. I'm not judging their intelligence. I'm not judging their skill. I'm judging the fact that these have just been crazy games, that a lot of these players are going to have to go home tonight genuinely with their coach. They're just going to say, guys, we got PUBG. We're back tomorrow. We're going to do something different. We can fight this off. It's just been a really rough day.
I'm also just waiting for AGAL to wake the hell up. Where are they? Come on, guys. This was one of the best teams in the world at some point, and they're really struggling to put any points on the board. Even in group stages, we watched them struggle a bit, so they really need to wake up here.
Maybe they'll be able to wake up on this final game of PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26 Finals Day 1. Game 6. Let's see who'll be waking up and maybe carry on some momentum to tomorrow.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We have 1 game remaining left here on day number 1, and so far it has been the Virtus Pro show. It's a high power source. It is he, Mr. Avenger. And Avenger, you know I love stats, right?
You love stats.
I love stats.
Hit me with some stats.
I love deep dive stats. But sometimes very easy stats are enough to tell the story. Right now, Lucarux and Nixie have more kills between them than 14 out of 16 teams in the lobby.
I wonder why. Maybe it's because they've been fragging out all day. And you know what? I hope that continues. We are over to Erangel on the Kadia City grid, on the stage here for Esports World Cup 2026, and yeah, it's looking great for them. A 15-point lead after just 5 games is absolutely next level. Esports World Cup last year was won by Twisted Minds with 93 points, and they have 1 more game today here. That is just unheard of. I wonder how far they can push this. Again, you have to remember, once we're done with tomorrow, we're going to be adding some points. We're going to be moving into the 3rd day for match point. But imagine if they've just built this unsurmountable lead that is just impossible to catch.
Just epic stuff from the Virtus Pro boys. And that's a heck of a way to start off your tournament if you have a nice little lead going at all. We were waiting to see if this was ever going to pop off today. There had been some rumors of GK versus AGAL. And it looks like we'll wait all the way till the last game of the day to do it. Destroy going to go down first. Shotguns in hand for the rest of GK as they push around. Sololzi playing that wall. Does have a flashbang. Knows exactly where EJ is. Will try to make the push in. Shots come through, but no knocks to be found just yet.
I love this hot drop here. It's so fun. The new compound south of the U-Hill, close to a rest station. It's such a crucial compound to maintain control over, especially if you want the hard-spawn cars. Well, Shots comes in as well. I can't find Stelwin. And AGAL is down to just him as and Solalsi.
Peeking through the windows is Doom. GK now have Himas and Sololzi by themselves, but that is a dangerous duo. You do not want to take them lightly, and I think GK knows it. Stop down, loot up the rest of the compounds around them as they know exactly where Himas and Sololzi should be. Well, they know where Himas should be. I don't know if they know about Sololzi just yet, but
And all the teams obviously know all these drop maps here, and we might have some action coming in. Levante is getting dangerously close to sniffing at this, so this could be interesting. You see him now on the...
And Lou, too. Look at that.
So a lot of teams getting involved here. Twisted Minds. The Noxar destroys in the open. He could be spotted quite easily here, but Delvin's bleeding out quite quickly. Destroys. Well, there's like 10, 12 seconds left on his knock here, so Destroy's just crawling for information. Navi also gets involved.
What is it with you Europeans, man?
Yeah, they're sniffing out at easy points here, Pro. That's what it is, and I get it. It's smart, because all the teams, they know that in this area here, that could be the hot drop spot to be investigating.
Well, as soon as they saw it in the kill feed, they knew exactly what was going on, too, didn't they? So immediately sending guys over here, not getting too close, but definitely getting close enough to see if they can capitalize. It looks like Twisted Minds didn't really want anything of it, as Levante
with an 8x.
3'd up with an 8x. He's feeling great. Yeah, why not come over here?
Yeah, absolutely. He's ready to fight. He's ready to get involved. Sure, he doesn't have an EMAG on this MK12 here, but an 8x on that definitely can hit or steal some kills. Most of the guys here are missing vests and helmets, as you see here in Songjiang. A Tommy gun with a holo on it, just 2 smokes, 2 first aids. 1 shot to the dome from Levante would put him on his knees.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of Vitality has come over here to join him as well, but it looks like Navi also kind of moving over in this direction. But this is, while in circle, it's on the south side, so it could just be Navi just kind of breezing past and saying, if we see something,
why not?
Maybe we'll shoot. But
why not? Why not a red zone, Power?
Yeah,
Tell me about it. Why not? Why are we not spicing up even further? We've already had a crazy day here.
And look at this. Now Myth is going to start making their way through too as well. So Navi looks like they're going to go ahead and leave it and continue making their way through. But Myth is going to drive right through Vitality as the red zone is falling. And Scappy's going to go right into the dip. Somehow makes it out alive with 1 HP to his name. Goodness gracious. And Baron will get the knock on a Levante.
Oh, that's just insane here. And then red zone is going to come in as well. This is going to be rough for Team Vitality to try to recoup from. Baron continues to lay down the hammer as Scappy drives away with this 1 HP. Just insane scenes here. Yeah, why not throw some more 7.62 bullets at it as Kiss continues as well.
Why not? You gotta kind of feel bad for Vitality there, right? Like they're doing what they should be doing. They're being smart. They're keeping eyes on the kill feed. They know the drop maps. They know what to expect. They go over there to try to third party. And why not a red zone drop on top of you? And why not have Myth just make their way right through the middle of your split? Just unfortunate timing for them. But it looks like they'll be able to get Levante back on his feet now that they've managed to retrieve him and get to the hard cover, and Myth is going to continue their journey off to the north while we see an E-pickup has been fired, but it's only going to be Duckmai. He's going to be the lead scout here for Vicious as they make their way out of Novo.
Well, that makes sense. I like this scout, especially on the eastern bridge. He's very campable, and you're in Milta, you might not want to get deeper already. So I like the idea from Vicious here. It's going to get him a lot of information from the guys, and he's going to be able to spot some cars potentially to get some information. He sees that even the dirt road on the high ground and farm is unoccupied at the current time in the game, with 2 minutes and 20 seconds about to happen for the next circle pop here, and the circle closes in just shortly. It's very congested towards that central location south of the river, but we do have a red zone around the river area where Team Liquid is also going in towards here. We're going to be jumping over to Virtus Pro, our current leader in this lobby, with 15 points cushion, down to second place. And it was only just because Falcons won that game, but they're able to try to catch up here. So big names in the top. Also, if you look at it from a club championship perspective, VP, Falcons, Navi, all high in the race.
It's huge.
Most of the teams have already gotten their 2 top 8s in the club championship, making them eligible. They just need a win to ensure that they could get it even further, to take their lion's share of the total prize pool of $75 million here for Esports World Cup in Paris for 2026.
It's a lot of pocket change, my mans.
Oh, just a penthouse in Paris, like the other guy said.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what?
Parisian.
Talking about pocket change here, especially when we heard from Barney and Ludi. Barney asked him, what can you get in Paris for $75 million? And Ludi, he said something in French I couldn't exactly see, but what a guy. But you know what I figured out? I figured out, Ludi, what his name means.
Okay.
Means lunatic.
Oh.
He's crazy.
I like it. Hey, you know what? If it works, it works, right? It does what it says. No, Nixie. It's okay. You know what? I'm putting that on Luka Rux. He just started running down the hill.
You know what the worst part about that is? When you go from first knock, which is 100 seconds, to second knock, it goes down to 30 seconds. So that's almost a just flush him and recall him immediately. You're just next to the recall box, just to get it back onto 100 seconds.
Boy, that would be some next level stuff there, wouldn't it? Hopefully, I don't think we'll see Virtus.pro commit to that just
I don't
yet,
think so either. But I just hate being on second knock from something like that.
Well, look at
the
that.
worst part. Oh yeah.
So we saw Vicious Gaming. They sent Duckmai over in one E pickup to scout out the bridge and scout out farm, and they made a foothold. And now they've got a second E pickup. Because why not?
And their timing is actually pretty immaculate because it's going to be just when the circle pops, so they can decide: are we going to stick to it, or we're going to drive in from the circle? It really depends where this next circle pops here. Are we going to go north? That would be insane. Ooh. We do go central. We do have some river involved, but it's going to be quite central, quite with the donut on this game here, as we have Perfectix and the guys from Twisted Minds quite central around the school and apps area. Navi's locking down area 2 alongside Vitality, GNG, and T1.
Meanwhile, this
standoff
shotgun barrel measuring contest continues.
And it's just on the edge of the news circle, so they're going to have plenty of time to fight this out. Oh my, Poro.
Why not? Why not? I mean, there's a lot of reasons why not, but why not stick around and see if you could at least finish them off? If nothing else, like this was something that we felt was coming at the beginning of the day. Is Twisted Minds will find Beamy wins it with 1 HP against Exemple. He's going to go down, and that's going to be Virtus.pro securing a foothold here in Twisted Minds territory.
MS finds 2. Songjang, though, finishes it up as AGL goes out. GK managed to wrap this one up, and Nixie flushes Example. That's very unfortunate for Twisted Minds, so it's going to be rough for them to try to defend this area here. They had to disengage from their split. They had a 1-1-2 split, but now all of them are involved with this fight here. Having lost Example is just super unfortunate, but VP with a full pull-up onto this, I would say the highest priority on the apps here.
Oh my goodness.
It's going to be crucial.
And if you thought Geeke was out of the woods after finishing off AGAL there, well, you don't know our teams. Falcons wrapped down there, and wouldn't you know it, Vicious drop from their E pickup almost immediately upon hitting the circle, and they are looking down in this direction as well. So Geeke, while they do defeat AGAL in the end, they are still stuck in this compound.
It's a full pull-up from Falcons. They know if you have 6, 7, 8 guys in one compound trying to loot, they're not going to have that much utility. You're not going to have that much loot. So I do like the pull-up and the third-party opportunity here from Falcons.
Vicious, though.
They have no idea about Vicious, so that is the third-party factor, and that's the scary factor that could be coming in this game here. And they are inside the circle. Falcons currently, not having conquered all of the compound, are not. So let's see how they are going to be approaching this fight, Poro, as they try to get up onto the roofs of the USs and onto the buildings to try to put pressure onto Geeke, as Vicious has set up inside the circle to either third party or wrap up the fight when it happens. Blue zones come out and utilities being deployed here, as we're just really going to quickly catch how Himas did some damage onto EJ. But they did end up getting killed in the end by Geeke.
Why is EJ pushing in that solo like that? That's a little bit nutty, but yeah, I mean, goodness gracious, they almost win it. Good Lord. Well, Geeke do win it in the end, as Vicious still just hovering around here. See, a few shots being sent by Shrimsy will take the toesies of Songjang, but not enough to get the...
He's not here.
Not yet. Not Toesi. Come on, man. You're killing me.
Songjang. Beamy finds Perfectix on the other side here as Twisted Minds and VP continues to fight here. Falcons trying to figure out, is this worth the investment? Is this worth the time? Rexy also finds the Tulans, and there's just one player left on Twisted Minds. More utilities being deployed here. Twisted Minds is out of 15th place as VP quickly conquered the apps. Boostic finds Ian as T1 and Navi continues to fight here. Panzerfaust on Gustav. This might be the opening that they needed. Are they going to clear it? There we go. Great reactions from Gustav. The IGL on Falcons, the Danish superstar. Now they try to get in and rush this last 3-star. He's blind.
Oh, yeah. No, you're donezo. Clean stuff for Falcons, and that's 3 points picked up. And now Vicious starting to look over in that direction. But would you know it, Flash and the Full Sense boys are wrapping down in that direction now, so it might not be done. Na'Vi, meanwhile, they get crashed on. Ferris, the last player left alive, and T1 is just raining down on their compound while Gen G is looking at them from Volcano. Not getting involved just yet, but they could at any time.
Oh my God, Ferris is on fire. Heather's pushing into this spot here. He's going to jump up there. Ferris did find raining. More utilities being deployed. He's going to throw a Molotov just in under. Remember, there's a desk in there, so you can jump up and not have your toes on fire. Ferris under tons of pressure. The last player here from Na'Vi makes it difficult. Gen G with a pull-up third party, and T1 gets furtherly involved in this fight.
We were waiting to see if they would get involved. They were hanging out on the top of Volcano, but it looks like it's going to be enough to get them at least to get into throwable range, start spamming utility. Meanwhile, on the south side, Falcons did disengage, but Full Sense and Vicious now scrapping. And look at Virtus Pro. They're going out in the blue to third party that fight, because why not?
Just insane scenes here. Absolute cinema happening on the last game of day 1 for the finals of PUBG Battlegrounds. Here at Esports World Cup, Pau finds Belma, then Flash, as Tanwu finds Falcons for their rotation on the eastern side. A little bit unfortunate as Gam, Myth, and Falcons on the eastern side is really getting deeply involved here. They find so many kills and knocks on the other side of another fight here, and Genji's now disengaging. Falcons setting up for some pressure onto Gam here, and the nade close to Tickleton's going to do some damage. Kickstack knocked in the distance, so is Shrimsy. Gustav trying to get involved here, and he finds Cloris. That's a huge name to take down on Gam, and Cloris found Tickleton with the nade that's been dropped earlier. Doc Juice, the last player now, tries to put more pressure onto Falcons as they have multiple knocks out here.
Yeah, Duck Juice was just out in the middle of nowhere. He was north of Yesnaya when that happened, as it was just a unfortunate case of timing for both Falcons and Gam. As it looks like Myth is going to try to third party this. We'll see if they can get anything off of it. Meanwhile, you see in the picture-in-picture T1 now taking that fight to Na'Vi. Gen G has disengaged. They pulled back up on the Volcano. The circle going in their direction. They like their chances for endgame here. Virtus Pro, they're coming out of the blue after third partying the fight down to the south, and they're going to find Gen G waiting for them.
Falcons now disengaging, maybe trying to get kickstart even here. There could be a possibility as Myth disengaged from this fight here. The circle doesn't start moving until 22nd. Levante hits Gedrox. That's a little bit unfortunate, but Shrimsy's going to try to find Oh, can he find Doc Juice here? Tickleton does have lots of time on the res. He could start engaging once again, but you have to get this res off before the circle starts moving so Tick can start healing immediately. Circle closing now, and they're going to have to get an entry into this circle. They got quite the space, actually, in between both Shadow Esports and Myth here, so they do have an entry into this. But they're going to have to figure out if they're going to get involved with Doc Juice or if they're going to do a drive-by on him. It's a point.
It's an absolute point, and they definitely want it, and they're going to come over here and see if they can find him. Duck Juice has the grenade prepped. We'll throw it down. We'll try to do some damage. We'll take at least one down. No, he's not even going to get the knock on a kickstart. Cleaned up by Falcons as they collect their 6th kill. They're coming in from that eastern side. It looks like, I mean, this is mostly by the grace of Myth, isn't it? Myth was in a perfect position to third party this, but they see the circle. They see themselves in a good position. Now they'll just wait for Falcons to push into them.
And that's kind of been the story of Myth so far in the finals. They are prioritizing getting that positioning here. And then we have two teams in the very top that are playing a complete different meta. It's just a kill race for them towards the top. They have built an absolute mountain of points and kills throughout this game so far, and I'm liking the difference. I'm just waiting for T1 to join that as well, because that's exactly what we saw from them in the group stage. As Heather here is trying to hold on to this spot here. Spyro does have a Panzer. It's going to be a difficult fight to have, as there's a natural smoke coming through. Salute finds Lukarux, and it delays VP just a little bit. They're going to have to commit to this res here. So they're going to be all four. Heather does find Spyro. Na'Vi goes down in 11th place.
Just non-stop action from the word go here in match number 6 on Erangel. Virtus Pro, though, Wouldn't you know it, still 4 alive, 6 kills in the bag, fighting their way in from the south. They've got room to play with as we wait and see where the next circle decides to take us. Team Liquid slowly coming in from the north. They're going to be our last ones to arrive. 34 players left alive, 10 teams in it. Who will get that circle favor here? As you see Heather solo by himself.
Whoa!
He is going to get the zone too. A hard Western shift. And now Falcons, Shadow, Myth, Virtus Pro, all of them will have to find a way to find some space in here to play.
And with the amount of space that's been removed, that's kind of playable, because it's not playable in the fields except for the last area that Myth has kind of an entry in. It's going to be difficult. Gen.G continues their pull-up onto T1. They know that it's probably just Heather from the information that they have available to them in the match log. So now Utility's being committed to clear out this compound. With this Western shift here, it is by far the best and highest priority building. VP also continues their wrap, as you see in the minimap, just on the southern side here. They're going to have a fight with that. So Shadow, Falcons. Oh, Heather finds Soul, and Gen.G is going to try to clear this one out. And Soul is actually disengaged from the other guys as he tried to clear the other building. T1 continues with an onslaught as Falcons rotate in just ahead of Myth.
That is a super scary solo player to have to push, and Gen.G's finding that out the hard way here as Falcons will take the dip. Myth, though, do have plenty of utility to send over in that direction. Scappy have grenade in hand, hasn't sent it just yet, waiting for the rest of the team to arrive. Shadow also send it in, and it looks like they're going to find a spot. No, they're going to crash right on top of the Gen.G compound as Heather finds another one.
Heather's just insane. We saw it. Lucarix finds Hansi now, and Myth is going to be involved with Falcons. We're going to have a lot of fights to try to follow here. And VP with the third party onto Shadow. It's completely falling apart. Gen.G and VP is dismantling Shadow Esports as Corexi get the confirm onto Hansi.
Virtus Pro just coming in at the perfect time to third party, fourth party. All of these fights now from the top of the hill. Shadow Esports does get eliminated almost instantly. Somehow Heather still alive. Gen.G down to D and Soul as Heather has been holding the line. That is, we said he's a scary player to have to push solo, and that is why.
Heather says, no, nobody's going to hold over this one. I'm going to lock this down. And what a way to do it. 600 damage and 2 kills. It's just such a mechanically gifted player. The superstar out of Korea. Can T1 try to catch on to this lead that Falcons and VP have built? It's going to be difficult with just one player in this game here, but he's going to try to do it. Try to make the most of it. As D with the shotgun is below him. They're going to coexist in this compound here, as it is on the western side. VP maintains control of Volcano. Vitality is still inside the compound. And now 17 and Team Liquid is going to have this big fight here as Mortar is also coming in from multiple sides. It's Tiggleton, of course. The trigonometry continues.
Who else but Tiggleton as the mortars will land around Team Liquid. They tried to pull up, and it's not going to happen. Another mortar will find its place as Purdy Curdy, now the last player left alive for Team Liquid. Falcons picks up all 3 because of Tiggleton's mortar work. 9 kills now for the team.
Absolutely insane scenes coming out of this one. Now Falcons is going to have to defend. We have another Western shift. Myth is going to have to push. And we're going to see a standoff between VP and Vitality as well. A car move here. I really like that from Falcons. They didn't want to have the rain of utility coming in, so they're pushing further with more hard cover being inside this next circle here. Smart play from them. Are they going to be able to survive everything coming in from both 17 and from T1 and Gen.G? Xiaowu finds Baron. Trimsy goes down, and Kickstart gets knocked as well from 17.
Oh my goodness, it's a shooting gallery right now. Virtus Pro just has so much control over everything from that high ground position. Vitality forced to go back into their compound, but they are going to have to leave it as a circle will be arriving soon. Myth also kind of in the same boat. They have to find a way in here, but I mean, the best plot for them probably is looking like where Falcons is. 17 have to leave their compound. They're going to crash right on top of the compound of death, doom, and destruction, still occupied by Heather and D, and Soul is just off to their west.
Going to be a scary push now. Falcons survived quite a bit here, managed to hold on to 3 men alive as they have some hard cover. Links in hand, shots to come in towards Ulgos. Cars are getting destroyed. Winbo finds Heather and T1 is eliminated. We're down to 6 6 teams and 19 players. Tickleton 4 kills, Gustav 3. And they are going to be able to survive for quite a bit longer here as they try to move the cars. A C4 is also in the pocket of Tickleton alongside the 3 helmet and the Lynx. That's going to have some impact. Let's see how that follows on as we slow down just a little bit, but Vitality is going to have to make a push. Myth is going to have to make a push, and puts Tickleton on fire as he's able to crawl into the smoke.
That was the problem, wasn't it? Myth was able to get within utility range. They were able to get the throwables down onto him. Tickleton will get knocked here. He's able to retreat to the smoke for now, but that's going to be a very difficult res to get as 17 has taken over Heather's building. D still in there, though, with that shotgun, so that he could be a third-party factor as we see Myth just methodically making their way a little bit closer here towards Falcons. How much utility do they have left? You gotta imagine it's probably pretty limited. Soul from downtown gets the full wipe onto Myth.
And this is exactly why you do not stack up too close when there's mortar still inside this circle. Now Xiaowu opens it up onto Gustav. Yes, Falcon is on, more pressure. It opens up the door for 17. Tickleton, though, says no to Nixie. You're not going to continue your fragging rage in this lobby. Vitalis is still alive, trying to get into this circle here, but it's absolutely impossible with VP, Falcons, and 17 staring at your direction.
They are just one well-placed grenade away. That one was very close. Corexy gets him low. Tickleton will go down. 17 getting active on that northern side. Luca Rux will get the knock on a Tiantian as Corexy is currently preoccupied with trying to take down the boys from Vitality. That grenade might be close enough. No, it's going to bounce out.
More mortars
I hear another mortar.
I'm scared.
PTSD.
I'm nervous. Corexy finds Gatrax with a headshot. The Dragon of Master. 4 bullets left though. 600 damage. D finds Wenbo. He's dismantling 17. They forgot about him.
Gen G, after getting dismantled by Heather by themselves. Lucarux, that's a P90 push if ever you've seen one. 13 kills now for Virtus Pro as they continue to separate themselves for the rest of the lobby. 84 points on the day as D finally gets spotted out and taken down by Xiaowu. Soul, the last player left alive for Gen G.
What a great game it's been for 17, but the story just still continues being it. VP is just fragging out. They've put 21 points ahead of second place now, and it looks like to be continuing. The damage leader in this game, 800 damage and 4 kills for Beamy. Can Soul have an impact onto 17 and make it even easier for VP, because it is looking inevitable for VP to not win this game.
What a day.
Oh, Soul!
For VP, Soul will find Tiantian. At least get that one down as he continues to play from the side. Oh, taking shots in the back to Luca Rux. Fortunately, he's got the smoke there to retreat to. Panzerfaust, they come out at any time here for Lil Ghost. He knows exactly where Soul is now and will try to make that wrap, but Soul smartly repositioning once again, playing the outside of the wall. Looks like Xiaowu may have heard the footsteps as Lil Ghost will pull that Panzer out once again. Waiting for him to reveal himself. There it is. He'll take him down in the end as 17 will be down to just Lil Ghost and Xiaowu, and now it's just all academic here for Virtus Pro.
Finds one.
As they try to connect. Another win. Corexy finds Xiaowu. The last player left alive is going to be Lil Ghost, and this could be the cap, the exclamation point, the cherry on top of what has been an insane day for Virtus Pro.
And remember, in 12 games last year, Twisted Minds were able to win it. But in 6 games, they're going to do it, and they're going to put it up to 90 points, just 3 points shy of what we saw last year in half the games. Virtus Pro gets another chicken dinner on the day, on the first day of groups here at Esports World Cup.
Unbelievable work from the boys in orange as they put the rest of the lobby on notice that they are here to win, and it is going to take a mountain of work to try to catch them. You just have to hope they slow themselves down in some way tomorrow, because we've seen some phenomenal performances from other teams. Falcons, 63 points on the day. That would be the story in and of itself had it not been for the fact that Virtus Pro is damn near 30 points clear of them.
That's just absolute insanity. These teams and these players obviously hoping to take one of the biggest trophies home and help their club towards that club championship. And Virtus Pro, they're looking too damn scary to play against when they're having this much fun, playing a complete different meta than the 14 other teams outside Falcons. It's a kill race for them. The wins are just the fun alongside of it. Look at that, the P90. Let's hear what they have to say for this win.
I'm letting over deep. He's very low. Nice.
It was just nice.
Cool, calm,
collected.
Just moving different through the lobby right now. Built different. Virtus Pro, what a performance on day one.
And they've been talking about it. You know what? You know who's the best at making a snowball?
Who's that?
It's a polar bear.
I like to see it. Polar bears, well, you can't find a snowball if you're not in the ice, and they are just living in it right now. Cold as ice. You could hear it in their comms there at the end. It's just casual at this point. Like, it's too easy for them right now. Well, we'll see if any of these teams can go back to the drawing board here tonight and figure out a way to stop these guys and start coming up with something to sell. Because look, if you're Falcons right now, you should be smiling if you're Gunner. You got 63 points in one day, but what a performance here from Virtus Pro. But we are done for the day. Let's throw it over to Barney for an interview.
Okay, righty-ho. That was an absolutely unbelievable day of PUBG Battlegrounds here at the Esports World Cup. Sitting on the top of the leaderboard proudly with a smile on his face is Nixie from Virtus Pro. Nixie, let's talk about today. You know, one of the hardest things that we've all been speaking about backstage and people have been talking about the current meta, one of the hardest things to achieve is consistency. You guys had that in spades today. Your worst position was 8th, 2 first places, coming into like 14 kills in each of them, and 2 second places. Dude, just tell me how. Let's start with that. Let's start with how.
I mean, opportunities, that's all. We had really good opportunities, really good pre-planning, and the opportunity just came. We won the games, we got really good positions, and yeah, we just played good. Everyone played good, everyone felt the momentum, and yeah.
I mean, speaking about planning, we want to talk a little bit about Coach Ibiza, one of your best buds. Look, he's since stepping down as a player, becoming coach. How's the dynamic of the team been? How has he fit into the role of coach? And, you know, the dynamic between you guys as friends as well. Like, what's his role for you guys?
I mean, when he stepped down, we had to fill his shoes, of course, as because he was an IGL of our team. And it took a lot of time to who is gonna IGL, who's gonna do this, who's gonna do that, and he helped us, of course. That's why it's very important that he stayed as a coach, because he could teach us what he knew and everything like that. So, I mean, as he stepped down, like, he did a lot of job for us. Like, he's doing a lot of prep, a lot of things that we taken a lot of from our shoulder. He's just doing it himself. So, yeah, big props to him. Like, I love this guy. So, yeah.
I mean, whatever you're doing, it's working at this point. Going into day 2 of the finals tomorrow, obviously you're sitting at 90, I think in the mid-90s when it comes to points. In 6 games, that's absolutely disgusting. Is confidence kind of at an all-time high amongst the team, or are you keeping everyone pretty grounded?
I mean, we always were a pretty confident team. It's not, we never really got we didn't really care who we fought or anything, but we made sure that we reset after every game, because if you're hyped or doing it, or if you you just need to keep up the pace, you know, stay exactly the same, because if you're more hyped, you make more mistakes. So we need to make sure that we reset after each game. So yeah.
More insane hype moments though coming off those wins. We heard you from backstage when you let out that massive shriek after that first one on the board. Congratulations though, Nixie, what an incredible day. We have also got another interview lined up across the stage with Kalaris and the main man, Gustav.
Yeah, all right, Virtus Pro. 90-some points here in day number 1 of the final, but I've got the man Gustav here to talk about it. Falcons currently in 2nd place here for this one. So Gustav, first things first, last year round, the landscape looked very different for you. Now you're in Falcons, you've been in with them for a few months. What has it been like to play with this roster compared to some of your other rosters?
I mean, it's been amazing. I don't even know how to describe it. I thought 3 or 4 months ago I was going to retire from PUBG. I was starting in high school again about now. So it's been amazing. I mean, it's been so much hard work as well. These guys, they put in hours like no one else. the expectations for us are like we just put a high level to each other. So like actually showing up here at EWC feels amazing.
The level looks very high as well at the moment, I think it's fair to say. And speaking of which, game 5 and 6, there was a lot of mortars going on. 5 might have been the most mortars I've ever seen in a game here. Talk to me about maybe just in general game 5, as well as, is Tig the best mortar user in the world? Talk to me.
I mean, I don't like saying positive things about Tig because his ego is already way too big. It's unreal, but I mean, I gotta give it to him. The mortar, like, that's him, you know? And then I think it was Gen D as well, also had a 4-bomb on Myth, and we were just started screaming because we were dead from Myth in a millisecond after that. If they didn't get mortar there, we were dead 100%. Okay, so I don't know if it was shrimps. Someone was making duck noises. Like, they were going crazy, so we were happy.
No doubt, no doubt. And I guess I also want to ask about the new IGL role. It's been kind of the hot topic here at the EWC at the moment in terms of what's going on inside Falcons and stuff like that. We've asked Gunnar, we've asked Kick, we've asked everybody what's going on. So how's that been for you so far? And what are you kind of bringing to that role as a whole for Falcons at the moment?
I mean, it's for sure hard because you're Falcons. There's a lot of expectations. And I just told myself, like, there's going to be so much pressure on me, and that's what's going to bring me down. So I just, like, it doesn't matter what anyone, like, says. Even if my teammates, I just try and stay alpha, like, you know. I just, like, sometimes these games, we just go full dog mode, and we just embrace it. And I've told the others, like, the first 2 games today, it was awful zones. We just got to grab it by the balls, you know? Just got to do our thing. And then these later games, I think we kind of got the zone a little bit better, and then we put up big numbers. So it's been amazing.
Gustav, thank you very much for joining me. An absolute pleasure. Bringing some EMEA class to the Falcons, boys. That does it from us here down on the stage. Let's head over to the studio.
VP, what a performance today. Just a good old beep whooping. Yep. Because that's what it looked like from that squad, Toffees.
Yeah, I think you heard it from Gustav. At VP, the same tactic. They both grabbed the game by the grenades and played as well as they possibly could. That last match was another tough one. I will say, you know, they can thank Soul with that super mortar for keeping the Falcons in it a little bit, which is really our hope of catching VP, because VP had a crazy day. At 91 points, they made Myths day 1, which we were like, 79 points, so cool. Well, not anymore, because 91 apparently is the benchmark.
I mean, they're almost 30 points ahead of second place, which is just out of control, which is Falcons, who have had a great day. That's the crazy thing. When you look historically at teams having big days, as we watch the Falcons here kind of clean up Vitality, almost getting 100 points in one day is absolutely ridiculous. I really can't impress upon you guys watching at home how many points that is in a single day and how just impossible it almost is.
So if you added Falcons and Virtus.pro's points together, it would have more than most of the bottom of the lobby combined. I think more than half, over half. So let's talk about these 2 teams primarily, because they're the ones who did such a good job today. First, I want to start with the Falcons for a second as we watch them on the highlight. Gustav recently joined the team, and the thing that I think is really cool, if you guys are just joining us, if you're joining the PUBG ecosystem for the first time, you got to understand the journey Gustav has taken to get here through FaZe, to one of the most respected IGLs. He's played the game. He's played with different teams. He's played in different regions. For him to say, these guys work, they're the hardest working team I've been with, I have a lot of respect for how they do their system, that to me actually is probably one of the biggest shouts I've heard given to the Falcons in a long time, that he joined and respected them that much.
Look, we've always talked about their work ethic, but it's great to see another player coming in from another region who is also well respected in his own right, be like, you know what, these guys are absolute animals. The amount of time that they put into the game, the amount of practice care, even with all the changes that they're talking about. And Gustav, you know what, he's an incredible player, and so far, I mean, the thing is, this is working for the Falcons, but VP is just so damn good.
And let's pivot from that. We saw it at the end of the game. And this is what I love about PUBG. You saw Falcons and VP laying in their chairs talking to each other in the interview, right? They're still best friends. These guys travel the world together. They're totally having a great time. But VP looked insane. I mean, you could see Nixie trying to sort of hide the celebrant living inside of him, because that was a crazy day, even though they didn't always get circles. They had to fight to get everything they got, and it was beautiful.
Is this a record for the most points in one day? I'm trying to jog my memory in the however many years we've been playing this, 8-9 years. I can't remember another team getting over 90 points in a single day.
Yeah, we'll have to double check on that one. We'll find out for tomorrow. But I mean, 91 points, as you guys have been saying, absolutely nuts. The consistency out of this squad, as Barney was saying too when he was doing that interview, insane. Falcons, is within striking distance. Now, for some of these other squads, right, we got Navi, we got Myth.
Yeah.
Myth, we were expecting a lot coming into today. I think for tomorrow, for Myth, we want to see what we saw out of them in day one of groups.
I mean, Myth and T1 both need to turn up a little bit harder on the back end of the day. Na'Vi also letting it slide, but the fact is Virtus.pro and Falcons combined have more kills than the next 4 teams put together. And then you jump down the farther leaderboard and it gets even more dire. So I think the story for tomorrow is how do you figure out which rooms VP is staying in and lock them inside or keep them awake all night or play music outside? Like, I don't know how you beat them outside of trying to kick them in the shins.
Look, Nixie might be next door to me, so if anyone has any bribes...
He accepts bribes.
No, but in all seriousness, I mean, if they're playing as good as they do tomorrow, we might just be talking about second place. But honestly, VP, if they do get to that point, they deserve it, man. These guys, you want to talk about grinders, we talked about Falcons, and they do put in so much work. VP is also the other side of that coin. They're putting in just as much work. You heard how much work Ibi, the legend, I love him, is putting in to help these guys, and it is showing in spades.
The maturity, I think, of EB is also what I love. Him I mean, he's a legendary player, and for him to take a step back and say, I'm not what the team needs to be great. Let's go out, let's get Curexy, let's put this together the right way, and I will coach you guys through all the things that I've learned.
That team. I would have been like, you know,
yeah, but I'm just saying,
not
like,
going anywhere.
what a cool. I mean, that's just a great move by EB. Like, it's noble to step back and say, this is what we need, and for them to say, yeah, well, you're a part of this team, and this is the right choice.
Well, guys, tomorrow, day 2 of finals here at PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26. It's going to be a lot of teams are going to have to catch up, especially with what we saw there towards the second half. And those teams that are within striking distance, they need to make sure if they see VP getting eliminated, they need to just go for it. They need to make sure they get all those points. So for everybody watching, make sure you tune in tomorrow because tomorrow will set the tone of what we will have on the final day.